Ron breathed a sigh of relief. All the problems were actually not big problems, and the risks were not high. Expanding territory is like this, it's not always smooth sailing, and all sorts of troubles will come knocking. However, the solution is quite simple. If you encounter a mountain, move it. If you encounter a river, build a bridge. Once you get through the toughest initial phase, things will get smoother and smoother from there. Ron's ambitions extend far beyond being a minor lord. His short-term goal is to be the victor in this expansionist war and claim at least a third of the fertile land. After being ennobled and becoming a lord, he began to prepare for war, waiting for chaos in the northern border so that he could fight for the position of a high-ranking noble. I believe that it won't be long before the Leonard family will become great again. The sacred sword, symbolizing the family's glory, will once again shine brightly. Winterhold, a luxurious mansion. 2 men dressed in black robes, wearing hoods, and with 2 daggers at their waists, knelt on one knee facing the central seat and spoke respectfully. My lord, Leonard Ron's manor was heavily guarded last night, whether because we got wind of it or not. We didn't even have a chance to climb over the manor's wall. In particular, that knight commander didn't sleep all night and stood guard in front of Leonard Ron's gate. The 2 of them were assassins trained by the Wilson family, but they had taken severely damaged magic potions, so they could only advance to the 2nd rank at most. Moreover, their strength is far inferior to that of a normal shadow assassin, and their ability to conceal their presence is greatly reduced. If a shadow assassin has taken the full potion and is at rank 1, they can conceal their presence well and won't abandon their assassination attempt just because they see a patrolling knight. As we approached the settlement, we increased our vigilance. Upon hearing this news, Wilson Gray frowned and shook his head in astonishment. It seems that this young man from the Leonard family is not as bad as he appears on the surface. He must be hiding some of his strength. He was never a reckless person who only looked at the surface of things. The contempt I showed at the banquet last time was actually something I deliberately intended for others to see. His purpose was to probe Leonard Ron's attitude, and seeing the fear on the other side, he didn't fully believe him. Having grown up in the world of fame and fortune, attending various aristocratic banquets and witnessing countless deceitful schemes, he wouldn't easily believe what he saw. Such a deep mind, and they even chose a place like a swamp to develop it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wilson Gray smacked his lips, shaking his head and chuckling. To be honest, if it weren't for our blood feud, I really wouldn't want to be enemies with this kind of person. Even though he's weak right now, if I don't completely crush him, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night for the rest of my life. My lord, what should we do? Upon hearing this, the knight commander beside him frowned and voiced his guess. Should we launch a surprise attack before he expands his territory? He felt that since the situation was so serious, it was best to resolve it as soon as possible. No, Alva, this method won't work against someone with such a deep mind. Wilson Gray waved his hand and explained patiently. Before the territory is fully developed, he will definitely set up sentries near the swamp. If we attack at this time, he will definitely escape into the depths of the swamp, and it will be difficult to find him again. What should I do? The knight commander named Alva was immediately stumped, unsure how to handle this thorny problem. Easy to handle. Wilson Gray's eyes gleamed with golden light as he confidently began to speak. Once he finishes building up his territory, he won't be willing to give it up, and then we'll have no choice but to go to war. In his view, no one would give up the territory they had worked so hard to build. Even the most cunning person is no exception. If the other party truly gives up, they will also lose their territory and completely forfeit their right to be a lord. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was dusk. The caravan had been traveling all day, and everyone was exhausted. Of course, the most tired and hungry were the serfs who had followed behind all day. Seeing that they had stopped, everyone collapsed to the ground, regardless of whether it was grass or mud, and began to gasp for breath. Expanding territory is no joke. It won't stop just because someone is too exhausted. If you can't keep up with the team, you're basically doomed. No one would choose to fall behind at such a time. Most people would walk until their feet were blistered and the blisters burst, revealing bright red flesh, but they would endure the stinging pain and keep going. Everyone rest where you are. The knights will begin setting up tents. 10 more knights will be dispatched to set up simple watchtowers 1 kilometer away from this point in 10 directions, to take turns keeping watch at night. After getting off the carriage, Ron began to give instructions for the next steps in an orderly manner. The wilderness is far more dangerous than imagined. In addition to humans, there may be ferocious beasts of other races. Any carelessness can be fatal. Yes. After receiving the orders, the knights began to act with clear division of labor. You set up your own tents on the outside. After you're done, each of you can get a piece of rye bread and half an onion. After the knights began their operation, Ron gave an order to the vast multitude of his subjects. Thank you, Lord. They didn't complain about the small amount of bread. On the contrary, their eyes were full of longing and gratitude for the food. Most people think that as long as they have something to eat to fill their stomachs, that's enough. As for setting up tents, even a fool could figure that out. They need to do it themselves. Farmers who know each other can share a tent in groups of 3 to 5, which saves both money and effort. After all, tents are only needed on the road and before the house is set up, so there is no need to buy one separately. Ron nodded in satisfaction. These lower-class people were easier to deal with than he had imagined. As long as they had something to eat, they would not cause trouble. Of course, such things cannot be left unchecked. After the tents were set up, I and the maids, including the dragon girl, lived in the main tent in the very center. Knights were assigned to patrol in shifts at night to prevent any trouble. It's quite surprising that the master arranges things in such a methodical way. Fiona couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She had originally thought that Ron, who had never participated in the pioneering work, would encounter all sorts of difficulties and that she, the maid, would have to do everything for him. Unexpectedly, with just a few words, all the team's affairs were arranged perfectly. Little Ron seems to have grown up a lot. At this moment, Fiona smiled with satisfaction. She felt that her master was becoming more and more mature and had the qualities of an excellent lord. If I, your master, don't even know this, how can I be a good lord? Ron's goal is not as simple as becoming a minor lord, because in this world, the weak can only be bullied. Only by becoming a powerful being that everyone fears can one live like a human being. Ron saw this pioneering battle as the cornerstone of his future reign as king. Participating in such a pioneering battle can greatly enhance his experience. Although he now understands a little about everything, only through personal experience can he gain true insights. In the future, leading troops into battle and conquering territories will be much easier. This pioneering campaign was essentially a training ground for beginners, only those who survived could advance to the next level. Chapter 92, Renee's Wild Vegetable Soup. Lucia offers her tail to be pinched. The sunset faded, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Darkness climbed to the treetops, and the birds had already returned to their nests. After an hour of work, the tent was set up. Master, dinner is ready. Early in the morning, Fiona had the kitchen prepare roasted meat for all 3 meals of the day. Now it just needs to be reheated before it's ready to enjoy. If you don't prepare in advance, if you want to eat barbecue, you have to kill chickens and sheep, boil water to pluck the hair, gut them, and start a fire to roast them. With this series of procedures, it will take at least 2 hours before we can eat. Ron nodded and spoke to the dragon girls beside him. Little dragons, dinner's ready. Yay, Lucia's starving after walking all this way. Lucia rubbed her deflated belly, her mouth constantly secreting dragon's saliva. After sleeping all day in the carriage, how could you possibly be tired? Ron's lips twitched. The serfs had been following behind, traveling 60 miles a day without saying a word, but this little lazy dragon was exhausted. Hehe, I'm not tired, just really hungry. Lucia told the truth that she wasn't tired, but she got hungry quickly, perhaps because of the bumpy carriage ride. But you'll probably have to go hungry for the next couple of days. Ron took the head seat and began to speak with a serious expression. Because we didn't prepare enough barbecue on the way, your food has been reduced by half. The main problem is that this little water dragon eats too much. It will probably take another 4 days to get to the swamp, and with the way she's eating right now, there definitely won't be enough meat. Upon hearing this news, Lucia felt as if the sky had fallen. She would do anything, but the food supply absolutely could not be reduced. My lord. She clung to the man's arm, swaying it back and forth, pleading for more food. There's nothing we can do. If you eat an extra leg of lamb today, you'll have to eat one less tomorrow. There's nothing we can do about it. The swamp is rich in resources, and only after we form a hunting team can she eat as much as she wants. However, there are conditions. Either you must be hardworking and capable, or you must be lazy yet hardworking. In short, it's impossible to get something for nothing. I'll go check the neighborhood later and see if I can hunt some game. As she grows up and her perception improves, Freya is confident that she can hunt some prey, and then everyone can have a private meal together. Freya is the best. Lucia is like this, she's happy as long as there's food, and she'll rub against her friends. They ate roasted meat in the open air in the center of the camp, while the knights on the outer perimeter also ate well, with meat at every meal. Ron knew very well that as a combatant, he had to keep up with his nutrition, with at least 3 ounces of meat, bread, and plenty of fruits and vegetables at every meal. Only in this way can the energy required for training and combat be maintained, otherwise, even if one takes the full version of the magic potion, it will be in vain if daily nutritional intake is insufficient. The people on the outermost edge set up small pots, boiled water, added chopped onions, stirred it, and a bowl of soup to warm the stomach and dispel the cold was ready. Then they crumbled the black bread, soaked it in soup until it softened, and ate it. That solved their dinner problem. Some people also add wild vegetables to the soup, which are all picked along the way, and some people pick some wild fruits, which is considered an extra meal for themselves. The young mother Jenny was in the same situation. After her husband died, her land and house were seized by her uncles and aunts. She could not make a living by sewing clothes and had to go to the mountains to dig wild vegetables and pick berries to barely fill her stomach. Therefore, she is very sensitive to wild vegetables and can always find some edible wild vegetables and berries. Add the wild vegetables to the onion soup, stir it all together, and wisps of steam immediately rise from the pot. Mother, it smells so good. Renee, standing to the side, kept swallowing her saliva as she smelled the aroma. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. To her, her mother's cooking was the most delicious food in the world. Then I'll get a bowl for little Renee first. Meeting her daughter's expectant gaze, Jenny filled a bowl with wild vegetable soup and placed it on a small wooden stool. Since there were no tables, wooden stools were used as dining tables. The Lord even gave us bread. Renee licked her lips as she looked at the rye bread in her hand. Renee hasn't had this in a long time. For many—
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Many people at the bottom of society, eating rye bread is a luxury, wild vegetables and fruits are the norm. I only buy a few slices of rye bread when I occasionally go to the market. Mother, could you please make another bowl of wild vegetable soup? I'd like to serve it to the Lord. Renee felt that since she had received the Lord's black bread, she should reciprocate with a gift. Little Renee, I know you want to repay the Lord. Jenny was pleased to hear her daughter's words and gently patted her head. But the Lord has plenty of food, so there's no way he'll be short of a portion for my mother. Besides, he wouldn't like wild vegetable soup. In this era, nobles and wealthy merchants disdained eating wild vegetables and berries. In their view, these were foods that only people from the lower classes would eat. Of course, some impoverished nobles would also eat them secretly. Mother's soup is so delicious, Lord will surely love it. All Renee knew was that this was the best soup she had ever tasted, and she wanted to share it with the Lord. They had no idea about the difference between nobles and ordinary people. Mother. Renee clung to her mother's arm, gently swaying it as she began to act coquettishly. Oh well. No mother can resist the affection of her adorable and sensible child, and young Jenny was no exception. In the end, she chose to give in. She did this with a reason, as she felt that the Lord seemed to like her daughter quite a bit. It's not like they'd fly into a rage over a bowl of soup. Thank you, Mother. Renee tiptoed and gave her mother a gentle kiss on the cheek. She was delighted to be able to share her favorite drink with the Lord. Be careful on the road, don't run. Jenny knew this road wasn't short, so she specially took out a small bamboo woven bowl cover and put it over the bottom of the soup bowl so she wouldn't burn her hands. Yes, Mother. Renee, carrying the soup bowl, walked excitedly toward the central tent area. She wanted to run, but she was afraid of spilling the delicious wild vegetable soup her mother had made, so she walked very carefully. Little friend, what are you doing here? Upon noticing someone approaching the tent, the knight intended to reprimand them, but upon seeing that the person was a 5 or 6-year-old girl, his tone softened considerably. I want to bring the soup my mother made to the Lord. Renee looked up at the 2 knights in armor in front of her and said with a smile, Take it back, the Lord won't drink it. Looking at the bowl of soup with wild vegetable leaves floating in it, the knight waved his hand. Although I know it's a little girl's heartfelt gift, I doubt any nobleman would eat this kind of wild vegetable soup. What happened? Out of the corner of his eye, Ron saw a small figure standing in front of the tent. You don't even need to look to know it's Renee, because she's the only child in the farm for the time being. My lord, I would like you to try the soup my mother makes. When she saw the Lord looking over, Renee stood on tiptoe, trying to make herself stand out. I see. Come here. Who could resist an innocent, adorable, well-behaved little girl? Ron beckoned her over. My mother's soup is delicious, I'm sure the Lord will love it too. Seeing this, Renee ran forward, held the steaming hot vegetable soup high, and handed it to her. It smells wonderful. Ron wasn't opposed to all-natural wild vegetable soup. In fact, he was quite looking forward to seeing what it would taste like. The nobles of today scoff at this, but who could have known that the wealthy and powerful of later generations would treasure it like a precious gem? At that moment, Ron understood what it meant for history to be a cycle. Right. Receiving the Lord's praise, Renee's eyes narrowed with a smile. Your mother is a very good cook, the soup is delicious. Ron took a sip from the bowl and exclaimed in genuine admiration. After indulging in too much rich and oily food, a pure, natural wild vegetable soup is quite refreshing and helps to cut through the greasiness. Moreover, the flavor is very complex and layered, clearly indicating that these wild vegetables have been carefully combined to achieve their current taste. I knew the Lord would like it, because this is Renee's favorite soup. Hearing the man's praise, Renee happily stood on tiptoe, her smile revealing adorable dimples that were simply irresistible. Your name is Renee, right? You're so cute. Fiona, standing to the side, was completely charmed by the adorable little girl. She lifted her shapely buttocks, encased in black pantyhose, half squatted on the ground, reached out, and gently pinched the girl's fair face. Yes, that's the name my mother gave me. Many people say my name sounds nice. Renee's cheeks were being pinched, and her head was bobbing back and forth, but she seemed to quite like it. Pretty sister, your name must be beautiful too. You have excellent taste. Hearing the girl call her pretty sister, Fiona glanced smugly at the man beside her, then smiled and said, My sister's name is Fiona, and she is the Lord's personal maid. Wow, Fiona's name is really nice. Renee gave a compliment, then looked up at the man beside her. My lord, would you like to be my maid too? She had heard some rumors about maids, whose job was to serve and take care of the Lord. This is what she wants to do. You're too young. We'll talk about it when you're older. Ron's lips twitched upon hearing this. This could no longer be considered child labor, it was peddling labor. She's only 5 or 6 years old. Let her have a wonderful childhood first. We can deal with the maid thing when she's older. Oh dear, but Renee can already do a lot of chores. Children from poor families mature early, and this was perfectly exemplified in Renee. To ease her mother's burden, she helped with cleaning and laundry from a young age. However, she never learned how to cook because she was only about as tall as the stove. We'll have to wait another 2 years before we talk about whether they can do the work. Ron gently patted her head, then took out a chicken leg. Here, have this chicken leg. Although Renee is cute, she is actually quite thin and small, and looks somewhat malnourished. If it weren't for her round face, she would look too thin and frail. The Lord has already given Renee bread. The moment Renee saw the chicken leg, she admitted that she was tempted, and her mouth watered uncontrollably. In her memory, she had never eaten chicken legs before, just the smell made her feel lightheaded. You treated me to my favorite wild vegetable soup, and I'll treat you to a chicken leg. Here you go. Ron felt that this little girl was so sensible that it broke his heart. She was clearly longing for him, but she still refused. Thank you, Lord. Renee only accepted the chicken leg when it was handed to her. She bent down to thank her and then slowly put the chicken leg into her mouth. The sensation of biting into the meat felt like a dream to her. The fragrant, oily taste was something she had never experienced before. In the past, we could only catch some fish and shrimp in the river, and we had never eaten chicken. Yay, so delicious. When Renee ate a chicken leg for the first time, her whole body trembled with joy, excitement, and indescribable emotions. Are you choking? Why aren't you eating? Seeing that the little girl stopped eating after a few bites, Ron suspected that she might have choked, but he was too embarrassed to say so. No, I wanted to save some for my mother. I'm sure she'd like it too. Renee only ate a small portion, leaving the rest for later. She didn't finish the chicken leg just because it was delicious. Her first thought was of her mother. You finish that one, and I'll get you another chicken leg for your mother to take to her later. Ron thought the child was so sensible, cute, and filial. No need. Renee has already received the chicken leg from the Lord. She can't accept another one. Renee believed that only by giving could she receive, and she could no longer take anything from the Lord. So she jogged away, turning back with a smile as she ran. Thank you for the chicken leg, Lord. This is the happiest day of Renee's life. She had never had anything good happen to her before, but today, as she set off to explore new territories, the Lord, who loved her mother's soup, even gave her a chicken leg. It seems like life is gradually getting better and more exciting. My Lord is so kind. Renee must grow up quickly so she can become my Lord's maid soon. Renee is so well behaved and adorable. Watching the girl's departing figure in the firelight, Fiona's lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. What, you want a daughter this cute? Ron actually really wanted one. After all, who wouldn't like such a sensible daughter? Of course, I will definitely have a well-behaved daughter like Renee in the future. Fiona has already started fantasizing about having a lovely daughter of her own. Of course, since it's my seed, it's bound to be well-behaved and cute. Ron seized the opportunity and smugly teased her, but to be honest, although Fiona always said strange things, she was actually quite well-behaved. If her daughter looks like her, that would be pretty good. If she's the daughter of Philia, she'll probably be a spoiled little princess. Fiona rolled her eyes in disgust and turned her face away. Master really dares to think that way. The maid would never have a child with the master. That bastard Ron, he only wants his body, he doesn't want a child. Although she said that, for some reason, she had already begun to fantasize about the days when she and Ron would be surrounded by their children. So you're saying you only like that kind of process? It's clearly my master who likes that kind of thing the most. Mother, the Lord praised your soup and even gave us a chicken leg. Like a victorious warrior returning home, Renee raised the chicken leg and presented it to her mother. I'm glad you're happy, my lord. Hearing her daughter's words, Jenny was genuinely happy. It was a great honor that her homemade vegetable soup had won the Lord's favor. Mom doesn't like chicken, so little Renee will eat it. All mothers are the same, they will save the best for their children. Jenny hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and her mouth watered as she saw the chicken leg, but she still wanted to save it for her daughter. My mother said she didn't like it, but she wanted to save it for Renee to eat. Renee, who was very good at reading people, discovered this pattern early on, so she stood on tiptoe and stuffed the chicken leg directly into her mother's mouth. Left with no other choice, the young mother Jenny had to eat the large chicken leg the man had given her. Whether it was because she hadn't eaten meat in a long time or for some other reason, Jenny felt that this was the best chicken leg she had ever eaten in her life. How was it, mother? The chicken leg the Lord sent was delicious, wasn't it? Seeing her mother eat it in one bite, Renee smiled happily. Delicious? The chicken leg that the Lord bestowed upon us is delicious. With a large chicken leg stuffed in her mouth, Jenny inexplicably recalled the day she knelt on the ground and said she could serve that man. Thinking about this, she inexplicably found the chicken leg in her mouth even more delicious. Rennie, you can have the last little bit. However, she didn't linger too long on this feeling and fed the last piece of meat, still attached to the rubber band, into her daughter's mouth. This time, Renee didn't refuse, because there was only a little bit of meat left, and she wanted to savor the taste of the chicken leg slowly. So much so that she couldn't bear to chew them, and just kept them in her mouth. Chicken drumsticks, so delicious? This is a microcosm of the lives of people at the bottom of society in this era. Being able to eat their fill is happiness, being able to eat meat even once can bring them joy for days. As night deepened, the temperature began to drop. The serfs squeezed into the crowded tents, huddling together for warmth. Some of the knights had already gone to sleep, some were practicing their swordsmanship, and some were patrolling and keeping watch. After finishing her dinner, Lilith locked herself in a small tent and began researching frost-resistant wheat. Fiona went to the carriage to check the supplies and prepare for breakfast the next day. the dragon girls went to the riverbank to the east early in the morning to hunt wild animals. Not wanting to slack off, Ron decided to go and spar with Freya. The way to practice swordsmanship is this: only through perseverance can one make progress. Tread tap. With that thought in mind, he walked towards the riverbank to the east, under the cover of darkness. The starry sky and moon illuminated the path ahead. Before long, a body could be seen swimming in a small pool by the edge of the woods. Further away, there were orange-red lights, but they were too far away to see clearly. As Ron got closer, he could see that Ovil was setting up a fire on the grass in the distance, with 2 wooden grills on it, indicating that Fulya had hunted prey. "My lord, the water feels so good. Come on down and soak for a while." When Ron arrived, Lucia greeted him warmly, hoping he would enjoy the cool river water with her. Glug glug. After saying that, she started blowing bubbles in the water, just like a 3-year-old. "It's definitely getting a bit stuffy." Seeing that Phyllis was processing her prey downstream, Ron simply went into the water and waited for her to finish before sparring with her. However, the water was a bit cold at night, and it seemed that only Lucia, the water dragon girl, could soak in the cold water all the time. "My lord, Phyllis has caught a deer. We can have roasted meat again soon." Lucia swam underwater and came to Ron's side. The thought of having barbecue later made her mouth water. "You know how to eat." This was the first time Ron had ever seen such a gluttonous fellow, who was thinking about food all the time. "Hehe, anyway, I'm just killing time, and I don't know what to do if I'm not eating anything." Lucia scratched her head sheepishly. Excited about eating roast meat, she swayed her tail in the water and accidentally hit Ron's leg. Sensing something amiss, Lucia's delicate body trembled slightly, and her tail involuntarily pressed against Ron's body. "I really want my tail to be patted by the Lord?" She herself didn't know why, but suddenly she felt restless and wanted her tail to be squeezed. Feeling Lucia tremble, Ron's lips curled into a smile, and he grabbed her thick tail. Chapter 93 Lucia's Dragon Fountain? Ovil must take the blame for those things. The night was dark and the wind was cold in the grove, the moonlight was reflected in the pond. Lucia's delicate body trembled as her tail was grabbed. "Lord." She bit her pink lips tightly, her cheeks flushed slightly. My tail has been caught by the Lord. So comfortable. Don't move your tail." Ron ignored Lucia's desire and pushed her tail further away. Lucia, having lost her grip on the tail, suddenly felt empty and uncomfortable, as if insects were crawling all over her body. "My lord, there are bugs in my tail, it hurts so much." She glanced around and, seeing that her companions were all busy with their own things, spoke softly. "Didn't I tell you that we should help each other out in the future?" Ron wasn't in a hurry, but the impatient water dragon girl was much more anxious. He closed his eyes and leaned against the riverbank, seemingly without any expectation of anything. "Lucia will also help the Lord." Lucia thought she could resist the temptation and endure it, but she didn't expect that she would completely surrender as soon as her tail was touched. However, after saying this, she felt unbearably ashamed, lowered her head, and dared not look into the eyes of the man beside her. I actually agreed to this, but having my tail squeezed feels really good." "That's fine." Ron opened his eyes and saw Lucia pressing her body even closer, her tail wrapping around his arm. This water dragon girl is really impatient. "Lord." Lucia felt very nervous because Ovili and Philia were busy not far away, but the intense sensations made her unable to resist wanting to get closer. Once her tail was grabbed, she couldn't hold on any longer, and the scales on her body seemed to soften as if they were being pulled by something. "All right, Lucia, let's begin." Ron leaned comfortably against the riverbank, looking smugly at the water dragon girl beside him with her delicate, radiant face. Yes, my lord." Lucia's tail seemed to have touched something extraordinary. It trembled violently and then coiled around it. Under the moonlight, on the riverbank, Fulya, dressed in a long red dress, slowly lowered her shapely buttocks and squatted down. She lifted a 200-kilogram deer to the riverbank, her right hand transforming into a sharp claw, slicing open its neck and the fur of its 4 hooves, then tearing it apart from head to toe, instantly separating the skin and flesh, leaving Philia with a complete deer hide in her hand. She placed the deer hide aside, cut open the male deer's abdomen, removed its intestines and liver, put the whole deer into the water, cleaned it, and then carried it to the fire. With Ovil's help, a long log, about the size of an arm, was threaded through the stag's body from head to tail and placed on the grill to begin roasting. After finishing all this, Fulya breathed a sigh of relief and then turned her gaze toward the pool. From a distance, she could tell that Lucia and that man were standing too close, and she couldn't help but speak up. "Human, I think you need to stay away from Lucia. This man must be thinking about those things again. I don't think it's necessary for the time being." Ron was really enjoying himself and didn't want to end his bath so abruptly. "It's all right, Philia. The Lord won't lay a hand on Lucia." She was telling the truth, she really didn't lay a hand on her. It was her tail that used water dragon entanglement on Ron. At first, Lucia felt ashamed about this, but gradually she came to enjoy the feeling of pleasure that went right to her head. "I like Lord the most. Lucia, you have no idea how terrible this man did to that human woman." Gradually, Freya began to call Fiona a woman, because she felt that since the other was human, it was inappropriate to call her female. Moreover, in her view, this woman was also a victim, imprisoned by this man just like herself. "I felt empathy for no apparent reason. As she spoke, she walked toward the pool, intending to separate the human and the dragon to prevent Lucia from suffering a great loss. That's how Philia is, she'd rather suffer a greater loss herself than let her companions suffer the same way. Freya, you grill the meat. I'll go watch Lucia. Oviel, who had long sensed something was wrong, feared that if Philia discovered the truth, she would completely break with the Lord. Now is the time to head to the pioneering land, and she doesn't want any more accidents to happen. However, she was still very worried about Lucia, so she decided to find an opportunity to confess to the Lord, telling him that she wanted to vent all the things she wanted to do to Lucia on herself. After all, Lucia is still a minor, and some things have too serious consequences. If she were an adult, she could withstand whatever happened to her. Phyllis didn't really want to see that man either, and besides, she could release flames to heat the meat, making it taste even better. Ovally, seeing her companions arrive at the pool, Lucia nervously lowered her head, unsure of what to do. The intense sensation from her tail made it impossible for her to stop. Ovil moved closer and, by the moonlight, could vaguely see what was happening underwater, but she didn't point it out. Instead, she looked at the man beside her. My lord, Phyllis will have roasted the venison soon, let's eat together. As a witness, she appeared calm and composed, pretending nothing had happened, but inwardly she was in turmoil, unable to remain composed, her tail wagging uncomfortably. We must tell the Lord as soon as possible, we can't let Lucia continue like this. Thinking of this, Ovil's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she was secretly looking forward to it. No problem, I'd really like to try Philia's cooking. Ron felt it was a waste to use Phyllis's delicate hands only for fighting. And that strong, powerful tail, I wonder whose is stronger, Lucia's or that of the others. After saying that, he let out a long sigh of relief, lay down on the shore, and enjoyed the wonderful night. Yes, Phyllis is not only a great hunter, but she also makes delicious grilled meat. Ovel recalled how, back in the tribe, Philia would always be able to catch prey, gut it, and then control the flames to roast it. The roasted meat they make is no worse than the meat that humans roast with all sorts of seasonings. Lucia wants to eat, she wants to eat meat. Lucia licked her lips, her eyes slightly unfocused and expectant. For some reason, after he said that, the originally calm water surface began to ripple, spreading back and forth. After a relaxing bath, Ron let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely refreshed. It was as if all the stress of the past 2 days had been released on this night. Sometimes people are like this, under high pressure, they need occasional relaxation and release to make their body and mind healthier. Otherwise, being in a dull environment all the time can easily make you sick. My lord, my lord. Unable to withstand the pressure, Lucia immediately dived into the pool and submerged her entire body in it. It was as if a spring had appeared at the bottom of the pool, constantly gushing out waves, and the water level in the pool rose by nearly 3 centimeters. The surrounding grass was soaked. Seeing the rising water level, Ovil's pupils widened. Only then did she realize how vast the gap was between herself and Lucia. This is something no human or dragon can compare to. Probably only Lucia in this world could do this. As Ron felt the water level gradually rise above his chest and reach his collarbone, a wild smile crept across his face. This immense sense of satisfaction and conquest made him feel completely relaxed. Lucia, this water dragon girl, is really outrageous. The water dragon shockwave she released caused the water level in the pool to rise. It's incredible, but the visual impact is truly immense. If this were on land, Ron couldn't imagine what it would look like. However, we will definitely be able to see it in the future. Ovally, you saw it, didn't you? Seeing that Lucia remained submerged at the bottom of the water, Ron looked with great interest at the little black dragon beside him. Ovil has a great figure, with beautifully defined leg muscles and a slim waist that clearly shows her abs, she's the athletic type. No, I didn't see it. Meeting the man's burning gaze, Ovil felt incredibly hot and hurriedly looked away, unable to maintain her composure any longer. I didn't even ask you anything, and you just said you didn't see anything. That's practically admitting it. Ron got up and walked out of the pool, sitting on the grass, closer to Ovil. I admit I saw something, but I couldn't see it clearly. With no other option, since her lie had been exposed, Ovil had to loosen her tightly clenched pink lips and admit it. She was telling the truth, the water was very dark at the time, and the moon wasn't very bright, so she couldn't see it clearly. She only caught a glimpse of a rough outline, but even that tiny outline left Ovil deeply unsettled. I didn't see clearly, it's your lie. Ron licked his lips and said with a wicked grin. Ovil, I never expected you to be this kind of little dragon who likes to peek into the Lord's secrets. This was the first time I teased Ovil, and seeing her so embarrassed was actually quite satisfying. The black-skinned baby dragon has a unique flavor. I didn't mean to, I saw it by accident. Upon hearing the man's words, Ovil could no longer maintain her composure. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her tail swayed uncontrollably. How could I possibly deliberately seek out the Lord's secrets? I just glanced at it a few times unintentionally. Driven by overwhelming curiosity, Ovil couldn't help but linger a little longer. Whether you did it on purpose or not, the result is that you saw it. Ron rested his chin on his hand, pondering as he spoke. Such a disobedient little dragon must be punished. So, Ovally, what kind of punishment are you prepared to accept? My lord, William froze on the spot, unsure of what to do. Then, as if she had thought of something, she took a deep breath and slowly spoke. My lord, as you know, Lucia is not yet an adult. If you go any further, it will cause her irreversible damage. She swallowed a mouthful of ambergris and then lowered her head shyly. For example, if there's anything the Lord wishes to do for Lucia, I, now that I'm an adult, can do it for her. After saying this, Oville's heart pounded wildly, as if she were going crazy. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, her tail swaying back and forth on the grass. If I really say it out loud, what will the Lord think? What will the Lord do to me? Although Oville agreed to do it, she still couldn't accept something too outrageous for the time being. I figured I should take it slow and not confront the secret weapon all at once. Okay. Ron was stunned when he heard this. He never expected that Oville, who was usually so quiet, could say something so amazing. My lord, you must think I'm a very strange dragon. Seeing the man's surprise, Oville felt incredibly ashamed. It's like being stripped of her outer garments, exposing her inner humiliation completely to the man. It seems you know very well what kind of dragon you are. Ron, regaining his senses, teased with a smug look on his face. You're saying this because you want me to treat you the same way I treat Lucia, right? As he said this, he brought his face close to Oville's ear. He's clearly a little pervert, yet he still comes up with such a lame excuse. Looking at the little black dragon beside him, her delicate body trembling and her cheeks flushed, Ron looked completely satisfied. These three dragon girls each have their own unique charm. They are great. I didn't mean what you said, Lord. It really wasn't for Lucia. Oville turned her head away in embarrassment, unsure of what to say for a moment. She herself was unsure whether she did this because of her inner desires or because she didn't want her partner to get hurt. Perhaps it's a combination of both. Wasn't I right? Next time you take Lucia's place, I'll really feel it. Ron had no reason to refuse Oville's condition, since Lucia shouldn't be handled too recklessly before she reached adulthood, otherwise it would cause great harm to her body. Now, having gained Oville by accident, Ron can easily control her based on that alone. Then, please, my lord, you must not do such a thing to Lucia. When the man agreed, Oville was stunned for a moment, not expecting that such a thing would actually come true. I will take Lucia's place and help the lord. Gumbling. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dragon's saliva, seemingly harboring both anticipation and apprehension. Lord. After calming herself down underwater, Lucia surfaced. Her face was flushed, and her pale blue scales shimmered as if they had just been washed by rain. Ron nodded, though it was unclear whether he was responding to Lucia or Oville. Oville took it as a yes from the man in front of her. If he didn't, there was nothing she could do. After all, living under someone else's roof, what could she, as a dragon girl, do besides obey her lord's orders? I hope my lord won't act too recklessly. Lucia, Oville, the barbecue is ready. Freya was focused on grilling the meat and didn't notice the strange thing happening at the pool. She only looked over now that the venison was cooked. Seeing that nothing had happened, they were relieved. Yay, Lucia hasn't had Freya's grilled meat in ages. At first, she didn't know how to face Ron. After all, what had just happened made the dragon really embarrassed. Now, whenever I hear about food, all the jumbled thoughts in my mind are thrown aside, and all I can think about is the delicious aroma of venison. Coming. Oville also felt that Philia's words were timely, finally allowing her to ease her emotions a little and avoid having to stay by the man's side all the time. Freya, don't I deserve your invitation? Ron was puzzled. He provided the little dragon with food and clothing, but she never called the food he cooked for her. I need to find an opportunity to give him a good dressing down. It's not like you wouldn't come if I didn't invite you. Freya shrugged, looking helplessly at the man who was gradually approaching. You invited me, and that carries a different meaning. What? Will it taste better if we invite venison? Freya wasn't going to tolerate it at all, and her words seemed to become even more sharp. Of course. Ron didn't mind and deliberately sat down next to Freya. Then it was right of me not to invite you. A smug look appeared on Freya's face. She seemed to feel good after saying a few sarcastic remarks to the man. How could such a shameless guy possibly need an invitation? If even eating barbecue can't shut me up, I'll try something even more powerful. Seeing the fragrant roasted meat, Ron didn't care about his image and tore off a large piece of venison to eat. It has to be said that meat cooked with wood and the flames breathed out by Phyllis is incredibly delicious. My teeth will tear you apart like they're tearing this piece of flesh. Freya frowned and took a big bite of venison. This disgusting man actually dared to dream of doing that kind of thing to me. Don't end up eating it so much you can't get enough of it. Ron firmly believed that this day would come. After all, there were still almost 3 years left, and he wasn't worried about not being able to tame this hot-tempered little dragon. Let's see how stubborn she'll be then. He who is always fantasizing about such things will not be a good lord. Philia thought that the man in front of her, dressed in armor, looked quite brave and like a fearless warrior. How did he turn into this after taking off his armor? This is very intriguing. Perhaps because she had promised to replace Lucia, Oville's eyes would always casually sweep over Ron, but then immediately look away. Faced with this situation, she felt both apprehensive and somewhat shy. Lucia, engrossed in eating the venison, completely forgot what had just happened. You wretched dragon, I think your tail needs some discipline again. Come here and be punished. Having eaten enough, Ron drew his longsword from his waist, ready to begin tonight's sparring. After all, that was his real purpose for coming here. His encounter with Lucia earlier was just an unexpected bonus. Of course, perhaps Lucia is the one who gained the most. I really want to punch your mouth until it's swollen. Freya had long been unable to contain herself and wanted to teach the man in front of her the consequences of his loose tongue. During this period, she was very proactive, perhaps because she was able to outmaneuver her opponent every time. My lips will only get swollen from kissing. Do you want to try? Ron licked his lips and teased with a smug look on his face. My fists will make good love to your mouths. Freya seems to be somewhat immune to men's words now. Although she still gets angry, she doesn't explode like she used to. She swung her fist and punched. Clang, clang, clang. A crimson figure and a man whose sword gleamed with golden light clashed together in the moonlight. Freya's power always held the upper hand, and Ron could only retreat and block at the same time. However, after 2 days of fighting, he had completely gotten used to this intensity. They may seem to be at a disadvantage, but they actually have no advantage. Evil dragon, don't try to seduce me with your laughter, it won't work. Last time was the first time he saw how beautiful Philia was, and he was briefly stunned. Now Ron won't be like that anymore. So, to you humans, even laughter is considered seduction? But don't worry, I'll bring you back to reality. For some reason, Freya gradually felt inexplicably happy fighting with men, a feeling that made her dragon's blood boil. Others don't count, but your smile is more alluring than the moonlight tonight. Disgusting man, how can you say such shameless things during a fight? I'll show you that my fists are harder than the moonlight. Ovally, Lucia is so sleepy, she wants to go to bed. Having eaten and drunk her fill, and having consumed too much dragon's spring water, Lucia felt a little sleepy. Let's go back to sleep first. Oville originally wanted to watch the men's battle a little longer, but since Lucia was sleepy, she decided to go back and rest first. After Lucia returned to her tent, she fell asleep immediately, and soon heavy breathing could be heard. Lord, my tail can't take it anymore. Oville blushed when she heard Lucia talking in her sleep. My tail's been ruffled, my lord, does it really feel that good? Thinking of the shockwave Lucia had unleashed earlier, Oville felt a strange urge to try it herself, to experience firsthand what it was like to be caught in the swirling water beneath the surface and see what it was like. Chapter 94 Wheat seeds sprout prematurely? Fiona falls into the trap again. A fight in the misty forest? Time flies by like water. Of course, it didn't flow that fast, only 4 days and 4 nights passed. It was already the morning of the 5th day. As always, the sun rose tirelessly from the horizon, and the darkness was driven away to the other side of the world by its dazzling golden rays. In the far north, on the plains, Ron's pioneering team spent a peaceful night. Just as dawn was breaking, the serfs would take their black pots to the river to fill them with water, gather some dry branches along the way, set up the pots and start a fire when they returned. Once the water boiled, they would add chopped onions and wild vegetables, stir it all together, and a pot of steaming soup would be ready. I grabbed the rye bread that came out last night and started making breakfast. Fiona, who was a maid, also got up very early and had the chef start preparing breakfast half an hour ago. After checking the supplies and confirming that there were no problems with the carriage, she carried a basin of water to Ron's tent and gently placed her round, pert buttocks, tightly wrapped in black bodysuit stockings, on the edge of the bed. You damn master, the sun is already high in the sky, and you're still sleeping in. She grabbed the man's face and shook it back and forth. Master, get up quickly. Ron woke up groggily to find the maid rubbing his face. A maid who starts playing with her master early in the morning will be punished by her master. Ron felt that once they arrived at the frontier, they must properly discipline the scumbag maid in front of them and teach her what the price of violence was. These past few days on the road, I could only tease her under the table. Once the main castle is completed, she'll be in for a rough time. Even if the maid doesn't pinch her master's face, she'll still be punished, right? Fiona gave a disdainful snort, then gently lifted her round, pert buttocks off the edge of the bed. So why doesn't the maid take advantage of the time before she gets punished and play a trick on her master? Anyway, the lewd master had long wanted to grope the maid and was quite fond of her. There's absolutely no way they can escape their master's clutches. Then the punishment will have to be more severe. Ron has many tricks up his sleeve, he can use them on his own scumbag maid and let her slowly learn from them. If that's the case, the maid will definitely resist. Fiona moved further away and walked to the tent entrance. Master, get up quickly, breakfast is ready. After leaving those words, she departed the tent to wake Lilith and check if breakfast was ready. Fiona is always like that, able to handle things flawlessly, but this will be shattered when she faces Ron. Ron stretched, got out of bed, used the water the maid had prepared to brush his teeth and wash his face. After washing up, he changed into a well-fitting black suit and went out. As soon as I stepped out of the tent, the air became fresh, and the fragrance of grass, trees, and soil filled my nostrils. This was the scent of nature, something that no stone-built town could ever match. The morning sun wasn't strong to begin with, and with the thin mist obscuring it, it felt warm and comfortable on my skin. Young Master Ron, the patrol team and sentries did not find anything unusual last night. The night commander stepped forward respectfully and reported the results of yesterday's vigil. That's good. You can start eating now. We'll set off in half an hour. Every minute on the way to the settlement was precious. Ron only planned to spend half an hour on breakfast and packing up the tent. Today is the 5th day, and we need to reach the swamp. Although knights were sent to scout ahead and a tail was arranged behind them, the lack of any defensive fortifications was ultimately dangerous. In some terrains, they might be scattered by a single charge from enemy cavalry. Moreover, the road ahead is very close to the misty forest, where many alien tribes live. It's alright during the day, but if night falls and you haven't reached the swamp, it will be very dangerous. So we need to do it as soon as possible. Yes, Master Ron. Yarman nodded respectfully, immediately summoned the knights, and began to eat. Ron glanced around and saw that most of the farmers had finished breakfast and were packing up their tents. These people are quite capable, they were ready to set off without needing to be urged. Of course, this is normal, after all, it concerns their own interests and whether they can keep up with the team. If you can't keep up, you're doomed in this desolate wilderness. Once they understand the gravity of the situation, they'll run away faster than anyone else, without even needing to be whipped. This shows that the team-based farming system is definitely effective. Furthermore, a higher ranking brings greater rewards. If a team ranks in the top 10 times, their descendants will be eligible to become knights. Faced with such a great temptation, there's no need for harsh punishment. They will surely work like wolves and tigers. With that thought in mind, Ron walked toward the restaurant with satisfaction. As they passed by Ye Longniang's tent, Lucia, who was sitting on the grass by the door, excitedly came to greet them. "My lord, has breakfast been served? Lucia is so hungry." Although Freya was able to hunt at night during this period, the food she ate during the day was reduced, and she could never fill Lucia's stomach. This made her crave food even stronger. Lucia's unsatisfied appetite fueled her intense desire to reproduce. This is why, a couple of days ago at the pond, she was quite agitated even by just a slight touch to her tail. "Breakfast is ready. Eat within 20 minutes. Time is tight and the task is heavy. We can't afford to waste time on things like meals." No problem, 20 minutes is enough. Lucia was very confident in her teeth. She felt she could eat a whole cow in 20 minutes. "What about you?" As he walked, Ron asked the other two dragon girls questions. "I have enough." When the man looked over, Ovil quickly looked away. Because she had agreed to take Lucia's place, she had been tossing and turning at night for the past few days, thinking about what would happen to her if her tail was treated that way, coiled around the lord. The more she thought about it, the more her heart stirred. When it reached a certain point, Ovil would completely lose control of herself. 20 minutes is enough for me to finish my breakfast and then give you another beating. Philia raised her fist, striking a fierce pose. "You haven't won these past 2 nights, have you? How dare you spout such nonsense?" Ron felt that this fire dragon girl was becoming increasingly audacious. Once they reached the frontier and obtained the 3 illustrations, he would pin her to the ground and thoroughly ravage her. Let her know what a dragon knight is. "And what about the night before that?" Philia smiled smugly. "Nothing happened?" Ron walked into the restaurant calmly, as if the 2 times he was ridden by dragons had never happened. But there was nothing that could be done. As Freya's depleted energy gradually recovered, her physique became stronger, and she couldn't withstand the force of that punch at all. "Nothing happened?" Seeing the man change the subject, Freya felt incredibly pleased. Shameless humans deserve to be trampled on and crushed. At first, she felt disgusted and thought that serving this human for 3 years was absolutely unbearable, and she wanted to run away. She's starting to realize that having food, shelter, and even a punching bag to hit her with isn't so bad. "Master, please have a meal." Upon entering the restaurant, Fiona immediately pulled out the head seat, bowed slightly, and spoke respectfully. "Yes, you can sit down and eat too." Ron glanced at his maid and Lilith, then picked up a knife and began cutting the lamb chops. "Little dragons, you can start your breakfast now." Before he could even speak, Lucia was already sitting at the table, watching him expectantly. Upon receiving the order, she immediately grabbed a leg of lamb and started gnawing on it. "Master, we should only be about 50 kilometers away from the swamp, right?" Fiona looked at the map last night and estimated the approximate distance. "Yes, it's about 50 kilometers away, but it's still about 80 kilometers away from the official settlement. 30 kilometers of it is swamp, so the road will probably be quite difficult to travel. On grassy ground, you can travel 60 kilometers a day without any problem, but in swampy areas, you can probably only travel 30 kilometers a day, and it's easy to get stuck in dangerous mud. We'll rest by the swamp today and set off tomorrow morning. The knights will be ready to scout the way ahead so the carriage doesn't get stuck in the swamp. Although it is a vast swamp, it is not a single, continuous swamp. There are also muddy areas covered with weeds, as well as grass and thin mud, enough for a horse-drawn carriage to pass through. Once you've thoroughly explored the route, traveling 30 kilometers a day shouldn't be a problem. Then we probably won't arrive at the settlement until tomorrow evening." After thinking for a moment, Fiona spoke. "The journey alone took 6 days, and it will take more than half a month to clear the wheat fields. Master, would you like to reconsider planting wheat?" She felt that even if winter came a few days later, wheat planting would be almost impossible. "I had someone soak the wheat seeds a couple of days ago and seal them. Now they have sprouted and can be sown in the rice paddies once they reach the territory." Ron wasn't completely ignorant about farming. Although he wasn't as skilled as an experienced farmer, he had farmed for a few years and knew a thing or two about cultivating seedlings. He also consulted several experienced farmers, who were all very humble and shared their wheat growing techniques without reservation. The wheat and rye seeds originally prepared were only enough to plant 300 mu of land and more than 200 farmers, which was about enough for the first year of development. However, now that the population has increased to about 600, cultivating 300 acres of land is far too little work. Even if some people can be assigned to other jobs, at least 500 or 600 acres should be prepared. So Ron soaked the food supplies Fiona had prepared and used them as seeds. However, he hasn't told his maid yet, afraid she'll get too excited. The owner even knew to cultivate seedlings in advance. Fiona was once again surprised by Ron's actions, but still offered a reminder. Reclaiming swampy land is definitely more difficult than reclaiming land. It would be very difficult to cultivate several hundred acres of wheat fields in half a month. Even if it's developed in about half a month, the arrival of winter is already very close. What should we do? Although Fiona was betting that Ron would fail, and kept saying that he would fail, she was actually the one who most wanted the wheat to grow successfully. In the past 2 days, she has also inquired about Lilith's research progress and the subsequent success rate. The answers I received were all guarantees that they could be researched and resolved. Lilith's confident demeanor was just as it had been when she had divined that Ron was a woman. Thinking about this made Fiona anxious, fearing that if the wheat was not successfully planted, the people would have no food to eat and would all starve to death this winter. This would be a fatal blow to their expansion efforts. And those weren't just 1 or 2 lives, but 500 or 600 living people? Therefore, Fiona believed that the wheat cultivation had to succeed, even if it meant being ruthlessly treated by her owner on harvest day. Success was the only option. The wheat field can be cleared within 3 days. Ron had been keeping an eye on Oville recently and had inquired about the specifics of her abilities. With Oville and Lucia together, they could turn at least 50 square kilometers of swamp into solid plains in a single day. If the goal is to turn swamps into arable wheat fields, it would probably be even simpler. After all, the ground on the plains is harder, so the energy consumption is greater. For wheat fields, all that's needed is a firm bottom. The top layer can be made of thin mud from a swamp. Sometimes the maid really doesn't know where the master gets the confidence to say that he can clear a wheat field in 3 days. Fiona felt that her master was becoming more and more prone to exaggeration, saying that he could find the dwarves and grow wheat before the harsh winter. Clearing out hundreds of acres of wheat fields in 3 days is all an impossible feat. If you clear a wheat field in 3 days, what are you going to do? Ron felt that he had tricked the maid so many times, he wouldn't mind doing it one more time. Let her experience the bitter consequences of her own actions. If the master really does that, then the maid will wear that strange maid outfit and come to the master's room for a midnight snack. Fiona deliberately emphasized the words late-night snack, as if she felt it wouldn't matter if she agreed to something so impossible. Even if that bastard owner got everyone to work together, it would be impossible to clear hundreds of acres of wheat fields in 3 days. So, it doesn't really matter if I agree to this. Her reason for agreeing was simple. Although it couldn't be done in 3 days, it could definitely be accelerated, and perhaps the wheat field could be cleared in a week, greatly speeding up the wheat planting process. In this way, even if the wheat isn't fully ripe before winter arrives, there won't be no wheat at all, there will still be some harvest. Okay, then I can feed you by hand. With Oville and Lucia there, it might not even take 2 days to cultivate 500 or 600 acres of wheat fields. That will definitely give my maid a real shock. Damn master, he must have been looking forward to this for a long time, but clearing out a wheat field within 3 days is an impossible task. Fiona was unaware of Oville and Lucia's abilities, believing they were no different from ordinary female dragons. It takes 10 days to half a month to clear land on normal muddy ground, let alone in swampy terrain. Clearing land in half a month is already extremely fast. My lord, I just performed a divination, and it seems your plan to cultivate the wheat fields within 3 days has failed. Lilith, who was listening intently, became interested and wanted to know if the plan to cultivate the wheat field within 3 days would be successful. Unable to resist the urge to try her luck, she consulted a fortune teller, and all the results pointed to failure. Lilith, who had unwavering faith in her divination skills, believed that clearing a wheat field within 3 days was bound to fail. Master, did you see that? Even Lilith, who is usually inaccurate in her divinations, was surprisingly accurate this time. Fiona felt that this witch had finally been accurate once in all her divinations, but the accuracy rate was truly worrying. If all witches are this good, Fiona feels she is perfectly capable of doing the job. That's a sure thing. Ron took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Originally, the success rate of expanding the territory within 3 days was at least 99%, and now that Lilith had done another divination, it was impossible to fail. What's stable? Fiona found her master's words inexplicable. Your enjoyment of a delicious late-night snack in a couple of days is all set. After finishing his meal, Ron took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and looked at his maid with a mischievous grin. It's all set. In just a few days, the main castle will be almost finished. I can finally enjoy the experience inside with the maid. Master is indulging in wishful thinking again, but of course, it's just wishful thinking. Fiona considered countless possibilities and concluded that it was impossible to cultivate hundreds of acres of wheat fields within 3 days. Don't worry, you'll get a good meal then. After saying this, Ron took out a map and spread it out on the table. Lilith, tell me, which is safer to take, Curtin Avenue or the path closer to the misty forest? Under normal circumstances, it is definitely safer to take Clifton Avenue. After all, the road was wide and the surrounding vegetation was not lush, which was not conducive to an ambush. The other path is less than 2 kilometers from the outer edge of the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest is home to many alien races, most of whom are hostile to humans, and there is a considerable chance of being ambushed. However, the more dangerous the situation, the more cautious Ron became, and he still needed to have the unpredictable witch perform a divination before he could feel at ease. No problem, I will definitely divine the safest path. Lilith was very confident in this simple divination. She immediately took out a compass from her waist, closed her eyes, and began to manipulate the star positions. As wisps of pale blue energy flowed into the compass, the pointer jumped, and the stars shifted. My lord has determined that Clifton Avenue is safer, while the path closer to the Misty Forest is more dangerous. Having obtained the results, Lilith confidently recounted the outcome of the divination. Fiona, standing nearby, wanted to complain. It was obvious without even looking that Clifton Avenue was safer, since the side path was closer to the Misty Forest and was definitely more dangerous. All right, everyone get ready and choose the more dangerous path. Ron was surprised. Common sense dictated that Clifton Avenue should be safer, but the result was quite the opposite. The side paths are actually safer. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? Why did you choose the more dangerous path again? Fiona found it strange that the 2 times Lilith performed divination for her the first time, Ron had chosen the more dangerous path. This time, they even chose an even more dangerous route. Heading to the pioneering lands, with caravans and serfs present, they would certainly take the safer route. After becoming a holy knight, I'm itching to get my hands on some real skills and I'm ready to go out and fight. Ron thought the opposite. The side road was safer, and if Clifton Avenue was more dangerous, it was probably because there was an ambush by alien races. Forcing your way through would carry considerable risk. After all, no one knows whether the alien race that ambushed them is strong or weak, so they will definitely choose the safer route. Moreover, this group of alien races clearly possessed some intelligence. They did not choose the lesser path, but rather the greater path where humans were more likely to appear. This shows that the danger is very high. Master is itching to show off his skills, but you can wait until we get to the territory. Fiona was getting anxious. They were almost at the swamp, yet they still had to risk going. We can't wait any longer, it's settled then. Ron didn't want to explain too much. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the knights to begin breaking camp. After they were ready, they boarded the carriage and headed towards the path leading to the Misty Forest. Fiona, who was in the carriage, tried to persuade him for a while, but seeing that they had already entered the narrow path, she stopped trying to persuade him. Her eyes were fixed on the Misty Forest on the left, as if she was afraid that something extraordinary might come out. Tread tap. Just then, Yarman rode up on horseback and stopped beside the carriage. Young Master Ron, the sounds of fighting can be heard from the outskirts of the Misty Forest, about 5 kilometers ahead. According to the Knight's reports, the battle is not large-scale. Please give your orders. Chapter 95, Annihilating the Orcs? Rescuing the Ice Wolf mother and daughter? Under the sunlight, on the path, the pioneering team was forced to stop. Upon hearing this news, Lilith's expression turned serious, sensing that a major crisis might be looming. Because she firmly believed in her divination results, this path must be even more dangerous. Fiona pursed her pink lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, because she knew she couldn't change the man's decision beside her. All holy knights, follow me to the Misty Forest to investigate the situation. Ron acted decisively, stepped out of the carriage, and gave orders to the knights around him. The remaining knights protected the caravan in the middle. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the knights immediately set to work, gathering the serfs together. The serfs were unaware of what had happened, and no one raised any objections. They obediently gathered together. However, seeing the knights drawing their longswords in preparation, I was still somewhat worried, wondering if something unexpected had happened ahead. Freya, you come along too. There might be a place up ahead where we need you. Ron thought it would be more convenient to bring along a dragon girl, since they had a deeper understanding of other races. Understood. Normally she would retort, but sensing something was amiss, Freya didn't say much this time and simply nodded in agreement. Freya, be careful if anything happens, and so should the Lord. Oville also sensed something. After all, with so many knights mobilized, there must have been some problem ahead that needed to be resolved. Lucia didn't speak, not because she didn't want to, but because she found it difficult to bring herself to say it, as she was lying on the sofa, fast asleep, hugging her tail. Don't worry, I will come back safely. Freya was very confident in her strength. Even if she encountered those powerful human knights before, as long as there weren't too many of them, she was confident she could defeat them. If you can't ride a horse, come on up. Ron, clad in silver armor, extended his hand, gesturing for Phyllis to mount her horse. No need, I can keep up. Freya was confident she could outrun a horse. As a dragon, her stamina and explosive power far surpassed those of ordinary creatures. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be able to catch prey every night. Her hunting method is similar to that of a cheetah. She uses a short burst of speed to rush forward and strike the prey's neck with a claw. This incredibly high burst speed is far beyond what humans can achieve. This is why, despite Ron's significant improvement in physical attributes, he is still at a disadvantage in every battle. Row. Freya didn't mount her horse, and Ron didn't force her, since the road wasn't far, only 4 kilometers. Set off. Ron flicked the reins, sending the horse's hooves flying into the air before landing and galloping away. The knights followed closely behind, riding alongside. Seeing this, Freya kicked off with her calf, sending sand flying, and with a lithe body like a cheetah, she sped away. Leaving the convoy far behind, it only took a few seconds to overtake the group of knights and arrive beside Ron, who was galloping at the front. This scene stunned all the knights. They hadn't expected this dragon with red scales to be so powerful. This was completely beyond their comprehension. Many of them who knew about the dragon race suddenly realized that the dragon running against the wind ahead was already an adult. The Lord has actually subdued a fully grown dragon. This deeply moved many people. 30 doses of Holy Knight potion were distributed, and after taking them, everyone successfully advanced to the rank of Holy Knight. Even a fool would know that this potion is definitely not ordinary. With today's incident, everyone is even more convinced that their Lord is no ordinary person. They believed that Ron had been hiding his true strength before, and was only now, as Lord, beginning to reveal it. The bodies of the dragon race are indeed powerful. Their speed is comparable to that of a horse. Watching the fire dragon girl dash off, Ron couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You think I'm as weak as you? As a dragon, Freya was quite satisfied with her powerful physique. In her view, the physically weak humans conquered the world through cunning and various means. Since you run so fast and are so strong, wouldn't we be invincible riding you on the battlefield? Ron was already picturing in his mind the image of Philia carrying him away. It's difficult to jump, but it's not entirely impossible. If you're tired of living, you're welcome to give it a try. Freya's vertical pupils narrowed, and she gritted her teeth, glaring at the man beside her. She might be able to tolerate being played with, but the idea of becoming a human's mount was something she could never tolerate. This is a hatred etched into the genes of the dragon race. It is said that in ancient times, dragons were enslaved by humans as mounts, so they loathed such things to the core. Dragons can be killed, but not humiliated? You're the one who discovered that I'm big. Ron wore an incredulous expression, as if some secret had been discovered. Only the weak talk about their strength. Phyllis extended her little finger and said with a mocking expression, You might be just right for humans, but for us dragons, you're completely inadequate. This shameless human actually managed to say such disgusting things about dragons. How can such weak creatures as humans have the audacity to claim they are powerful? If you think your belly is too small, you can come to my room and try it out. Ron, mimicking Freya's words, retorted. I have to say, it was quite satisfying to see her gritting her teeth like that. Philia turned her head away, no longer looking at the man beside her, because she had discovered that the way to deal with such a shameless human was to give no response. Everyone dismount and proceed on foot. When they were still a kilometer away from the fighting location, Ron tied the reins to a tree trunk nearby. Yes. The knights followed suit and tied their horses' reins properly as well. Since she couldn't understand human speech, Freya ran a distance before stopping and panting heavily. Although she has great physical strength and endurance, her burst of speed over short distances is only around 3 to 5 kilometers. She is now almost at her limit and needs to adjust her breathing. When you're galloping on horseback, the wind is so strong that you can't hear anything. As soon as they stopped, they heard the furious roars of wild beasts coming from the misty forest ahead. There was also a loud sound of trees falling. Just from hearing these sounds, Ron judged that the alien race that had appeared ahead was definitely not weak. Everyone follow along and do as I command. Ron jogged toward the direction from which the sound came, and the knights nodded and followed behind. Wait for my orders before you act. Seeing that Freya had caught up, Ron gave her a serious reminder, as he didn't want his subordinates to disobey orders during battle. I will obey reasonable orders, and I will make my own judgment if they are unreasonable. Phyllis smelled the blood in the air, as well as the scent of violence, humiliation, and fear. She was like this when she was in the tribe. She would obey basic orders, but she would make her own judgments, making her the opposite of Yarman. They were about to encounter the enemy, and Ron didn't want to say much, so he let her have her way for the time being. However, regarding obedience, we need to teach her properly how to do it in the future. If she is too obedient, then we'll have to resort to physical punishment. Lord, it's a dozen orcs chasing 2 demi-humans. The scout knights relaxed considerably when they saw Ron arrive with his knightly order. After all, things are different now than before. The team now has more than 30 holy knights, and their strength is already quite formidable. It is good. Ron stepped forward and, through a bush as tall as a person, saw a group of 2-meter-tall, muscular, fanged, and ugly beastmen 100 meters away, besieging 2 demi-humans with long gray hair and short blue-gray hair on their forearms and calves. They were back to back, leaning on each other, glaring fiercely at the beastmen. They all had scars, large or small, on their bodies, and their furry ears were grayish-white, looking very much like a puppy's ears, but it was not yet possible to tell what kind of animal they belonged to. The enormous orcs didn't seem to intend to kill them. Instead, they surrounded them and used huge wooden clubs to attack and provoke them. Several of the orcs, as if they had spotted something delicious, couldn't help but drool. These orcs are attacking the Ice Wolf clan. Save them? Philia immediately recognized the 2 petite females with furry ears as members of the Ice Wolf clan. As she spoke, flames flickered in her crimson eyes, as if she loathed the orcs. Why save them? They're not human. Maybe the orcs' homeland was destroyed by the Ice Wolf clan, and they've come for revenge. Ron shrugged, displaying an indifferent attitude. Actually, he was planning to rescue them, since subduing these two Ice Wolf clan members would allow him to obtain their illustrations in the encyclopedia. The Ice Wolf clan is a benevolent race and would never intentionally destroy other races. Freya frowned, her crimson vertical pupils filled with anger as she stared at the man beside her. Orcs are a bunch of parasites who only know how to burn, kill, and plunder. You can think of them as you among humans. If it were me as a human, I would definitely not save him. Ron remained firm in his stance, and the reason for this was simple. He wanted to teach the hot-tempered little dragon a lesson. Understood. After saying this, Felia's eyes turned cold. She naively thought that the humans beside her were not bad, at least they still had some kindness towards other races at heart. Only now does she realize that she was wrong. Humans are no exception, they are all cunning and evil beings? In that case, I'll save them. Even Filia herself couldn't guarantee that she could deal with so many orcs on her own, but seeing the weak female ice wolf about to be wantonly played with by this group of orcs, she couldn't stand it. Orcs are creatures even more vile than humans, they won't even spare a corpse, continuing to defile it even after it's dead. This kind of creature shouldn't exist. Tread. Leaving those words behind, Freya's sturdy legs gave a powerful kick, and her body shot out of the bushes like a cannonball, heading towards the orcs surrounding the two female ice wolves. Under the sunlight, her crimson scales shone brightly, constantly radiating waves of heat. Stop it. As she spoke, Felia exhaled hot mist from her mouth, and her hands transformed into sharp claws, which she then thrust fiercely towards the chest of an orc. The speed was so fast that the billowing hot mist quickly drifted away behind them. Stab. The sharp dragon claws pierced the orc's flesh as easily as cutting tofu, twisting ribs, and crushing the heart. The orc, who had turned around in astonishment, didn't even have time to react before the blood in his chest cavity instantly flowed backward, gushing out from his throat and nostrils. As the dragon claw was pulled out, blood gushed out like a pillar from the cut chest, and a bright red heart could be vaguely seen beating violently through the wound. Ho! The orc, pierced through the heart, instinctively clutched his chest. His body seemed to have all its strength drained away. He swayed and fell backward, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing. His half-open mouth seemed to want to say something, but it was blocked by the sweet, metallic taste of blood, and he could not utter a word. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The orcs, splattered with blood, reacted quickly, shouting a warning while simultaneously hurling their sturdy wooden clubs at the uninvited guest whose body was engulfed in flames. Bang! Freya reacted quickly. When she saw the other party raise his hand to make an attack gesture, she dodged to the side and quickly dropped the wooden stick, which slammed heavily to the ground. The sand that was hit immediately flew everywhere. Where did this female sub-dragon come from? Smash her! Bang bang bang! The other orcs nearby also reacted and, wielding wooden sticks, began to attack the man who had killed his comrade. Two fists can't fight four hands. Freya is now facing more than a dozen tall and incredibly strong orcs. Although they were a bit clumsy, their attacks were incredibly powerful and fast, nearly hitting Freya several times. However, Freya was no weakling. After dodging several attacks, she seized an opportunity, suddenly exerted force with her calves, and her body shot out. Her sharp claws, gleaming coldly in the sunlight, slid in a graceful arc and stabbed straight at the orc's chest. Stab. The blade sliced open the chest, pierced the heart, and splattered blood as it was pulled out. The orc's body shuddered, and the wooden club he had been holding high instantly slipped from his grasp, smashing down on his head. He fell forward with a thud to the ground. Bang bang. Snapped. After completing her attack, Freya tried to retreat, but the momentum from the burst of power caused her to slow down briefly. He narrowly dodged the first two attacks, but was struck in the lower back by a wooden stick coming from behind his blind spot. Instantly, a stinging sensation spread throughout his body, and his body was thrown forward by this powerful force. Freya staggered, trying to steady herself, but the orc wasn't going to give her that chance. Before she could regain her balance, he grabbed a wooden stick and slammed it down hard. Bang! Knowing she couldn't dodge, Freya crossed her forearms and used her claws to block the falling club. As the stick fell, it was sliced to pieces by the sharp dragon claws, sending wood chips flying everywhere. However, the downward momentum was still great, slamming Phyllis hard into the ground. If it were 5 or 6 orcs, Freya was confident she could take them down one by one, but there were simply too many of them. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Freya was like a trapped beast, being pressed to the ground and beaten with sticks, giving her no chance to breathe. Freya felt the sticks raining down on her, and all her strength was used to defend against the attacks. She had no way to retaliate. If there were fewer orcs, she could unleash flames during the gaps in her attacks, but the attacks were too dense and not enough to sustain the energy buildup. How to do? You absolutely cannot collapse here. You still have to bring Lucia and Ovil home. At this moment, the color of Freya's scales continued to turn red, and her crimson vertical pupils burned with flames, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Little dragon, being pinned to the ground must feel awful. Seeing that Freya had learned her lesson, Ron led his knights to surround her. Seeing the blood trickling from Philia's mouth and her disheveled hair, for some reason, his grip on the sword tightened. That doesn't need your pity. As the orcs were surrounded, their attacks quietly ceased. After getting a chance to catch her breath, the blood that flowed out of Freya turned into crimson flames that swirled around her. At this moment, she was bathed in flames, her crimson vertical pupils cold and deep, seemingly devoid of any emotion. It's not out of pity, after all, you've been my dragon for the past 3 years, it would be a pity if anything happened to you. Ron drew his long sword and immediately gave the order. Slaughter every single one of these orcs. After saying that, he strode forward, and the long sword in his hand immediately emitted specks of golden light as he slashed at the orc. The orc immediately used a wooden stick to block in front of him, but it was no use. The long sword, imbued with holy light, revealed its sharpness and sliced through the wooden stick as easily as cutting tofu. The blade traced a perfect semicircle in midair. The sword's edge grazed the orc's neck, first leaving a thin line of blood, then the head slid to one side, and blood gushed out from the severed neck. Kill. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The knights only launched their attack after receiving the order. Ron then severed the orc's head. The knights' confidence soared, and their long swords gleamed with starlight as they charged toward the orcs. After seeing the man behead the orc with a single sword stroke, Freya's brow relaxed slightly. Without saying anything, she rushed toward the orc beside her. The scene was filled with the clash of swords and the flying of stone chips. A fierce battle raged. Ron was able to kill the orc with a single sword strike because of his high three-dimensional attributes, fast sword-swinging speed, and the use of the highest quality Holy Knight potion. In addition, his nightly sparring and battles with Freya have enabled him to achieve his current success. The knight, who has only recently been promoted, is far from having this level of combat power. If he were to fight one-on-one, he might not be able to defeat a strong adult orc. Fortunately, their numbers were more than double those of the orcs, and they were mostly composed of 2 or 3 knights who carried out the encirclement and annihilation. Even if an orc has 3 heads and 6 arms, he is still too busy to be in 2 places at once. If he is not careful, his body will be riddled with holes. Excessive bleeding and constant depletion of physical strength ultimately led to his death through sheer torment. This is the advantage of being a knight. Fighting on horseback greatly reduces physical exertion. As if venting her anger, Freya moved with the agility of a cheetah across the battlefield, plunging into the chest of an orc and crushing his heart. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the battle to annihilate the orcs came to a successful conclusion. Only one knight was struck by a wooden stick that grazed his armor. He was not seriously injured, only suffering some bruising on his shoulder, but he still had no problem holding his sword. 1. We won. These knights had never been on a real battlefield, they had only practiced internally and occasionally went hunting in the mountains. Today can be considered their first battle, their first time facing a foreign race. Many people felt uneasy when they first saw the tall, muscular orcs. But when they saw their lord leading the charge and beheading an orc with a single sword stroke, they were overcome with righteous indignation. All fear and apprehension vanished, replaced by unwavering courage. This is why Ron first beheaded an orc. When the general leads the charge, morale will surely soar to its peak. How are you all? Philia walked up to the female ice wolf, who was exhausted, trembling with fear, and lying on her side on the ground. She spoke the common language of the subhuman race, a language spoken by most other races, except for humans. The older female ice wolves knelt on the ground, leaned forward, and bent their slender waists in sincere gratitude. Thank you so much for saving my daughter and me. Chapter 96, We've taken in the fluffy ice wolf mother and daughter. We've also acquired an ice wolf clan illustrated guide. Layers of mist permeated the dense forest, making the sunlight appear hazy. Orc corpses lay scattered everywhere, their blood staining the soil crimson, creating a scene resembling a painting of hell from afar. The ice wolf mother knelt on the ground, sincerely thanking her benefactor. The more petite ice wolf daughter bit her pink lips, knelt beside her mother, and buried her head on the ground. Thank you for your kindness. Perhaps it was the pain from the wound that caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. No need, we just happened to be passing by. That's how Philia is, she can't help but lend a helping hand to the weak without expecting anything in return. How are you? Can you walk? She knew that they were about to head to the new settlement, and the man behind her would definitely not escort the mother and daughter back to the tribe. I asked him out of concern. Yes, it's okay. Before the mother and daughter could speak, the daughter raised her head and replied with a stubborn look on her face. She didn't want to receive any more favors from others because she felt she didn't know how to repay the kindness of saving her and her mother. Don't force yourself if you can't walk, get on the carriage with me first. After listening to their conversation, Ron stepped forward and looked at the 2 ice wolf girls in front of him. He was surprised that he could understand the common language of demi-humans, which meant that he could communicate normally with almost all alien races. This is something no human being could do, except for Ron. As long as normal communication with other races is possible, subjugation or deception becomes much simpler. How do you know demi-human language? The plump and graceful ice wolf mother stared wide-eyed in disbelief as she heard the human in front of her speak. This was the first time she had ever seen a human who could speak a demi-human language, or rather, she had never heard of such a person in history. The female ice wolf cub, seeing the male human approach, nervously clung to its mother. This was the first time she had ever seen a living human being. Before, she had only heard rumors about humans from her tribal elders. From her elders, she learned that humans were ferocious and terrifying, that they ate little ice wolves, and that anyone who left the misty forest would be caught and eaten by humans. Although she was afraid before, she thought the elders might be deceiving the wolves. Now, seeing humans with her own eyes, she felt a sense of déjà vu, like a childhood nightmare coming to life. Freya, standing to the side, was also somewhat surprised, her crimson vertical pupils fixed on the man before her. This human not only speaks ancient dragon language, but also the common language of demi-humans. How is he possible? Philia felt there were too many suspicious points in this matter, because from ancient times to the present, there has never been a human who could speak both the ancient dragon language and the demi-human common language. The appearance of this human means that he is the first human capable of normal communication with all subhuman races. Thank you so much for rescuing my daughter and me from the orcs. Before they met, the male human did not respond, so the ice wolf mother immediately lowered her head and prostrated herself on the ground in gratitude. Its fluffy tail curls slightly from behind to the front, with the tip touching its lower abdomen. This is how the Ice Wolf clan behaves when expressing loyalty and submission. The wolf lay prone on all fours, its rump raised high, and its tail curled up, signifying submission. She felt that since this human had saved her and her daughter, he deserved this respect. Thank you. The female ice wolf cub, following suit, lay prone on the ground, its grayish-white fur tail pressed against its body. Perhaps out of fear, her body was trembling slightly. Lift your head up and tell me your name. Ron crouched down in front of the female ice wolf cub, grabbed her chin, and lifted it up little by little. At that moment, the other person's face came into full view. This female ice wolf has delicate features, a straight nose, and fair skin. Through her slightly parted lips, you can clearly see several sharp, white wolf teeth. Her long, grayish-white hair, soft and delicate, cascaded down her arms. Her pale blue pupils held a hint of mist and fear. I could clearly feel her trembling at the tips of my fingers. My name is MSEs. The female ice wolf named Muses was completely blank at that moment, and only instinctively opened her mouth to respond to the words of the human in front of her. The intense fear caused her body to tremble uncontrollably, and she was so scared that she wet herself. However, no one else saw this scene, but Ron, who was closest, witnessed it firsthand. However, his expression didn't change much, only the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He found it inexplicably amusing, which reminded him of how he would always scare the puppies so much that they would pee their pants. This female ice wolf cub, just like a puppy, was so scared she peed herself. Ron released his grip and looked at his plump and voluptuous mother. What about you? You can call me Shamir. Seeing the male human's gaze sweeping over her, the female ice wolf named Shamir felt very uncomfortable. MSEs, Shamir, I've got it. Ron nodded, then looked at the mother and daughter ice wolves with a serious expression. I want to recruit you as my subordinates. He didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose in rescuing them. By recruiting this mother and daughter ice wolves, you can obtain a monster encyclopedia entry, which will further enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Shamil was stunned. She had never imagined that humans would want to recruit her as a subordinate. Even if the other party offered to be his toy, Shamir felt it was understandable. After all, humans have very peculiar tastes, and they would not spare any female, even if she was of a different race. Of course, what she knew was only the tip of the iceberg. In fact, some nobles only needed a hole, and some noble ladies would even seek out strong foreigners to please themselves. Such things are not uncommon in this era. To repay your life-saving kindness, my daughter and I are willing to become your subordinates. After hesitating for a moment, Shamir loosened her tightly clenched red lips and agreed to this somewhat absurd request. Because from ancient times to the present, there has never been a case of a human recruiting an ice wolf as a subordinate. Of course, a big reason for this is the language barrier. They couldn't communicate and had no idea what the other was saying, so they could only use each other physically. Loyalty and gratitude are precious qualities of the Ice Wolf clan, so they cannot refuse the request made by their savior. Although they longed to return to their tribe and their homeland, they chose to follow the male human in front of them in order to repay the kindness shown to them. Ron understood this, which is why he stated his purpose directly, without beating around the bush or using any tricks. They will then agree. Shamir, Muses, from this day forward, you are my subordinates, Leonard Ron. I will fulfill my duties as a lord and provide you with food and clothing. All you need to do is offer your loyalty. Ron looked solemnly at the mother and daughter Ice Wolf pair. Your Highness Leonard Ron, Lord, we will always be loyal to you. Shamir and Muses prostrate themselves respectfully on the ground in obedience. They felt like they were dreaming as they watched what was happening. Unexpectedly, one day, he was rescued by humans and became their subordinate. Even if you told your tribe members this, none of the wolves would believe it. Congratulations on acquiring the Ice Wolf. You have now obtained the Ice Clan Encyclopedia entry. Ice Wolf Profile, Agility +1, Sense of Smell +2, Freeze Resistance +2, Canine Affinity +2. Ron felt streams of energy surging into his body. My body coordination and physical energy have improved significantly, and my nose seems to have been modified, allowing me to smell even more subtle odors. Even from a great distance, one could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Philia and the Ice Wolf mother and daughter, as well as the scent of grass and trees, and the stench of blood in the air. The freeze resistance is a good feature, which is perfect for the harsh climate of the far north. It may play a key role in combat after the onset of winter. After all, the weather is freezing cold, and even high-ranking professionals would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught of the cold. With these 2 points of ice resistance, Ron's cold tolerance is definitely much higher than that of an ordinary knight. It greatly helps in combat. As for canine affinity, it will be of great help in taming canine subhuman species in the future. At least there won't be any rejection from other races, which will make it easier for people to get along and communicate. Alright, follow me. Ron, satisfied with his harvest, nodded and mounted his horse. Taking in this mother and daughter ice wolves was a pleasant surprise, as they knew more about the Misty Forest than anyone else present. They can definitely serve as guides when we go to the Misty Forest in the future. Furthermore, Ron has many questions about the Misty Forest that he wants to ask the mother and daughter, but now is not the time. The group should get moving first. After dark, the area around the Misty Forest becomes very dangerous, as some more ferocious nocturnal aliens will appear. Therefore, the pioneer team needs to leave this place quickly and reach the vicinity of the swamp before dark to ensure their safety. How are you? Can you walk now? Philia originally wanted to stop the man from taking in the mother and daughter, but in the current situation, staying by the man's side might be the safest option. After all, once they're injured, they're like pieces of fat floating on the sea, attracting sharks just by the smell of blood. Although this shameless man is a bit lecherous and shameless, at least following him won't cost you your life. Moreover, she knew there was no way to stop it from happening. Thank you, we can go now. Despite being covered in wounds and having most of its hair stained red with blood, the injuries were mostly superficial, with no major damage to its bones or muscles, and it was still able to walk without problems. That's fine. Seeing that they could walk, Freya didn't offer to help them. She followed beside them, vigilantly sensing her surroundings to prevent any other beastmen from appearing. Orcs are a social species with an extremely high reproductive capacity. Their reproduction is very special. Pregnancy and childbirth only take half a month, but during this half month, the child in the womb will drain all of the mother's nutrients. After their mother dies, they will tear open her belly to give birth. If the mother is too weak, they will eat each other inside her belly in order to get more nutrition. Orcs are indiscriminate in their consumption of meat and vegetables. As long as it is female, regardless of size, race, or appearance, they will reproduce with her. It can be said that orcs are a bunch of filthy vermin that can never be eradicated. Furthermore, the children they have with other races have a chance to absorb their mother's abilities, which leads to an explosive growth of orcs every few decades. As the number of orcs increased, they became increasingly unscrupulous and began to invade other races, resulting in countless wars with humans over the past 10,000 years. Fortunately, humans won in both cases. Of course, if the orcs had won, humans would most likely have ceased to exist and been completely assimilated. This resulted in any race killing any orc they encountered. Ron instructed a few knights to notify the caravan behind to proceed this way, while he led the majority of the knights to stand guard on the path, waiting for the pioneers to catch up. Now that you have become subordinates of this human, there are a few things I need to remind you of. As a fellow demi-human, Freya felt it necessary to tell the mother and daughter ice wolves some important things. Then trouble you. Shamir nodded obediently and bowed to express her gratitude. She felt that the dragon with the beautiful red hair in front of her was going to teach her what she needed to be careful about while working under a lord, so as not to make any mistakes. The mother and daughter both pricked up their ears to listen. Although I don't know why he accepted you, I must tell you that this human has all sorts of peculiar fetishes towards demi-humans. You should be careful so as not to suffer any losses. Freya spoke frankly, so that they would be mentally prepared and on guard, lest they be devoured alive by this shameless man. As for why she gave this reminder, it's because Freya had heard that humans might develop a strong interest in females with complex relationships such as mother-daughter or sisterhood. She figured that given Ron's shamelessness, he would definitely be interested in something like this. Upon hearing this warning, Shwemir froze on the spot. She glanced at the man not far away and saw that he was also looking at her. Her plump and delicate body trembled, and she quickly looked away, unsure of what to do. So, this young male human only took him and his daughter in because of that kind of thing. He was their savior, and it was hard to refuse, but his daughter was still young, and that kind of thing had to wait until she was an adult. So if the Lord needs it, then he can only do it himself. Thinking of this, Shamir's cheeks flushed, and her ears trembled. Philia, you evil dragon, you're slandering the Lord again. Ron dismounted and went to the 3 demi-human girls. Don't worry, I have no interest in female ice wolves. He was speaking his mind most of the time. Although the mother and daughter were both good-looking and had great figures, he wasn't a stud, so how could he possibly want one just because he saw one? So, I'm not really interested for now. Of course, if we spend some time together and our feelings gradually develop, well, that's another story. Do you even believe what you say? Freya shrugged, giving him a knowing look. She was already well aware of the shamelessness of the man in front of her, and it would be impossible for Long Cai not to be interested. If I were that kind of person, would you still be able to maintain a flawless body? Ron scanned Freya's body from head to toe with ill intent, then smiled contemptuously. Ha! Phyllis sneered and glared at the man as she replied. I only avoided falling into your hands because I was on guard and vowed to resist to the death. Now that you can do whatever you want to me, do you dare say you won't touch me? If we had let him do as he pleased, things would probably have turned out very differently by now. For some reason, after she said that, her tail swayed slightly behind her. I'll still do it a few times. Ron was being honest, He never bothered to lie about these things, and if he wanted to do something, he would do it. That's it. For some reason, hearing the man's answer stirred up a strange emotion within Freya. It seems I'm gradually becoming less averse to this kind of thing. Especially its unruly tail, which started wagging back and forth, probably indicating that it had been looking forward to this for a long time. So now you're letting me do whatever I want, right? If you're tired of living, you can try it. Listening to Yi Long's conversation, the mother and daughter, both ice wolves, blushed. They began to worry about the future. Perhaps before long, they would be treated like toys by the Lord, to be left to their own devices. Soon, the pioneers caught up, and Fiona got off the carriage early and jogged over. Master, are you okay? She was very anxious in the car team just now, worried that Ron would get hurt. Despite asking several returning knights who all said the Lord was alright, Fiona wanted to see for herself to be sure. I'm perfectly fine. If you want to treat me with your mouth, I don't mind. Seeing his maid's worried expression, Ron tried to lighten the mood with a little joke. It's a shame the maid was worried about her master, but he started flirting with her the moment they met. Hearing Ron's words, Fiona was completely relieved. After all, if someone was in the mood to tease a maid, then they must not be injured. This isn't flirting. I just wanted you to comfort me with your words. You've got the wrong idea. Ron shrugged, making an innocent face. TCH, what does this bastard master think? How could his maid not know? There's no point in arguing with me. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with disdain. If the master can really cultivate hundreds of acres of wheat fields in just 3 days, then the maid's mouth will be at the master's mercy. The master must have wanted to do those things for a long time, but this time he will probably be disappointed. After all, how could hundreds of acres of wheat fields be cultivated in just 3 days? I think you're just craving something sweet. You're still thinking about it. The maid didn't mean anything by it. She was just urging her master to develop the territory properly once they arrive. Master, who are they? After getting into the carriage, Fiona noticed that Ron had brought in 2 demi-human girls with furry ears. Among the newly recruited Ice Wolf tribe subordinates, the older ones are mothers, and the younger ones are daughters. Ron didn't hide this fact, since it was obvious that there were 2 more female subhumans. The owner of this demi-human pair must have been lustful at first sight. He could have avoided the battle, but he brought them back because he thought they were so beautiful. Although Fiona didn't witness it firsthand, she had already started to imagine the scene from that time. What are you thinking? I left them behind to prepare for our future entry into the Misty Forest. This is indeed the second reason for recruiting them. The first is to obtain their illustrations, and the second is to make it easier to enter the Misty Forest in the future. After all, in addition to alien races, there are also various precious plants in the Misty Forest. The swamp has no trees, so the wood needed for building your territory, for wintering, and for charcoal must be obtained from the Misty Forest. Therefore, taking in the Ice Wolf mother and her daughter was a smart move. If you want to make contact with other alien races in the Misty Forest, they are the best diplomats. To improve one's strength, there are other ways besides making potions. By continuously recruiting other races as subordinates, one can obtain various illustrations and improve various aspects of one's physical abilities. If we could incorporate other tribes, that would be even better, as we could then lead them in battle. Human combat methods are too simplistic, adding various types of alien races would make it perfect. As long as we steadily expand our territory, we will surely be able to build the strongest army on the continent in no time. Chapter 97. Arriving at the outskirts of the swamp. The situation in the Misty Forest is complicated. Time flies, and dusk is fast approaching. After a day's trek, Ron's expedition team had left the Misty Forest and arrived at the swamp. Behind me were low shrubs, and in front of me stretched an endless swamp, overgrown with weeds and wildflowers. In the distance were a few small puddles, where fish occasionally splashed up waves. The waterbird, with its long, bamboo-like legs, looked down at the water and waited for its prey to approach. When the water rippled, the waterbird plunged its head into the water, and when it raised its head again, it had a lively little fish in its beak. Occasionally, small otters can be seen. Upon hearing noise, they raise their heads warily, sense danger, and plunge into the pool filled with rosy light, disappearing without a trace. Master, this place is so beautiful. Fiona had thought the swamp was a desolate wasteland with only weeds and mud, but to her surprise, the swamp under the sunset was as beautiful as a painting. Influenced by the beautiful scenery, she inexplicably wanted to lean on Ron's shoulder for a while. I just didn't have the heart to do it. The more beautiful something is, the more fleeting it is. Watching the sunset gradually disappear, Ron felt a pang of emotion, realizing that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it can be. The danger lies in the fact that it is easy for people to become addicted. A maid is not something that disappears in an instant. Fiona stared blankly at her master's profile, seemingly lost in thought. She felt that Ron was becoming more and more handsome. This kind of handsomeness doesn't refer to appearance, but rather to a mature inner self and a steady approach to handling matters. All right, master, let's go back for dinner. More than an hour earlier, the team had arrived near the swamp, but Ron did not set up camp in the swamp, but rather 2 kilometers away. He was unsure whether the swamp harbored any ferocious beasts, such as crocodiles or man-eating pythons. Even if knights patrol in the middle of the night, there's no guarantee that if this thing comes out, it will frighten the serfs, causing them to shout and scream, and they definitely won't be able to sleep well at night. To avoid this, it's best to set up camp away from the swamp. Moreover, the swamp is too humid, and the temperature difference between day and night in the far north is too great. If you lie down and sleep in this area for a night, you don't know how many people will catch a cold. Master must be thinking about quickly building up the territory so he can do some lewd things. Do you believe I can do something lewd right now? Trust. Master, please don't look at me like that. Ron and Fiona strolled along, chatting and laughing, in the evening breeze, the sunset casting long, long shadows of the two of them. What should have been a 5-minute walk took the two more than 10 minutes to get back to the camp. Ron's smug smile and Fiona's flushed face perhaps provided the answer. Master, please have your meal. Fiona pouted and pulled out the chair in the main seat. Although she seemed a little disgusted, she did everything she was supposed to do. You should sit down and eat too. After saying a few words to the maid and Lilith, Ron then spoke to the demi-human women in front of him. All right, little dragons, little wolves, dinner is about to begin. Previously there were only 3 dragon girls, but now there is a mother and daughter pair of ice wolves, and the team of alien girls is gradually growing. Perhaps it won't be long before we can fill a whole table. Yay, it's Lucia's favorite roasted lamb leg. After receiving the man's permission, Lucia picked up a leg of lamb roasted until golden brown and put it in her mouth, devouring it. It tastes so good. As she ate the roasted lamb leg, she squinted her eyes in bliss. Ovil and Philia exchanged a glance, smiled, and then twisted off the fragrant chicken leg to eat. Perhaps because they had just met, the ice wolf mother and daughter seemed a little shy. While everyone else was talking, they were still hesitant. Musus, my mother says that if you don't eat properly, you won't grow up. You should eat meat like me. Along the way, whenever Lucia saw a new demi-human join them, she would greet them very familiarly, which made Muses very embarrassed, and he could only give a simple response. But Lucia was such a chatterbox that Muses gradually relaxed as they asked a few questions and got a reply. In truth, she still harbored some fear of the dragon race. It was a fear ingrained in the genes of the wolf race. But this dragon, which was about the same size as himself, was just as cute as his tribe's companions, and not at all as fierce as his elders had described. Gradually, he stopped being afraid and started talking more deeply with Lucia. In just half a day, we became good friends. I also really like roasted lamb leg. MSE smiled, and mimicking Lucia, he hugged the lamb leg and began to gnaw on it. However, her mouth wasn't as big as Lucia's, so she ate at a slightly slower pace. Her mother, Shamir, was very happy to see her daughter integrating so well. Her gaze kept drifting towards the man in the main seat, as if she cared a lot about his attitude. Wolves are like that, they know how to read people's expressions. After spending a lot of time together, they can basically know what the other person is thinking just by looking at their expression. She was lost in thought, her gaze lingering on the man for a moment. Just then, Ron looked up and saw the ice wolf mother looking at him. At this moment, their eyes met, and they gazed at each other. Feeling embarrassed by the stare, Schwemeyer lowered her head shyly, her heart pounding wildly. Shamir, why are you staring at me instead of eating dinner? Seeing the ice wolf mother's cheeks flash, Ron immediately had a mischievous thought. No, my lord, I wasn't staring at you. She never imagined that such a thing would be brought up in public, especially in front of her daughter and Yeilong. However, she wasn't actually staring at it was just that her gaze happened to meet hers when she was distracted. If you weren't staring, why are you blushing? Young girls have their own playfulness and cuteness, while married women have their own unique charm. The two are not the same. Ron wasn't into young women, but seeing such a shy and demure werewolf mother, he inexplicably became interested and couldn't help but make a few teasing remarks. Cher was speechless, choked by the man's words. Her face turned even redder after being told that, and her grayish-white furry ears trembled slightly. With her daughter watching nearby, Shamir felt even more ashamed and wanted to crawl into a hole. Disgusting humans, just as I said, they've already started coveting this ice wolf clan mother. Fiona and Lilith cannot understand the common language of demi-humans, but Fulya can. She immediately frowned and stared at the man in front of her with her red vertical pupils. This shameless human really intended to harm the mother and daughter. Freya, I think your tail needs a rub again. If I catch it this time, begging for mercy won't help. Ron felt that she was becoming more and more like his maid, always saying strange things and always finding excuses to tease him. Therefore, Ron came to the conclusion that Phyllis needed to be disciplined. Shermiel, relieved to be out of trouble, felt a sense of relief, but listening to their conversation, she sensed something was amiss. She felt that this male human must have some kind of peculiar fetish for tails, otherwise he wouldn't keep bringing it up. It also has a fluffy tail. Thinking of this, her voluptuous body trembled slightly, as if she were worried that her tail would be wantonly played with by the other party in the future. When MSEs, the daughter, learns that her mother is being coveted, she doesn't know what to do. For some inexplicable reason, I wondered if I should tell the Lord not to do anything to my mother, or anything that might happen to me. She felt that this was a responsibility a daughter should bear in order to protect her mother from harm. Moreover, this human has shown immense kindness to me and my mother, and I must repay him properly. Thinking of this, MSEs couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling flustered and ashamed. She couldn't face this situation immediately, she needed to prepare herself mentally first. Before you touch my tail, I'll stump you into the ground and rub you hard. After these few exchanges, Freya became more and more confident that she could subdue the man in front of her. As long as he's strong enough, he won't be treated haphazardly. The idea of having his tail pinched only exists in his fantasies. Little dragon, your time to be arrogant is running out. The ice wolf illustration I just acquired only slightly increases agility. The boost isn't very noticeable in head-on battles. However, as long as you distribute the potions for mages, swift archers, and shadow assassins and obtain these illustrations, your strength will definitely increase significantly. At that time, Freya's physical advantage will no longer exist, and I will turn the tide, making it a reality for her to pin me to the ground and rub my tail. Boring. Freya shrugged, showing a completely indifferent attitude. She felt that the other party could only be suppressed and beaten at the moment. Once my depleted energy and blood have gradually recovered, the gap in strength will only widen, and then I can easily manipulate this shameless man. But for some reason, seeing the other person's inexplicable confidence, I felt inexplicably worried that they might have some kind of conspiracy. After all, humans are incredibly cunning, and the man in front of me was utterly shameless and had no bottom line. If this guy dares to do anything reckless, he's dead. Freya believed that strength was the only true measure of power, and that any schemes or tricks would be shattered. Shamir, I have something to ask you. After eating and drinking his fill, Ron wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and looked at the ice wolf mother in front of him. Unlike his previous flippant manner, his expression was now somewhat serious. Because this is the time to talk about serious matters, we can deal with those unserious things later. My lord, please tell me, and I will tell you everything I know. Shermai was initially worried that he might ask some strange questions, but seeing the man's serious expression, she felt relieved. How is your husband? Ron felt it was necessary to inquire about his subordinates' family situations before discussing serious matters. He was killed by orcs while hunting 6 months ago. When she talked about this, a hint of sadness appeared in Shimel's eyes. In the Ice Wolf tribe, females hold a high status, while males are merely tools. They only come together when it comes to reproduction. Male ice wolves usually hunt outdoors. He's my husband, but we don't really have any feelings for each other. We've spent very little time together over the years. When this topic came up, MSE stopped what he was doing and his eyes became resolute. I will definitely kill all those orcs and drive them all out of the forest. Shimel's use of her husband as a tool is influenced by the structure of a female-dominated society. Muses, on the other hand, sees her father as hardworking and a good wolf. He treated her very well, and every time he returned from a hunt, the first thing he would do was visit her. He would bring her the fattest meat, tell her about his hunting experiences, and teach her how to hunt and how to fight. Of course, these are things that male ice wolves should do. Almost all ice wolves do this. Hatred transformed Muses into a wolf, completely devoid of cowardice and timidity. MSEs. In fact, Cheryl really wanted to tell her daughter that she could find her another father next spring. However, he swallowed those words, because he was now living under someone else's roof, and it would probably be difficult to find someone else. If Ron knew her thoughts, he would surely grant this mother's wish. That's such a pity, Shamil, but don't worry, I will treat you and your daughter the way your husband treated you. As a competent lord, it is essential to soothe the emotions of one's subordinates. Ron clearly knows how to appease people. Thank you, Lord. Shamir pursed her red lips, bent her slender waist, and respectfully expressed her gratitude. For some reason, she felt there was something strange about what the man had said. Treat her the same way her husband treats her, even in that kind of situation. Thinking of this, Cheryl's fluffy tail couldn't help but lick against her body. Tell me about what's happening in the Misty Forest. This is what Ron wants to know. Only by understanding the Misty Forest well enough can he avoid making mistakes when hunting, logging, collecting berries, and precious herbs. Otherwise, in such a dangerous forest, the hunting party might be ambushed by orcs, resulting in heavy losses. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Shamir gathered her thoughts, took a deep breath, and began to speak earnestly. Within the Misty Forest, there are more than a dozen tribes, including the Ice Wolf clan. The smallest tribes have only a dozen or so members, while the largest tribe is the Orcs. Although they are divided into several tribes, each tribe has 200 to 300 members, and the number is increasing every year. She paused here. Therefore, the major tribes of the Misty Forest began to discuss how to unite and drive the Orcs out of the Misty Forest. However, after several rounds of negotiations, no agreement was reached, and everyone continued to fight their own wars without interfering with each other. Ron nodded after hearing this. In other words, the greatest crisis in the Misty Forest is the increasingly powerful orc race. That is a problem. Orcs reproduce extremely quickly. If they are allowed to continue like this, they may grow into a large tribe of 700 or 800, or even 1,000 people next year. It will be very difficult to deal with. The orc tribe now has 200 to 300 members, making it quite difficult to deal with. Fortunately, they are not very intelligent, so as long as the number of knights is increased, they can be defeated one by one. We need to deal with the orcs near the swamp first, so that hunting, gathering, and logging can be done safely. Otherwise, the constant presence of orcs would be a disaster. That's right. The other more powerful tribes have fewer members and pose a much smaller threat. Next, Shamir revealed the general situation of each of the major tribes. Having received so much information, Ron gained a deeper understanding of the Misty Forest. It is indeed very dangerous, because almost all the alien races are hostile to humans and will actively hunt them down. The Ice Wolf clan was no exception. They had no goodwill towards humans. If it weren't for the life-saving grace, Shamir wouldn't have chosen to become a human's subordinate. However, after spending half a day together, she gradually discovered that humans weren't as evil as she had imagined. I see, I understand now. Ron began to process the information he had received. Sure enough, sometimes imagination is beautiful, and there is a big difference between it and the facts. At first, Ron thought that hunting and gathering wouldn't be too difficult. After all, although the misty forest was dangerous, as long as he stayed on the outskirts, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, there are many alien tribes in the misty forest, including some with high intelligence who are full of malice towards humans. Once human traces are discovered, they will spare no effort in taking action. There are also the inherently brutal orc tribes. If these aren't dealt with, the risks of hunting in the misty forest are too great. After assessing the risks, Ron decided not to go hunting in the misty forest until all obstacles were cleared. Even when logging on the outskirts, he would need the holy knights to protect him. Wood is essential. Without it, houses cannot be built, and there is no source of charcoal. The far north has a long winter, and the territory has a great need for timber. Fortunately, besides the misty forest, there are scattered shrubs around the swamp, some as short as a person and some as thick as an adult's arm. Although it can be burned, it's still sufficient for a period of emergency. But this is not a long-term solution. Improving our strength is now an urgent matter. Ron felt that once the territory was established, they should consider dealing with Wilson Gray, this obstacle. Only by opening up this road can we trade with Winterfell, purchase materials, and create new potions. If we can make potions, we can produce holy knights in an endless stream. Once there are 50 or 60 holy knights, we can consider annihilating the orcs in the misty forest near the swamp and gathering or expelling other alien races. Only in this way can we develop with peace of mind. Otherwise, when the harsh winter comes, the lack of timber and charcoal will be fatal. The wheat was planted, but without charcoal, the people froze to death that winter. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, having a general plan in mind. Expanding territory is never smooth sailing. There are many problems to solve. Master has been frowning for a long time. Is he worried that the wheat won't grow well, and he won't be able to use the maids without restraint? After dinner, the demi-human women left together to hunt in the surrounding area and try some wild game. Seeing Ron frowning and deep in thought, Fiona didn't disturb him and stayed by his side. I'm worried that once I've used it, you'll be begging for punishment every day. What if that happens? Hearing his maid's teasing, Ron's mood improved considerably. Exploration was indeed difficult, but having such a loyal maid and adorable demi-human girls by his side was quite nice. Maids have no interest in that kind of thing, only lecherous masters are always thinking about it. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with disdain, then swayed her slender waist as she walked out of the tent. The way master looks at me is getting weirder and weirder. I'd better leave quickly, or who knows what that lecherous master might do. She knew that if she continued talking, she would either get into trouble with her mouth or be in a flurry of activity, so she took precautions to avoid that risk. But for some reason, after leaving the tent, Fiona felt a sense of loss, as if she shouldn't have left just like that. Ron stretched comfortably and stepped out of the tent. Improving his strength was the most important thing right now. At times like these, improving our strength means training. Naturally, Ron thought of Philia and prepared to have a big battle with her until late at night. You evil dragon, tonight I'm going to pound you into the ground and grind you into the dust. Seeing Philia eating roasted wild boar by the river, Ron didn't hesitate, grabbed his sword, and charged over. Damn it, your arrival has ruined my good mood. While grilling the meat, Freya was already wondering if this man would come tonight. Upon seeing that familiar figure, the corners of my mouth inexplicably turned up. Just wait until I trample you under my feet. Under the moonlight, a man and a dragon were locked in combat. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but when they looked at each other, I saw smiles on each other's faces. Chapter 98. The carriage gets stuck in the mud. Ovil easily solves the problem. The maid cries out that she's been tricked. Dew turns to frost, day and night alternate. The sky was beginning to lighten, then began to glow with golden light, as if some secret treasure was about to appear. The rising sun slowly ascends, dispelling the darkness and bringing light and warmth. The dew on the flowers and grass slid down the leaves, fell to the ground, and mingled with the soil, becoming one with it. Before dawn, the farmers had already gotten up, packed up their tents, set up pots to boil water, poured in chopped onions and wild vegetable leaves, stirred it all together, and a pot of hot soup was ready. Soak the black bread that was handed out last night in the steaming soup until it softens, and a heartwarming and stomach-warming breakfast is ready. Fiona got up even earlier, instructing the chef to prepare breakfast while it was still dark. After leaving the kitchen, she checked the supplies on each of the carriages. Once she was sure everything was all right, she began to wash up. After washing up, she changed into a clean maid's outfit and walked briskly to Ron's tent. You damn master, the sun's already high in the sky, why aren't you up yet? Opening the tent, Fiona went inside and found Ron still sleeping in. She walked over and gently placed her shapely buttocks, encased in black pantyhose, on the edge of the bed, her hands playfully pinching the man's face. That jerk of a master? He came home so late last night? Ron stretched after being woken up, opened his eyes, and saw his maid pouting as she looked over. Today is the day to go to the swamp, and the master is still not up early. Having learned her lesson a few times, Fiona prepared to lift her buttocks off the edge of the bed after the man woke up. But this time, as soon as she lifted her head slightly, the man's hand quickly reached out and hugged her tightly. Is this how a maid wakes her master up? Ron brought the maid to him, pressed his face against hers, and fully enjoyed her plumpness. I have to say, my own maid's peaches are really amazing. It would be wonderful to sleep with them in the future. Of course, it's also top-notch for other uses. You bastard master, let the maid leave right now. Don't stick your face up to me and do weird things. When the man approached, Fiona's delicate body trembled immediately, and her heart pounded wildly. That bastard Ron, he must have wanted to do this to me for a long time. If it were that maid outfit that the dragon girl wore, and it were pasted on like this. Thinking of this, Fiona bit her pink lips, a faint blush spreading across her face. What do you mean by strange? This is a proper hug. Ron gently rubbed his face against the glass, fully savoring the wonderful moment. I have to say, it felt really nice to have a maid wash my face first thing in the morning. What decent person would hug like that, you jerk of a master? Fiona twisted her slender waist, then sat down abruptly with her buttocks raised, using the rebound force to break free and get away from that hateful face. A master who's lewd towards his maid first thing in the morning is the most disgusting. Fiona moved a little further away, and looking at the man's expression, it was as if she were looking at a scumbag. Master, get up quickly. We should leave as soon as we finish breakfast. Today is the day we are supposed to arrive at the settlement, but you are still sleeping in. After saying this, she turned and left the tent, heading towards the restaurant. After enjoying the wonderful fragrance of lilies, Ron got out of bed comfortably, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and left the tent. The sweltering air suddenly became refreshing, and the warm sunshine felt wonderful on my skin. The temperature difference between day and night is huge in the far north, with daytime temperatures in the 20s and nighttime temperatures below 10 degrees Celsius, and this is before the onset of winter. When the dead of winter arrives, the nighttime temperature drops to tens of degrees below zero. That's when it's truly freezing cold. Without warm cotton clothing, you definitely won't survive the winter. Young Master Ron, a 12-meter-long man-eating python approached our territory last night, but it has been killed by the knights. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, Yarman, who had been keeping watch outside all night, respectfully reported on the situation of the previous night. Apart from that, everything is normal. Well done, Yarman. You take the knights to dinner. We'll depart for the swamp in 30 minutes. Just as Ron had predicted, there were man-eating pythons and swamp crocodiles in the swamp. If they had camped near the swamp last night, it would probably have caused quite a commotion. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Yarman respectfully gave a knightly salute and turned to walk towards the night camp. Ron went to the restaurant and dined with the maid Lilith and the demi-human girls. As always, the maid liked to say strange things. Lucia had a strong appetite and was enjoying the grilled meat with gusto. Ron ate while pondering his journey to the swamp. It's still 30 kilometers from here to the actual pioneering grounds, a journey that would normally take half a day by land. But this was a dangerous, muddy swamp where the carriage could easily get stuck in the mud or encounter some unexpected danger. We probably won't reach the settlement until evening. We'll have the knights scout ahead and find a road that the carriage can travel on. The 1,000-mile swamp is not a single, enormous swamp, it includes hills, lakes, bays, and rivers. However, the area is mostly swampy with almost no place to set foot, which is why no lord is willing to choose to develop such a place. The first carriage should ideally not carry any people, instead, load it with stones and wooden stakes to test the ground's bearing capacity. Meanwhile, he and the demi-human women sat in the second carriage. If a landslide occurred ahead, Lucia would use her ability to pump out the water, and Ovil would harden the mud, allowing the caravan to pass smoothly. With them around, the journey to the swamp territory will be much smoother. Ron, with his eyes fixed on Ovil, felt as if he had found a treasure. Noticing the man's gaze, Ovil felt extremely uncomfortable and could only pretend not to notice, burying her head in her food. The Lord has been staring at me all morning. Is he implying something? Or perhaps she had already decided that once they arrived at the pioneering area, she would take Lucia's place. Gumbling. Thinking this, Ovil swallowed a mouthful of dragon saliva, her tail swaying back and forth, as if anticipating something to happen. You bastard master? After making love to the maid first thing in the morning, you're still staring at the dragon girl's body. Your desires really have nowhere to go. After noticing Ron staring at Ovil, Fiona made a disgusted comment. That bastard Ron? He already has a maid, he's even kissed me, and he's still thinking about that dragon girl. If I borrow your mouth, won't that solve the problem? Ron didn't indulge her, and looked at his maid with a wicked grin. Once the wheat field is cleared, she'll be in for a rough time. She can only be arrogant for a couple more days. We'll go in and see for ourselves just how stubborn she really is. I would never lend my mouth to that bastard master, he'd definitely use it for weird things. Upon hearing the man's words, Fiona's throat involuntarily contracted, as if she were worried about something happening. I won't let that bastard owner do whatever he wants. Master, you can just dream about it. After all, it's impossible to clear hundreds of acres of wheat fields in 3 days. Fiona remained convinced that something so illogical could never succeed. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I agree, since this is an absolutely impossible task. You'll find out soon enough whether it's just wishful thinking or not. When Ovil uses her ability to manipulate sand, even if Fiona is stupid, she'll definitely know that it can be used to cultivate wheat fields. Ovil's abilities, when used for pioneering, are practically superhuman. It's even more exaggerated than the speed at which 1,000 people can develop simultaneously. The master spoke so seriously that the maid almost believed him. Fiona admitted that she had been intimidated by Ron's serious look, but then she thought it was impossible. Even if I succeed, I'll just satisfy my bastard master. Anyway, he'd force me to do this sooner or later. She hoped the wheat field would be cleared within 3 days, as this would greatly benefit the development of the territory. You're being stubborn. Just you wait and see. After eating and drinking his fill, Ron wiped his mouth, already looking forward to seeing his maid's expression after seeing Ovil's abilities. It's going to be amazing. That maid is just waiting to see her master make a fool of himself. And so, breakfast ended in a joyful atmosphere. Yesterday, Muses was quite shy, but after spending some time with Lucia, he became much more cheerful and was no longer as timid as he was at the beginning. However, when facing Ron, it still habitually lowers its head and droops its tail. This is a behavior that wolves exhibit when they show fear, vigilance, or submission. Her mother, Shamir, behaved relatively normally, with little emotional fluctuation. Of course, if Ron says something strange, that's another story. After dinner, they began to break camp and gather supplies, and the line quickly formed a long queue. Without any prompting, the serfs quickly followed the group, with no one falling behind or dragging their feet. Soon, the group arrived at the edge of the swamp. Many people were seeing such a vast scene for the first time. It seemed to have no boundaries, and beyond the sky was still a muddy swamp covered with weeds. Yalman, send 15 knights to dismount and scout ahead to find a road that the carriage can pass through. After the caravan stopped, Ron lifted the curtain and gave an order to the knight commander beside him. The terrain of the swamp is very complex, and you can easily get stuck in the mud if you are not careful. It is okay to walk alone, but if you are on horseback, you may get stuck in the mud in an instant. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Yarman immediately began to act. If he were told to send a dozen knights, his brain wouldn't be able to process it. However, once the numbers were precise, things became much easier, and knights were quickly selected to scout ahead. Soon, the caravan continued on its way, with 15 knights leading the way and a wagon loaded with timber following in second place. Ron's original plan was to pack some stones, but there were no stones at all in this desolate swamp, so he used wood instead, which could be used to start a fire after being transported to the territory. This can be considered killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ron himself, along with the women, sat in the second carriage, drawing back the curtains to keep a close watch on the carriage ahead, ready to take immediate action should it collapse. Because the swamp is very complex, sometimes a single carriage can pass through because of the root system of weeds underground. However, if too many carriages pass through, the area behind may collapse, causing the carriage to get stuck. Therefore, as soon as the first carriage shows even the slightest abnormality, action must be taken. Perhaps because we had just entered the swamp, the mud here was quite thick, and the weeds grew up to the chest height of an adult man, with roots covering the entire muddy ground like a giant net, keeping the ground stable. Sitting in the carriage was fine, but the serfs walking behind them were in for a rough time. The water was a bit cold in the autumn, and their shoes, socks, and trousers were soaked as they walked through the muddy water and grass. Moreover, the grass, which is half a person tall, has some very sharp leaves, and some even have thorns. If you are not careful, you will get scratched. Although the injury wasn't too serious, the cut was incredibly itchy. Despite the muddy and thorny road, none of these serfs complained, and none of them thought of giving up. Because they knew that as long as they followed the Lord and the man in front of him, they would have food to eat. It's okay to be a little tough and tired now, everything will be alright once we reach our territory. Master, the carriage ahead is stuck. Fiona, who had been keeping a close eye on the situation ahead, couldn't help but look at the man beside her when she saw the car wheel get stuck. Lucia pumped out the water from the swamp in front, and Ovally used the mud from the side to fill it in, creating a road that the carriage could pass through. Ron had already noticed that the carriage was stuck and immediately ordered the dragon women to start moving. Yes, sir. Ron had already spoken with them, so the 2 dragons already knew what to do. After getting off the carriage, Lucia immediately reached out and used her ability on the small puddle under the carriage. Instantly, the turbid water in the swamp seemed to be pulled by something, and little by little, it floated from the ground into the air. Then it fell into a larger puddle in the distance. After the water was drained, Ovil reached out and grabbed at the water in front of her. Instantly, the surrounding brownish-black silt converged towards the bottom of the carriage. After the silt filled the small pit, Ovil clenched her fist tightly. Boom! At that moment, the surrounding ground trembled, and the thin, bean curd-like mud gathered together, gradually solidifying into hard black soil. The carriage, which had been stuck deep in the mud, suddenly stood firmly on solid ground. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. They were so amazing. Fiona always thought that her master bought the 3 dragon girls to please her and to do lewd things every day. In her mind, no matter how strong the sub-dragons were, they were only comparable to the holy knights. Her ability to manipulate water and control the soil truly surprised her. As expected, those who can be by the Lord's side are not simple beings. As if she had seen through something, Lilith felt even more that the man beside her had good taste. They recognized their own extraordinary nature at a glance and chose a subhuman race with special abilities. The knights standing nearby stared in astonishment. They had initially thought these female dragons were just pretty faces, but they hadn't expected that each of them possessed extraordinary skills. Now you know why I was so sure the wheat field could be cleared within 3 days, right? Ron looked at his maid with a smug expression. She couldn't avoid this trap anymore and had no choice but to jump in. You bastard master, you've been keeping this from the maid all along, just to trick her. At that moment, Fiona suddenly realized what she would have to do after the wheat field was cleared, and her cheeks burned. Damn Ron, why didn't you say so earlier that the dragon girl possessed this ability? Waiting for me in a place like this. Oh no, I'm about to have to wear that weird maid outfit to my master's room to eat. Just thinking about it made Fiona's delicate body tremble slightly, and the inside of her mouth involuntarily tightened gently, as if she was worried about what was about to happen. I didn't hide it from you, you just didn't ask. Seeing his maid's embarrassed expression, Ron felt incredibly pleased. So, you're all set to come to my room in a couple of days wearing a special maid outfit and have a meal. It's hard to imagine what Fiona's expression, posture, and mood will be when she enters her room. That will be an absolutely wonderful night. The wheat field hasn't even been cultivated yet, and the owner is already so impatient. Fiona was actually quite excited to know that she could expand her territory within 3 days, because it meant that the chances of the wheat ripening had increased significantly. With careful watering, the wheat might actually ripen before the harsh winter arrives. However, I was also very uneasy and found it hard to accept that I would wear that maid outfit to eat in my master's room. Of course, if she were given the choice between success and failure, Fiona would choose success without hesitation. If she could choose, she would choose success, just like before the wheat ripens in the dead of winter. Even though she would be completely taken advantage of by the man in front of her after she succeeded, she was willing to accept it. Because in her heart, nothing was more important than Ron. Whenever the journey continued and the carriage encountered mud or got stuck, Ovil and Lucia would come to the rescue. But gradually, Lucia began to give up. After she finished controlling the situation, she would collapse in the carriage, like a soulless shell, weak and powerless. Lucia can't go on. Controlling the water is so tiring. Lucia felt that manipulating the water was far more tiring than releasing it, which only took a moment and gave the dragon an extraordinary experience. Clearly, she prefers freedom to control. We're almost there, just a short distance left. We can come a few more times at most. It was already noon, but Ron did not stop the convoy, because there were only 7 or 8 kilometers left to go, and they would soon reach the real pioneering grounds. Perhaps we should persevere a little longer, wait until we reach the settlement, then start cooking and begin researching territory development. My lord, Lucia really can't go on anymore, she's so tired. Lucia is like this, she feels uncomfortable all over as soon as she moves, and it's not as comfortable as lying down. If you don't go out to pump water, the amount of barbecue will be reduced by half. Ron used his trump card, cutting into Lucia's favorite food. I believe she will cheer up again just to eat barbecue. My lord, please? Lucia loves meat the most, please don't deprive her of meat. Lucia was craving meat, but she was torn between continuing to work. Because she's so clueless, she doesn't really grasp the concept of food being reduced by half, and since she'll be eating the grilled meat a little while later, she doesn't have a direct sense of how much food has been reduced. Well then, if you move, I'll reward you with a roasted lamb leg. Seeing that Lucia was somewhat interested, Ron changed his approach and had someone bring over a fragrant roasted leg of lamb, which he then waved in front of Lucia. Go down and pump the water, and this leg of lamb is yours. Faced with the visible roasted meat, Lucia couldn't resist the temptation. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, and she wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. She had no idea how much a 50% reduction would be. All she knew was that she had a roasted lamb leg right in front of her. Lucia will go right away, Lord, please wait for me. Lucia immediately became full of energy. She got out of the car, quickly drained the water, got back in, picked up a leg of lamb, and began to feast. That's just how Lucia is, she'll probably do anything as long as there's food. Through this incident, Ron also figured out the water dragon girl's personality. Next time he needed her help, all he had to do was prepare the roasted meat beforehand. If there's barbecue to eat, I bet she'd even be willing to eat raw meat. Chapter 99, Opening Up New Land? Ovil's tail being pinched? Something's wrong? Time flows like water, always slipping away unnoticed. Of course, it didn't flow that fast, it just got to the afternoon. The pioneering team started in the morning and moved forward without stopping until they finally arrived at the pioneering site. It was a small hill, with only a small section exposed, not covered by swamp, surrounded by waist-high weeds and bottomless silt. Such a small piece of land is too cramped to even build a mud brick house, it's completely unsuitable for expanding territory. Of course, this applies to ordinary nobles, who have no way to expand their influence, but Ron is the only exception. Because he has Ovil and Lucia, with them by his side, he can perfectly carve out territory in the swamp. Master, this hill is too small. After getting off the carriage, Fiona stepped onto the grass-covered hillside and couldn't help but mutter a complaint. This is temporary, it will soon become a vast territory. After saying this, Ron looked at the dragon girl standing to the side. Ovili, Lucia, you shall begin filling in the land around the hill. It's still early before sunset, so let them fill in a large area of land first, so that we can set up the tents. Otherwise, spending the night in a swamp with such a large temperature difference between day and night would likely cause many people to freeze to death. Yes, Lord. Ovel didn't complain at all, because she knew she desperately needed a place to stay. Otherwise, we'd have to sleep in the cold mud at night. My lord, Lucia is so tired. Lucia only pumped water a few times and didn't do much work, but she made a lot of noise. When Ron saw her like this, he wanted to shut her up and teach her the consequences of not working. After working for half an hour, you can enjoy this fragrant, sizzling lamb leg. With expansion imminent, there's no other way but to lure him with delicious food, and then I'll teach the disobedient little dragon a lesson later tonight. Yay, Lucia loves roasted lamb leg the most. This trick might not work on others, but it always works on Lucia, who can't control her appetite and can't resist food. Seeing that there was lamb leg to eat, she immediately became very motivated and worked with Ovel to fill in the ground to make it flat and solid. As the water in the puddles was drained, the fish, shrimp, and crabs that had been swimming freely in them suddenly lost their protection and could only thrash about in the mud. These are all high-protein, high-nutrient foods, which are a good replenishment since we've almost finished eating the meat along the way. At Ron's command, the serfs rolled up their trousers and sleeves, went into the mud, and began catching fish and crabs. A man's love for hunting is ingrained in his bones and genes. No man can resist the temptation of fish and shrimp. The swamps are free from external invasion and overfishing by humans, so their water resources are exceptionally abundant. Many experienced farmers have also caught high-quality wild game such as soft-shelled turtles and eels, which are very nutritious when stewed or fragrant when roasted. There were too many fish to eat in one night, so Ron asked Ovel to choose a spot, dig out the soil, and build a large fish pond 2 or 3 meters deep to raise the fish that they couldn't finish eating. When we want to eat it another day, we can just go down and catch it. However, turtles, eels, and snakehead fish cannot be put into fish ponds because these creatures can go ashore and burrow into the soil. Fish ponds that have not been treated simply cannot raise these kinds of things. We'll have an extra meal for everyone tonight. Ovally, you should cultivate about 30 acres of wheat fields in this area. After watering the wheat seeds and letting them sit for a few days, they all sprouted tender shoots. At this point, they need to be scattered into the fertilized field, and they will grow into seedlings in 4 or 5 days. Just in time, wheat fields were cleared out, and once the wheat fields were cleared out, the people could start transplanting rice seedlings and planting wheat. How much is 30 mu? What is a wheat field? For Over, who lives in the Yalong tribe, these words are completely incomprehensible. Forward. Ron paused for a moment, then began to describe to Ovel how big an acre would be and what a field for planting wheat seedlings should look like. Wheat seedling fields are similar to wheat fields. Wheat seedlings need fertile, muddy soil, while wheat fields do not need much water. They only need some ditches to be dug out, and they can mature quickly by occasional irrigation, pest control, and weeding. Under Ron's guidance, Ovel understood roughly how much an acre was, and together with Lucia, they began to divert water and quickly reclaimed about 30 acres of wheat fields. However, besides the silt, there are also many weeds and grass roots inside, which need to be cleared out before the wheat seeds can be sown. At this point, the serfs came in handy. With the hard work of more than 100 farmers, the weeds in the wheat field were all cleared away in less than half an hour. I don't know if they all wanted to show off, but in the 30-odd acres of wheat field, not a single blade of grass grew, not even a single weed root could be seen, only brownish black mud remained. This black mud is very fertile. It is fertilizer formed from the sediment of withered grass and dead animals over hundreds of years. Then, the farmers, in pairs, carried the sprouted wheat seeds off the carts, stood on the ridges of the fields, and evenly scattered them into the fertile wheat fields. The farmers worked with great enthusiasm, their faces beaming with happiness as they worked up a sweat. Because they know that the wheat seeds sown now will one day turn into golden ears of rice, providing food for the winter. What we are planting now is not wheat seeds, but the hope of survival. The setting sun, slanting in the west, intertwines with the evening glow, performing its final dance before parting. As the sun set, Ovel wiped the sweat from her face, lay on the ground, exhausted but smiling happily. Seeing that vast expanse of weeds and mud transformed into solid land through their hard work, Lucia felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Seeing everyone's shocked, astonished, and admiring gazes, Ovel felt very satisfied and accomplished. Delicious? The roasted lamb leg is delicious. After finishing her work, Lucia didn't have much time for anything else. All she knew was that working would earn her a leg of lamb. Can a sense of accomplishment be eaten like meat? Nothing beats a delicious, fragrant leg of lamb. Ovally, Lucia, thank you for your hard work today. If it weren't for the fact that you filled in more than 10 square kilometers of land, none of us would have had a place to sleep tonight. Ron looked at the two dragons gently, quite satisfied with their performance. With over 10 square kilometers of land, there's enough for 700 or 800 people to camp out at night. The rest can wait until tomorrow, when they can get busy with the rest. The land needed for the initial stage of the territory will be basically filled in. We'll make plans for the remaining land after we've cleared the wheat fields. This is what I should do. Ovel lay on the ground, panting heavily, and responded with a laugh. For some reason, the admiring and praising gazes of the knights and farmers made her happier than a simple thank you for your hard work from the man in front of her. My lord, we'll have roasted meat after we finish our work, right? Even though she was so tired that she was lying on the ground, Lucia was still thinking about food. All-you-can-eat barbecue tonight. To motivate the water dragon girl, Ron decided to let her eat her fill tonight. because we'll be counting on her to work all day tomorrow, and she needs to clear at least several tens of square kilometers of land to be used for the basic construction of the territory. We'll make plans for the remaining facilities once the wheat fields have been cleared. Yay, Lucia loves barbecue the most. Upon hearing that she could eat as much as she wanted, Lucia's mouth began to secrete sweet ambergris. Perhaps because she had expended too much energy, she inexplicably wanted the Lord to help her massage her tail. But with so many dragons around me right now, I had to swallow this idea. You all rest for a while, dinner will begin shortly. An hour earlier, Ron had instructed the chef to begin preparing dinner. Just wait a little while, and the fragrant roasted meat will be ready. Ovil and Lucia didn't want to move, so they simply lay down on the grass to rest and wait for the big meal. During this time, Freya stayed by her side, unable to offer any immediate assistance. Of course, with her strength, she's very useful in battle. Master, Yarman just brought back news that only the water in the small lake 6 kilometers away is drinkable. The rest of the water is overgrown with algae, and the water is full of silt and weeds, so it is not suitable for drinking at all. When Fiona reported the news, her expression was rather unpleasant. According to Yarman's estimate, that small lake can only sustain daily water use for 7 or 8 days. I originally thought that after arriving at the settlement, everything would go smoothly and the expansion of the territory would become much easier. Unexpectedly, we encountered such a big problem as soon as we arrived in the territory. Although the swamp has plenty of water, it is also full of weeds, silt, and algae. 7 or 8 days should be enough. In the next 2 days, I will have Yarman lead the knights to continue exploring the outer areas. Ron wasn't surprised to hear the news, because he had already learned about the structure of the swamp back in Winterhold and had considered issues such as water and timber. If all else fails, we can dig a canal from the Ketchis Mountains, 40 kilometers away, directly into the territory. This mountain range was right on the way we came. We saw that the spring water flowing down was clear, so we got off the carriage and rested for 10 minutes to replenish our water. When Ron got the water, he had already considered that if the swamp ran out of water, he would have Ovel use her ability to dig a large irrigation canal and build a large lake in the territory, which would be perfect for raising fish and shrimp and providing a daily water supply. Make a few ponds upstream, the water there can be drunk directly. 40 kilometers is too far. Fiona was surprised to hear the news. She hadn't expected Ron to think of that river, though the water there was indeed delicious. No matter how clean the water in the swamp is, it's not as clean or as delicious as spring water flowing down from the mountains. It's alright, with Ovil here, it should only take about 2 days. After seeing Ovil's performance today, Ron could roughly estimate how much she could accomplish in a day. She was born to do infrastructure work. She was a master at reclaiming wasteland, building territories, and digging ditches and canals. One dragon is worth thousands of people. Without Ovil, no one could have established a territory in the swamp. That's right. Fiona nodded, then sighed. But she's been working so hard lately. Your lordship must reward her properly and absolutely must not bully her. As she said this, she pouted and looked at the man in front of her with disdain. Master, you absolutely must not lay a hand on such a hard-working and capable dragon girl. Fiona felt that now was the most important time to expand her territory. With such a capable assistant, we mustn't let him be ruined. If something goes wrong, it will be a huge disaster. Is it possible that appropriate physical and mental well-being can relieve fatigue and give us more energy for the next day? This is what it means to balance work and rest. If you're exhausted after a long day and can't relax at night, what's the point of having any energy? Ron thought Ovil might like it, since all dragon girls are probably the same, their tails are their weakness, and they like to be squeezed. Master has so many fallacies and heresies. How could the dragon girl possibly need such a thing? Fiona pouted and glared at Ron in annoyance. Then tell me, if I don't bully her, who will I bully? Ron took a half-step closer, looking at his maid with a wicked grin. The meaning of this sentence is quite obvious. Once the wheat field is cleared, the maid can be bullied by her master all he wants, right? Fiona felt that her master was really impatient. He could have been satisfied in just 2 or 3 days. Damn owner, couldn't you even wait a little while? Even so, I can't agree to my master's strange request. Besides, the territory isn't even fully developed yet, so wearing those kinds of clothes is really inappropriate. Fiona felt that it was inappropriate for outsiders to see that maid outfit. That bastard owner must have been waiting for this for a long time. Then tomorrow I'll have Ovil build a simple dwelling. Ovil's ability is unique, she can alter the structure of the soil. However, the harder the soil becomes, the greater the energy required and the longer it takes. If the soil were to reach the quality of rock, it would take at least 2 days to build a castle. We'll build a sturdy, simple dwelling tomorrow. That way, you don't have to live in a tent every day. As for the construction of the central castle, it will probably not begin for another 10 days to half a month. After all, Ovil has a lot to do. The castle matter isn't urgent and can be delayed. The priority should be to solve the problems of the wheat fields and water sources. You damn master, you're actually that eager for the maid to wear that outfit. Facing the man's burning gaze, Fiona turned her head away somewhat embarrassed. I'll go check over in the kitchen. It's called a kitchen, but it's really just an open kitchen built with tarpaulins. It's okay for keeping out the rain, but it's drafty on all 4 sides. However, there's no other way, things have to be resolved one by one. The territory should be mostly completed within a month. After the maid left, Ron plopped down next to Ovil. How are you feeling? Tired after a busy afternoon. Actually, it's not that tiring, and the energy consumption is manageable. Seeing the man's sudden concern, Ovil felt inexplicably flustered, especially since they hadn't known each other very well before, and his current gentleness made her feel a little uncomfortable. Exhausted, Lucia lay down on her side on the grass, hugging her thick tail, and fell asleep. Perhaps feeling the pressure while fighting the orcs, Freya walked to a distant open space and began to cultivate. How could I not be tired after being so busy for so long? Ron moved closer and reached for Ovel's swaying tail. Since you're tired, let me rub your tail to soothe your body. His purpose in doing this was to help Ovil's body return to its best condition. Because when you feel happy and relaxed, all your fatigue will disappear. After you feel better, eat some more meat and get a good night's sleep so you'll be more energetic the next day. Ovil felt her tail being grabbed, and her delicate body trembled violently as a surge of intense energy coursed through her entire body. My lord, you don't need to rub my tail like that, I'm not that tired. This was the first time she had ever experienced the feeling of her tail being squeezed. Before, she had only fantasized about it, only guessing what it would feel like by looking at Lucia's expressions and talking in her sleep. Now that I've truly experienced it, I realize how wonderful it is. There was a tingling, exhilarating sensation that reached right to the tailbone, spreading throughout my entire body. Relax, this will relieve your body's fatigue and make you sleep more comfortably at night. Ron, like a professional masseur, gently massaged the tail of the little dragon in front of him. In just a moment, the originally hard scales became soft, and its tail trembled as if it were going through something intense. With the blush on Ovil's face, Ron knew that the little dragon was enjoying himself. Ovil initially wanted to refuse, but after pressing for a while, all her strength seemed to drain away, her mind went blank, and she was completely unable to suggest stopping. Luckily, Lucia was lying next to her, otherwise someone would have seen her tail being rubbed. So that's why it feels so good to have your tail rubbed by the Lord. No wonder Lucia always has such a happy expression. This feeling. It's strange, I think all other humans are ugly and I don't want to interact with them. But for the Lord. Gumbling. Ovil swallowed a mouthful of hot dragon saliva, bit her pink lips, closed her eyes, and began to enjoy the pleasure emanating from the tail. My lord. The sun sets behind the horizon, and the evening glow disappears into the clouds. As darkness gradually descended, it crept in like a tidal wave, penetrating every crevice. Within the territory, a torch was erected beside each tent, bringing light and heat while dispelling the chill and darkness. After the black bread was distributed, the serfs started to boil water in a pot. Once the water boiled, they added some fish, onions, and wild vegetables. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the pot. We caught a lot of fish today, and each resident received 2 ounces of fish meat so they can have a small feast tonight. This was the first time they had tasted meat since leaving the city. Some of them hadn't even seen meat for a month or 2. So much so that just the smell of fish soup makes my mouth water uncontrollably. The food at the night's camp was much better. There was plenty of fish and meat, as well as some mutton and chicken, a very hearty meal. Ron is eating better here than he has a few days ago. In addition to roast chicken and roast lamb leg, there is also turtle soup and stewed eel. The soft-shelled turtle is delicious too. Perhaps it was because she had eaten too much barbecue, but Lucia found the stewed turtle to be exceptionally delicious. You're a hero today, eat more, and keep up the good work tomorrow. Ron smiled as he looked at the little dragon in front of him. What? Lucia's eyes widened, and she pouted. We still have work to do tomorrow. She thought that once she finished today's work, it would be over. There's roasted turtle to eat. That's fine. Lucia said that as long as there's food, anything is negotiable. Of course, if she is very tired, she will only eat if the food is placed in front of her. After eating and drinking his fill, Ron wiped his mouth, got off the table, went to the small table next to him, took out paper and pen, and began to draw the layout of his territory. The overall structure of a territory is crucial in determining its quality. Swampy areas can be freely expanded, allowing for the construction of larger territories. First, the road must be wide enough for 3 carriages to travel side by side. This way, as the territory develops, there will be no need to demolish and replan the roads because they are too narrow. Therefore, roads are the most important, followed by drainage systems, which are also very important, especially in swampy terrain, where rainwater can easily overflow during heavy rains. Ron continued planning until late into the night, finally drawing up all the facilities in the territory and the location of the main castle. Once this territory is completed, there's no need to worry about problems even if it develops very well in the future. Because Ron considered everything from a long-term perspective, even with the expansion of territory, there was no need for a complete replacing. Chapter 100 Fiona's Round, Perky Buttocks? Great. Lacking wood and water? Time flies like an arrow, and day and night have already alternated. The sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn, followed by wisps of golden light. The rising sun dispels the darkness and casts its warmth. As soon as it was light, the people got up one after another, went to the lake to fetch water, and started fires to cook. However, some people struggled for a long time today but couldn't start a fire because they had used up all the wood they had collected, and the swamp only had weeds that hadn't dried yet, so they couldn't start a fire. So they borrowed some kindling from someone and lit the half-dried weeds. There was a lot of smoke, but at least the fire was lit, so they wouldn't be without a hot bowl of soup. Fiona witnessed this entire scene, and she sighed deeply, muttering to herself. Water is scarce now, only enough for 6 or 7 days. Timber is even more urgent. If we don't have enough timber today, we won't be able to start a fire and cook. There's also the issue of wheat cultivation and food. Thinking about this, Fiona felt overwhelmed. She hadn't expected to encounter so many difficulties in expanding her territory. Before even encountering any other lords, the affairs within the territory were already causing great distress. It will pass, everything will be all right. Fiona raised her fist, cheered herself up, and felt that as long as she was willing to work hard, the current problems were not problems at all. It's tough and difficult now, but this is the initial stage of development, and everything will be better next year. After calming her chaotic thoughts, Fiona arrived at Ron's tent, lifted the curtain, and went inside. Damn master, today is the first day we arrived in the territory, and you're still sleeping in. Seeing that Ron was fast asleep, Fiona gently placed her round, pert buttocks on the edge of the bed and loudly called for her master to get up. Ron probably stayed up too late cultivating last night, and drawing maps at night also consumed too much energy. Even with all this noise, he didn't wake up. She just blinked a few times unconsciously, but was still sleeping soundly. You jerk, your mouth is moving all over the place, you must want something to eat. As if possessed, Fiona lifted her round, upturned buttocks, and sat down. Masters who don't get out of bed will be punished by the maids. While Ron was asleep, she performed a reversed heavenly stance. Ron, in his sleep, felt inexplicably suffocated and unconsciously reached out to pry open the things in front of him. You jerk, you can't even stay still in your sleep. Feeling the man's hand pushing her, Fiona's plump, upturned buttocks trembled slightly and she couldn't help but sway. His owner would be so happy if he found out he was playing a trick on him. After all, his master had wanted him to treat him this way for a long time. Gumbling. Feeling the man's breath through his mouth and nose, Fiona couldn't help but swallow. Ron woke up groggily, first feeling the heavy object pressing down on him disappear, and then his breathing became easy again. The air I inhaled carried the delicate fragrance of lilies, but unlike before, the scent was stronger and more enticing today. Opening his eyes, he saw his maid, her shapely buttocks tightly encased in black pantyhose, resting lightly on the edge of the bed, her expression alluring. You bastard master, you just opened your eyes and you're already staring at the maid's body with those lewd eyes. Fiona was flustered inside, but on the surface she still put on a disgusted look. That kind of owner is the most disgusting. Luckily I left quickly, otherwise my owner would have found me. If the owner found out about this, they would definitely hug and nibble on it. Just thinking about it made Fiona feel a little overwhelmed, her delicate body trembled slightly, and a faint blush spread across her face. If you sit on the edge of the bed, who else should I look at if not you? Ron was puzzled. This was clearly his tent, so why had the maid come in and done something strange, and now she was even accusing him? I can't take it anymore. But something's off about the master's eyes. Fiona felt as if those eyes could devour her at any moment. This made her want to leave, but for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to do it today. She seemed to want to see what the man in front of her would do to her. Don't you know why my eyes look strange? When Ron woke up last time looking completely bewildered, he had some suspicions, and today he was certain that his maid must have done something to him. Otherwise, why would I always wake up looking completely bewildered? Seeing the maid sitting on the edge of the bed, Ron seized the opportunity and hugged her tightly. I immediately felt a soft, fragrant sensation, and my face was filled with a sweet aroma. It has to be said that my own maid is not only good with her mouth, but also has a very nice round and perky butt. Even if they can't extricate themselves, they are willing to be deeply involved. The maid doesn't know why the master is acting strangely. Feeling the sudden closeness, Fiona trembled and immediately gave the man next to her a look of disgust, staring at him as if he were a scumbag. You bastard master, stop getting all lustful towards the maid first thing in the morning. Let the maid leave right now. I knew Ron would do these things to me. If she wore that maid outfit, who knows what she would look like. Fiona couldn't imagine how crazy she would be treated when she put on that special maid outfit and went to the man's room in a couple of days. It will become strange. You lewd maid, don't you know what you did to your master just now? When delicious food is within reach, why would you let it slip away without fully enjoying it? After a couple of days of doubt, Ron now knows that the reason he was so confused was because of that lousy maid. He never expected that the maid, who always looked at him with a scumbag's expression, would do something like this to him. It's such a cute contrast. That silly expression was great. The maid was just waking up her master, there was no sitting involved. At that moment, Fiona admitted that she panicked. She hadn't expected that such a thing would be suspected. But she was certain that she hadn't been seen at all, it was just the man next to her making wild guesses. That bastard master must be too eager for the maid. He had strange fantasies as soon as he woke up. The maid would never sit on the master like that. Fiona continued to be stubborn, because she knew that as long as she didn't admit it, there was no evidence. Once you admit it, your master will think you are someone who likes eroticism. Therefore, this kind of thing should absolutely not be admitted. Is it a delusion? I feel like it's really happening. His maid's words made him slightly suspicious, but the strong scent of lilies and the pressure on his face didn't lie. Given the maid's current shy and embarrassed appearance, Ron was certain that the maid must have done something to him. It's okay if she doesn't admit it. As you get to know her better, she won't be able to control herself and will do things in front of you. At that time, Fiona would probably glare at him with disgust and disdain, but her body would honestly help him. That didn't actually happen, it was all just the master's delusion after he woke up. Fiona seized the opportunity, lifting her shapely buttocks, encased in black pantyhose, away from the man. Because she couldn't handle the intensity, she was afraid that if it continued like this, she would become strange. Don't wake your owner up like that again next time. As she reached the tent entrance, Fiona turned her head and gave the man a disdainful look. Master, get up quickly. After breakfast, we'll start working on the expansion. That damn owner? With so much development work to do, he still has the mind to do this. After the maid left, Ron got out of bed and began to wash up. After washing up, he changed into a well-fitting black suit and went out. The weather outside was sunny and breezy, perfect for getting things done. However, they really had all the advantages during this period, as it didn't rain at all. Hopefully, this good weather will last a little longer so that the territory can be fully developed before the weather changes. Otherwise, building a territory would become much more difficult, and everything would become damp. Young Master Ron, apart from hunting some man-eating pythons last night, everything was normal. Yarman remained as dutiful as ever, arranging for knights to patrol the territory in shifts every night, and he himself didn't go to sleep until late at night. He got up again as soon as it was light and stood guard by Ron's tent. All right, Yarman, you and the knights below, you begin your meal. Ron patted the knight commander on the shoulder with satisfaction. He was quite confident in Yarman's abilities. Once an order is given, the mission will be accomplished even if the sky falls. Master, please have a meal. As soon as Ron entered the tent, Fiona pulled out the chair for the main seat and waited respectfully for her master to sit down. Although something had just happened that she found unbearable, and even went back to her tent to change into a soft inner shirt. But he remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about everything that had just happened. Yes, you can sit down and eat too. After Ron sat down, he gave an instruction to Fiona and Lilith, and then looked at the demi-human girls in front of him. You can start your breakfast now. Yay, Lucia can eat roast lamb leg again. As usual, the greedy water dragon girl, upon hearing the man's words, grabbed a large lamb leg and began to gnaw on it. Ovel and Philia, perhaps influenced by Ron, changed their dining style. They turned their index fingers into sharp claws, sliced the lamb legs into strips, sprinkled them with their secret seasoning, and then skewered them and put them into their mouths. They are as skilled as humans at using knives and forks. Philia felt that eating like this was much more elegant, and eating it one strip at a time was more palatable. After spending the past 2 days together, Schwemeyer and her daughter have gradually become familiar with everyone. At least I don't feel like a stranger. My body hair is clean, my wounds have fully healed, and I feel much better. Perhaps out of shyness, Muses used to only eat 1 leg of lamb per meal, but after getting to know him better, he stopped hiding it and started eating 2 legs of lamb and a roast chicken in 1 meal. However, her appetite wasn't as good as Lucia's. After eating so much, her little belly became round and bulging. This sense of satisfaction made Muses feel that he was not much different from the tribe, and the Lord was not bad, at least he did not make any strange demands. Actually, the night before last, Shamir had told her that if the Lord brought up the matter of training, she should tell her mother, and she could take her place. But how could Muses let her mother do this for her? She felt she was grown up and should share the burden with her mother, not put all the pressure on her. Master, I just checked and the wood in the territory is almost gone. It will probably only last for 2 days for daily firewood. Fiona put down her knife and looked at Ron with a touch of melancholy. In the morning, I saw many people using weeds to start fires. They probably won't have any wood to start fires today. This is her biggest concern right now, and if it's not resolved quickly, it could lead to serious problems. During the day, wood is needed for cooking, and when the weather gets colder, charcoal and wood are also essential for the room's heater. Winters in the far north are exceptionally cold, and the territory of 700 or 800 people faces a severe shortage of timber. I already have a plan for the timber. Last night, Ron listed out all the issues that needed to be resolved within the territory. What are your plans to do? Fiona was very curious about how her master planned to solve this big problem. We can't go to the Misty Forest for now. There are too many alien races there, and the lumberjacks will probably be attacked frequently. Ron cut his beef with a knife and spoke calmly. So I decided to have the knights lead the people to cut down some bushes in the surrounding area to use for now, and then cut them down after we have cleared out the alien races around the Misty Forest. A logging team of several dozen people can cut enough timber to last through the winter in about a month. Therefore, as long as the alien races in the Misty Forest are cleared out within a month and a half, there will be no need to worry about the timber. The surrounding small hills and shrublands, if cleared, can sustain us for about a month. That is indeed a solution. Fiona nodded, but still felt that the swamp lacked too many things, not only wood, but also water. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. What she didn't know was that with Oville around, as long as the issue of the alien invasion was resolved, the 40-kilometer journey wasn't far, and the carriages could transport timber back and forth every day, making the collection quick. After eating and drinking his fill, Ron wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and looked at the dragon girls in front of him. Oville, Lucia, after you've eaten, start exploring the area we planned yesterday. The expansion of the territory was also imminent. Only after the land was filled in could the main castle, the night camp, and the farmers' residences be gradually built. Yes, my lord. Ovel nodded seriously, having no objection to the matter. She inexplicably liked this feeling. Watching the swamp, full of weeds and mud, turn into land under her control gave her a great sense of accomplishment. The Lord massaged my tail yesterday, so I need to work even harder today. Thinking about this, Ovil's cheeks flushed slightly, as if she was anticipating whether her tail would get a massage after her busy day was over. I'm really strange. This kind of thing should make the dragon gradually fall into depravity. But I just can't help wanting to continue. My lord, if Lucia is busy all day, she'll break down. Lucia swallowed a large mouthful of lamb leg, looked at the man in front of her with a pitiful expression, and began to whine and act coquettishly. If you ask her to eat for a day, she'll be willing, but if you ask her to do chores for a day, she really won't want to move an inch. After working for half an hour, you get a roast chicken to eat. Ron had long since figured out Lucia's temperament and had prepared about 20 roasted chickens in advance, so that Fiona would send her one every half hour. He would take some nights with him and the lumberjacks to find suitable logging sites, and while they were at it, they would also take a look at the Ketchies Mountains to determine the route for water source development. Once the wheat fields are cleared, let Ovel start building an irrigation canal from the territory. This will allow us to successfully resolve the water source issue. But I'm so tired. Lucia's mouth was watering at the mention of roast chicken, but she still felt exhausted after a long day. Then you won't be able to eat this fragrant roast chicken, lamb leg, turtle soup, and eel. Ron continued to threaten him with food. Lucia, just do the work. In the end, Lucia, who had a sweet tooth, couldn't resist the temptation of the food and chose to work hard. This time, Freya didn't speak, because she also knew the importance of expanding territory. If it weren't for expanding territory, she would probably say that she could go hunting and bring back the spoils. When we expand our territory and fish with our people, you will supervise the work. With Ovel around, there's not much to worry about in expanding our territory. The fishing went smoothly yesterday, and the people were working very hard. But I'm not here today, and I'm afraid something might happen. Don't worry, Master, I promise I'll handle things perfectly. Fiona is like this, although she broke this pattern when she woke Ron up in the morning, she still kept up her act. Ron wasn't in the mood for teasing right now, he just nodded. If it were before, he probably would have teased his maid quite a bit. Freya, Shamir, and Muses, you'll come with me later to hunt some animals. Ron's mission on this trip included protecting the logging team, scouting water sources, and hunting some meat. Since the sheep and chickens were almost gone, they needed to replenish their meat supplies before forming a hunting team. With Freya's perception, taking her hunting is no more useful than taking hunting dogs. Then there's this mother and daughter ice wolves. They have an excellent sense of smell and can spot prey from a great distance. With 20 holy knights by their side, they wouldn't dare return to their territory without hunting 1,000 or 800 pounds of prey. Yes, my lord. Shemel and her daughter Muses immediately nodded in agreement. Although Freya agreed, her tone was much colder, and she seemed very unwilling. To put it bluntly, his mouth needs to be disciplined. This kind of arrogant little dragon will behave itself if you grab its tail, pin it to the ground, and give it a good beating. Ron knew Freya's personality perfectly well. Her tail had given him the answer long ago. Let her be arrogant for 2 more days. Once the magician, the swift archer, and the shadow assassin distribute the potions, she'll taste the consequences of her arrogance. This time, we won't let her off so easily. Master, please be careful on the road. Despite their constant bickering, Fiona couldn't help but feel a little worried when Ron went out to investigate. Don't worry, I won't die until you fulfill your bet. Ron made a joke with a smile to ease the tense atmosphere. You jerk, you always say things like that. Fiona pursed her lips, and seeing the curtain close, she immediately spoke to Yarman, who was not far away. Yarman, remember to protect your master. You don't need to remind me. Yarman really wanted to say, why don't you make sure your older brother is safe too? Is my brother's life not a life? For this logging trip, Ron selected a total of 60 men and over 30 wagons, all of which were sent out to haul timber. Of course, some of the carriages were reserved for transporting game. Because of the shortage of timber, there isn't much meat either. There's also Lucia at home, crying for food, waiting to be fed. However, Ron felt that this was not a solution. He decided to try it when he got back that night and see if he could entice Lucia to work harder by rubbing her tail. All the dragon girls have the same weakness. After having her tail massaged yesterday, Ovelie's mental state is much better today. I imagine Lucia is no exception. Chapter 101, The Reindeer Hunt Begins? The Ice Wolf Clan's Powerful Nose? Ron led the convoy back along the route they had taken. After Ovel reinforced the road, carriages can now pass through normally, and it should hold up for a while. Once the wheat fields are cultivated and the irrigation ditches are dug, she should be instructed to follow the ditches and cultivate a road large enough for 4 carriages to travel side by side. Just as they were digging the ditch, they needed to fill the sides with soil. Having Ovel fill in the shape of a road will make road construction easier. However, Ovel and Lucia had a tough time during the initial stages of their expansion. Especially Ovel, whose operation is more complex, more precise, and consumes more resources than Lucia's, who is merely pumping water. Ron was not a stingy person, and he would reward such a hard-working and capable subordinate appropriately. I'll go back later and think about how to reward her. Soon, the carriage drove out of the swamp. What appeared before them was no longer an endless expanse of mud, but brownish-yellow shrubs, with a few large trees whose branches and leaves were withered. It's only early autumn, but the climate in the far north has already turned the leaves yellow and withered, creating a sense of desolation as autumn turns to winter. Go and cut down trees nearby, fill all the wagons, and send them back to the territory. The rest of you can continue cutting down trees. After getting off the carriage, Ron gave orders to the group of people who were holding axes. The wood from 30 horse-drawn carts is estimated to be enough to fuel only 200 or 300 people, and it would take 3 trips to meet the territory's daily needs. It's more than 30 kilometers from here to the territory. The roads are bad in the swamp, so I can probably only make 3 or 4 trips a day. Yes, Lord. Upon receiving the order, the people went to the bushes, rolled up their sleeves, raised their axes, and chopped down the tree trunks. In a short while, the 3 to 5 meter tall tree fell to the ground at an angle. The serfs stepped forward, cut off the excess branches, carried them on their shoulders, and neatly piled them in the carriage. Everyone worked efficiently, and as they said, they frequently went up the mountain to cut down trees. Seeing that everything was all right, Ron left 4 holy knights to protect the people and led the rest of his men toward the Ketchis mountains. 4 knights, 2 to protect the villagers who were cutting down trees, and 2 to accompany and protect them on the way to transport the timber. Although this area is far from the misty forest, and it's unlikely that there will be any alien interference, wild beasts such as man-eating pythons and crocodiles are still quite common. Untrained serfs were completely unable to cope and could only flee for their lives when faced with such an encounter. The logging forest is less than 10 kilometers from the Ketchis mountains. After leaving the swamp, the carriage traveled even faster, and in no time, it arrived at the stream at the foot of the mountains. As soon as Ron stepped off the carriage, he felt a cool mountain breeze on his face. The sound of a gentle stream of water filled my ears. The river is not large, only about 4 or 5 meters wide. The water is clear, and sunlight shines through the water, which is more than a meter deep, onto groups of fish and shrimp. As he drew nearer, Ron could clearly see his own mottled reflection on the water's surface. This approach startled the fish and shrimp, causing them to scatter in all directions. Everyone, rest here and have a drink of spring water. Ron squatted by the river, scooped up a handful of spring water, and drank it. It has a refreshing and sweet taste. The water here is far superior to any small lake in the swamp. It's more delicious than the river water in Winterhold, or even anywhere else in the north. This may be related to the structure of the Ketchis mountains. For some reason, the upper part of the Ketchis mountains is covered with a thick layer of ice and snow all year round. When the sunlight shines on it, it glitters with golden light, dazzling and mesmerizing to behold. This water is so sweet. After the knights finished drinking the water, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, thinking to themselves, if only we could drink this water every day. However, in their view, this was somewhat unrealistic, since transporting water into their territory was too labor-intensive and resource-intensive, covering a round trip of 40 kilometers. Once I have Yelongniang dig a canal into the territory, we can drink from it every day. Today, Ron surveyed the terrain and found that there were no obstacles. The mountains here are very high, and a canal can be dug to allow water to flow naturally into the territory. Once the wheat fields are cleared, digging can begin. My lord, that's wonderful. The knights were thrilled upon hearing the news. Mother, the water here is so sweet. The misty forest where Muses lives also has many springs, but they are all groundwater and not as sweet as mountain spring water. My mother used to drink water here when she came to hunt in the area. Shamir recalled that she had come to this mountain range several times when she went hunting before. However, that was a long time ago, and now they are less likely to venture out of the misty forest. As the orc tribes grew stronger, humans also frequently came to hunt on the outskirts of the misty forest, causing their living space to shrink continuously. Freya, what's wrong? You seem a little unhappy. She and her mother chatted the whole way, but Felia seemed to have something on her mind, staring out the window the whole time. Whether she's happy or not, she's always like this. Ron couldn't help but mutter, this fire dragon girl, if she weren't so arrogant, she'd actually be quite nice. He rarely speaks except when he's with Olivia. That's because you're here, that's why I can be happy. Philia glanced at the man with a detached expression, clearly not very happy. If I were to fight Ron right there and then, I'd probably be grinning from ear to ear. I don't think I did anything to you along the way, did I? Ron was puzzled. He hadn't laid a hand on her, so why was he being called shameless? His mouth definitely needs some discipline. Your damn eyes, they seem to be on us the whole time, don't they? Philia is actually somewhat immune to Ron's gaze now, but being stared at all the time still makes her feel a little uncomfortable. If I weren't strong enough to beat this shameless human, I would probably have been forced to do strange things long ago. This reminded her of Fiona, the human woman who was always forced to do strange things. You're sitting across from me. My eyes aren't on the back of my head, so what am I supposed to look at if not the front? The carriage was so small that you could only look straight ahead. Of course, I would occasionally glance at the highlights of their bodies. There's nothing we can do about it. The sight of the beautiful objects bouncing around as the carriage jolted along was truly captivating. As a proper gentleman, Ron certainly wouldn't miss such a beautiful view. The carriage kept bumping along. Surely that can't be his fault? Is there nothing wrong with that thing that's waving around in front of you? You know perfectly well what you're looking at. Freya suddenly realized that doubling her growth after adulthood wasn't all a good thing. If it were smaller, it might not have been noticed. But for some reason, when a man stares intently at my body, I feel a strange surge of intense emotion. This caused her tail to wag uncontrollably the whole time while she was in the carriage. This tail is really disappointing. Now that the spring water is fine, you can use your abilities to find the hiding places of the prey nearby. Although Ron's sense of smell has improved somewhat, it is still far inferior to that of the subhumans. He can now smell things within half a kilometer. The nose stops working when it's far away. The Ice Wolf clan possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell, even more so than that of ordinary wolves. If the wind is blowing in the right direction, they can detect scents from tens of kilometers away. Their ability to find prey is top-notch. We'll have them join the hunting team later, which will make finding prey much easier. The rest of the team will just need to focus on their accuracy. If Phyllis is alright by then, let her join the hunting team. Firstly, her strength is quite good, which can ensure the safety of the hunt. Secondly, it has a strong sense of perception and can detect hidden enemies or spies in the surrounding area. This way, when patrolling the mountains or hunting, you won't be spotted without even realizing it. Sometimes danger arises from this. Once you're targeted by an alien race, you gather your companions, and then battle becomes unavoidable. Leave the hunting to me, my lord. Shamir was quite confident in her nose. Back in the tribe, she was always able to lead her team to find the hiding places of their prey. If the complex terrain of the misty forest is no problem, then the area near the Ketchis mountains will be even less of a problem. After saying that, she lay down on the ground, pressed her nose close to the ground, closed her eyes, and with each breath she took, she could get a lot of information from the air. Muses had also participated in several hunts. Although he was not as experienced as his mother, he followed her example, lying on the ground and searching for the scent of prey. The way this mother and daughter ice wolves were lying down looked no different from that of a puppy. Her posture was captivating, making one irresistibly want to approach her from behind. When Phyllis noticed the man's gaze fixed on the high, rounded buttocks of the mother and daughter ice wolves, her brows furrowed even deeper. That shameless human must be thinking something truly awful. MSEs, how's it going? Have you caught the scent of your prey? Shamir had found the prey's hiding place, so she asked her daughter who was standing nearby. She wanted to gradually pass on her experience to her daughter. I've smelled it, but I can only confirm that it's near the eastern side of the mountains. I can't tell exactly how far away it is. For the Ice Wolf clan, smelling a scent is simple, but discerning the number and distance of prey is something that will take them years, or even a lifetime, to learn. The location is correct, but Muses cannot determine the number and distance of the prey, so he cannot be considered a good hunter. Shamir taught him very patiently. First, you can use other smells in the air to determine the approximate location of the prey, and then use the smell of the prey's droppings and urine to determine the approximate number. Remember these smells, and then after hunting a few more times, you will gain experience. Hunting is like this. In addition to being taught by words and deeds, one also needs to learn through repeated hunts and by observing changes in scent. A good marksman needs to be fed bullets, and a good hunter needs to gain experience from each hunt. The same applies to battles. Only lords who are frequently on the front lines can gain experience through repeated battles and do better next time. Ron saw this pioneering effort as the cornerstone for conquering the world. Only by gaining valuable experience in this pioneering war could he be at ease when facing major battles, nobles, or even nations in the future. If you let someone with no experience command a large army, you can imagine what it would be like. There have been too many similar incidents in history. When soldiers are handed over to generals who are incompetent in warfare, even a force of 100,000 can be routed and lose their armor and weapons. Could this be a problem with the soldiers? My lord, there are about 40 reindeer foraging in the plains about 12 to 14 kilometers east of the mountains. Shamir confidently stated the location and number of her prey. This is something that can only be achieved through years of hunting experience combined with talent. Alright, get in the carriage and head east for 10 kilometers along the mountain range. Ron was pleased with what the Ice Wolf mother had said. She is indeed a natural-born hunting material. With her around, it's like giving the hunting team a full map cheat code. No prey can escape her nose. However, one thing to note is that humans and demi-human girls don't speak the same language, so I'll have to act as the middleman and teach them some gestures. This way, when going out hunting, Shamir only needs to make a gesture, and the hunting team will know what to do. Yes, Lord. The knights mounted their horses, and although they didn't know what they were going to do, they still followed steadily behind the caravan. Freya, do you say this? This is what professionalism is all about. For some reason, Ron couldn't help but tease her when he saw her. This seems to have become the norm for the two of them. They're either arguing or exchanging pointers. Our expertise is something we subhumans excel at. What does it have to do with you, a human? Philia didn't want to talk to him at all. He was clearly human, but he acted like he was the one who had found the prey. But it has something to do with you. The Ice Wolf clan has such a keen sense of smell, while you are much weaker in that respect. Ron wanted to use this incident to teach the hot-tempered fire dragon girl a lesson. But my fists can pin you to the ground. Philia wouldn't be discouraged by such things. A keen sense of smell is an advantage for wolves, and as a dragon, she doesn't need to compete in such matters. For some reason, her tail rose a little higher. That shameless human, I'm going to give him a good beating tonight. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you in a couple of days. Ron plans to go back and select archers, form a hunting party, and distribute the potions as well. This way, my strength will increase significantly, and I can finally crush Freya into the ground, no longer just a fantasy. I've heard that many times. No matter how many times, I will bring you back to reality. Freya was quite confident in her strength, and with her energy and blood replenishing every day, her strength was increasing daily. So how could I possibly lose to this shameless guy? The journey of a dozen kilometers was not far, and we soon arrived near the hunting grounds. Ron had the carriage stop early, and everyone dismounted. Ron then began giving orders. Next, we'll implement the plan of surrounding 3 areas while leaving 1 open. You guys will circle around the prey gathering area ahead and drive the prey in this direction from 6 directions. This terrain is still very suitable for hunting, as the mountains prevent prey from escaping in one direction. All you need to do is drive the reindeer over, and you can hunt them down. Yes, Lord. The knights who received the order nodded, mounted their horses, and began to move out. You don't need to go too fast, and be careful not to startle the deer. Ron knew perfectly well that prey might panic and run away indiscriminately when it felt a great threat. To avoid this, they need to slowly circle around. Understood, my lord. Those who can become holy knights are not fools, they are mostly captains. The profound meaning can be understood in just one sentence. They mounted their horses and quickly moved towards their designated location. The rest of the people tied ropes to nearby tree trunks to prevent the reindeer from escaping quickly. If you can't kill all 40 or so reindeer at once, the rest will run away in a frenzy. In that situation, they will be so panicked that they will overlook some details and trip over the ropes. Once you fall, you basically can't get up again. Even if the reindeer find the rope, it will greatly slow down their escape speed, leaving them vulnerable to being caught and hunted. Yes. The remaining 10 knights received the order and began to act, tying 30 ropes between the surrounding tree trunks to create a makeshift barrier trap. I've sent people to drive the reindeer away. We're hiding here, waiting for the reindeer to walk right into our trap. Ron told the demi-human girls about his hunting plan using the demi-human common language. This is a perfect hunting plan. Shemel and her companions also used this hunting technique when they were in the tribe. Simple, convenient, and highly practical. All other fancy hunting methods are far less practical than this. My lord, so you can hunt too. Muses originally thought that humans didn't hunt at all, and that they were a group of evil creatures living in strange cities. Of course, I know a lot more than just hunting. Ron smiled as he looked at the ice wolf girl with cute ears. It has to be said that the feeling she brings is different from that of the dragon girl. It's all fluffy and cute, making you want to keep one at home. Ron has now succeeded, raising 2 dogs, a mother and daughter. It's covered in fluffy fur, it must be so comfortable to hug in winter. So awesome. Muses was no longer as shy as before. After getting to know Ron better, he dared to take the initiative to talk to him. At first, I didn't even dare to watch it. That's just her personality. She's very wary of strangers and worried that something bad might happen. They'll only start talking once they're familiar with each other. She thought this human was actually quite nice, not as evil and terrifying as her elders had described. After all, if what the elders said is true, then she and her mother would already be in the men's mouths by now. Of course, what she didn't know was that she might actually get bitten several times in the future. Being forcibly devoured. The reindeer herd is coming this way. With her enhanced senses, Fulya noticed a herd of reindeer running towards her from about 2 kilometers to the east. However, the speed was not very fast, it was running at a steady pace. Everyone conceal your presence and prepare for the hunt. The place is less than 2 kilometers from where the reindeer are, and they will arrive soon. Ron immediately gave the order to prepare for the hunt. The knights drew their long swords and hid in the bushes. Tread tap. The clattering sound of deer hooves on the ground came from afar, growing louder as it approached. Through the low bushes, you can already see the reindeer leaping over. Everyone was on edge, waiting for the optimal distance before launching an attack. Tread tap. The reindeer formed a neat line and ran toward the widest path in the forest. Unbeknownst to them, the area had already been riddled with traps set by humans. But what could the reindeer do? Humans on horseback surrounded them from behind. In their eyes, this is the only way to escape. Action. Chapter 102 A Great Harvest. Philia, bound up? A masterpiece of rope art. In the dense forest, the herds of reindeer, driven by the enemy, frantically ran toward the trap. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ron immediately gave the order to begin the hunt. At a command, all the knights drew their swords and followed the man as he charged toward the deer herd. The demi-human women followed closely behind, pouncing on their prey like cheetahs. In an instant, the reindeer were surrounded, leaving only a narrower gap unguarded. What they didn't know was that it was a trap deliberately set to prevent them from panicking and running around aimlessly, which could cause some of them to escape. Seeing that there was no one in a certain direction, the reindeer, in a panic, all fled towards that only gap as if they were running mad. Their hind hooves are very strong, allowing them to leap nearly 2 meters high at incredible speeds. Stab. With her powerful physique and explosive strength, Philia was the first to charge into the herd of deer. Her sharp dragon claws precisely pierced the necks of the reindeer, slicing open the flesh and severing the blood vessels. Then, in an instant, it pulled out and ran towards another reindeer. She was like an elegant hunter, agile and nimble, always able to accurately strike her prey's neck with each shot. Without any hesitation, with fluid and graceful movements, the reindeer whose artery had been pierced struggled for a moment before collapsing in a pool of blood. Even as they lay on the ground, they instinctively kicked their hooves, attempting a final act of redemption. This is the biological instinct for survival. Even if they haven't completely died, they will still struggle a little longer. Despite being somewhat plump, Shamir was surprisingly fast. When she ran, the muscle definition in her thighs was clearly visible. After Phyllis, the second wolf charged into the herd, tearing open the reindeer's neck with its sharp claws, severing blood vessels, and then letting the reindeer escape. The reindeer, its neck gushing blood, collapsed to the ground after only a few steps, convulsing and dying. After severing the neck of one reindeer, Shamir ran toward another. When hunting, the mother and daughter, like real wolves, would attack fleeing reindeer. Ron was also quick, rushing into the herd almost simultaneously with Shamir, gripping his long sword which radiated holy light, and slashing at the reindeers' necks. The sharp blade traced an arc in midair, slicing through the reindeer's skin, flesh, blood vessels, arteries, bones, and meridians, finally cleanly severing its entire neck. Blood gushed out immediately. The deer head rolled twice after hitting the ground before stopping, its antlers broken off. The decapitated reindeer did not immediately lose its life. It ran a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The holy knights also rushed into the deer herd and began hunting reindeer, but they were much clumsy, sometimes struggling to control the distance when hacking at the fast-running prey. Some were chopped at the reindeer's forelegs, some at their backs, and some at their foreheads. Although the aim wasn't precise, fortunately, the injured reindeer was eventually finished off by its teammates, falling to the ground. The remaining reindeer, running at the front, went mad, their hooves flying, not even having time to see the road ahead. Some were tripped by the ropes between the tree trunks, while others crashed into the ropes and were snapped in the neck by the huge impact, collapsing to the ground and convulsing on the spot. Only a few reindeer slowed down to avoid the ropes that were blocking their way. However, as prey, the consequence of running too slowly is being overtaken by a fiery red figure behind you. Before he could even see what was chasing him, a sharp pain shot through his neck, followed by weakness that caused him to collapse to the ground. His vision gradually blurred, his perception of the world slowly faded, and he eventually lost consciousness completely. The hunt for the reindeer ended in just 3 minutes. None of the 38 reindeer escaped. Adult male reindeer weigh around 200 kilograms, while adult female reindeer weigh between 120 to 140 kilograms. Ron estimated that the 38 reindeer, excluding their internal organs, would weigh around 1,000 kilograms. This bountiful harvest is enough to feed the knights and themselves for 3 or 4 days. We hunted down a large herd of reindeer. The knights looked at the reindeer scattered all over the ground with expressions of disbelief and excitement. In the past, when people went hunting in the back mountains, they could only bring back a few animals. This was the first time I had hunted about 40 deer. My lord, the heart and liver of this freshly slaughtered reindeer are the most delicious parts. Here is the heart for you. Shamir skillfully removed the heart from a reindeer and respectfully handed it to the man in front of her. In her opinion, the most delicious and nutritious part of venison is the heart. Moreover, the heart is working all the time, so the taste is very good. It is full of blood, and the burst of juice when you bite into it makes the wolf love it. Looking at the heart in front of him, bigger than an adult's fist, covered in blood, steaming, and still beating, Ron swallowed hard. He had never eaten raw deer heart, but he had heard that it was very nourishing, replenishing deficiencies, benefiting essence and blood, and good for the cardiovascular system. It is good. Ron is someone who is quite open to new things. Looking at the beating heart, he inexplicably wanted to try it, since some nobles would eat it raw. When Ron received the beating deer heart, still warm from the deer's life, he took a deep breath, brought the heart to his lips, and took a bite. It's warm when you first taste it, with a strong bloody smell. The texture is like braised beef tendon, tender yet chewy. Ron wasn't sensitive to the fishy smell, and overall, the taste was alright. But after eating it, there's a lingering sweetness that makes you want to keep eating. Ron ate the deer heart and blood with gusto. Well, once you get used to the taste of deer heart, you'll definitely love it. Ron is gradually getting used to it and finds the deer heart to taste very good. Freya also took out a deer heart and calmly began to eat it. As someone who often hunted, she would eat the animal's heart raw after catching her prey. Besides being highly nutritious, she also really enjoys this dish. Shemal and her daughter were no exception. They picked up the heart and liver and started eating. The knights followed suit, but they simply cut off a heart, sliced it open with a knife, and shared it. Some people can tolerate the taste, while others turn pale and gag as soon as they take a bite. This hunt is all thanks to you, otherwise, it would have been difficult to hunt so many reindeer so quickly. After Ron finished eating the whole heart, he looked at Shamir, whose cheeks were smeared with deer blood. Whether it was because he ate deer blood and deer heart or not, Ron felt a feverish sensation in his body, as if he had inexhaustible energy. Deer blood is considered an aphrodisiac, and deer heart blood is an excellent medicine for replenishing essence and blood, in addition to the effects of deer heart. Even the most listless and dispirited person can immediately become enthusiastic and as firm as a rock. Ron's abilities were already strong, and now they were even stronger. Looking at the demi-human women in front of him, he felt inexplicably thirsty. My lord, this is what I should do as your subordinate. When Schwemeyer saw the man looking at her with burning eyes, staring intently at her voluptuous body, she immediately turned her head away shyly, not daring to meet his gaze. Oh no, I forgot about the fact that dear heart and blood can enhance reproductive drive. The Lord looks like he's about to devour you whole. But having eaten dear heart and drunk dear blood, he himself. Shemel swallowed a mouthful of sweetness, her delicate body trembling slightly, her fluffy tail involuntarily pressing forward against her body. Freya, did you say that? You should learn more from Shamir. This is the attitude a subordinate should have. Ron turned his gaze to the slender red dragon girl standing to the side. Damn it, this restless desire. Only now has he fully experienced the powerful effects of dear blood. And then what? You're going to kick me out. Freya didn't feel that her attitude was improper at all, and acted even more indifferent. In her view, she was captured and imprisoned by humans, and then bought back by this man. Being forced to work for him for 3 years was essentially a form of slavery, with no freedom whatsoever. Although her opinion of the man has changed somewhat, Freya herself doesn't know why, but she just doesn't want to show it in front of him. Perhaps it was her pride that was at play. She was too proud to bow down to humans no matter what. Dream on. 3 years, not a single day less. How could Ron possibly kick her out? There are plenty of places where he needs her. She is useful for evening practice and sparring, as well as for hunting and combat. Once her strength returns to its peak, she will be equivalent to more than a dozen holy knights. That's it. Freya rolled her eyes at the man and continued eating the dear heart. This guy's eyes were fixed on his own body. I really want to gouge his eyes out. Gumbling. Perhaps it was the dear blood that was working, for Freya couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dragon's saliva, her tail swaying back and forth on the ground. My lord, there is a special floral fragrance in the mountains. Following the wind drifting down from the mountain, Schwemeyer smelled a faint floral fragrance. She remembered this scent. A unique floral fragrance. Ron asked curiously, with a slight doubt in his heart. That's right. When I was hunting on the outskirts of the misty forest, I saw a group of armored humans gathering something in the distance. I remember the smell in the wind then, and it's exactly the same as the smell drifting down from the mountains now. Sherry remembers these things very clearly, especially the smells of various flowers, plants, and animals. She can even find suitable herbs to eat based on her physical condition. Ron became interested and gave the knight an order. Load all the deer onto the cart, I'm going to check out the mountains. Yes, lord. The knights nodded and began to move. 2 men carried each reindeer, and they were neatly stacked on the carriage, waiting to be sent back to their territory. Mother, is that the fragrance coming from over there? Muses kept sniffing his little nose, trying to discern the scents drifting down from the mountains. The wolf cub's hunting experience was gradually improved through their mother's teachings and example. I believe that it won't be long before Muses becomes an excellent hunter like her mother. That's right, the direction is correct. Shamir looked on with satisfaction and stroked her daughter's soft fur. Our son, Muses, is finally growing up and will soon be able to help find prey. Cheryl had taken her daughter hunting a few times before, but each time she followed behind the group, observing how everyone else did it. Through repeated observation and experience, one gradually gains expertise. Yes, I will definitely be as amazing as my mother in the future. Mrs. was delighted to receive her mother's praise, but in addition to becoming an excellent hunter, her dream was to become the leader of the tribe and lead her companions to kill all the orcs. My lord, the aroma is coming from the cliffs above. Ron looked in the direction Shamir pointed and saw dozens of flowers growing on the cliff. The leaves were green and the petals were golden. Under the sunlight, the flowers shimmered with a pale golden light and swayed in the wind. It's a leaf-like flower, and it's definitely a good thing. Yayanghua is the highest grade material for making holy night potions. I never expected it to grow in such a place. Besides being used to make holy night potions, the leaf sunflower has many other uses. Its petals can be steeped in tea to ward off the cold and quickly cure even the most severe cold. If you're crossing a snow-capped mountain, just 1 cup of tea made with yew flowers will keep you warm all day. A mature yayang flower costs 50 to 60 gold coins per plant. This wave is worth at least 1,000 gold coins. However, Ron had no intention of selling it, since it was needed to make holy night potions, and in case of battle when winter came. Giving it to a knight can greatly enhance their combat power, but it's on a cliff, so it might be difficult to pick them. Shamir is good at hunting on plains and grasslands, but she has no way to deal with this kind of cliff terrain, and she's afraid of heights. Forget about climbing up to pick things, just standing in a high place would scare her to death. It's all right, I brought a rope. I'll go to the top of the cliff, tie it to Freya, and let her go down and pick it. Ron felt it was time to use Red Dragon Girl, if not now, when? Why me? How are you going to get there by yourself? Freya was puzzled as to why, out of so many people, she was the one chosen. Moreover, the tone was far too matter-of-fact. Because it's too dangerous, I'm afraid I'll fall. Ron shrugged, adopting a serious expression. Wouldn't it be dangerous for me to go? Her fist hardened. She felt that the human in front of her was utterly despicable. You have thick skin and scales to protect you. Even if you die from a fall, at least your body will be intact, and I can take advantage of that while it's still hot. Ron had a reason for telling her to go down. Of all the demi-human girls present, including himself, she was the only one who could survive a fall. Because of Freya's special bloodline, when she is near death, her bloodline will be activated, and she can recover from any kind of injury. The first 3 times she is near death, her strength will be greatly enhanced. That's outrageous. This guy is an immortal dragon. This is why Ron could only subdue her after buying her, but couldn't kill her. The key is that we can't kill this thing. You. Upon hearing this, Freya suddenly felt very angry for some reason. Her anger wasn't because she was being asked to do something so dangerous. It seemed that she was angry because this man didn't care about her safety at all. Her emotions had been swayed by the man in front of her. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll become deeply entrenched and unable to extricate myself. If you don't go, do you expect me to go? Ron showed no mercy to the little dragon in front of him. If he didn't use her now, when would he? Moreover, it's secured by a rope, so the risk is very low. Since you're so timid, I'll go instead. In the end, Philia gritted her teeth and agreed. That's how it is when you have no choice but to live under someone else's roof. Things can't always go your way, and there are many things you have to do. But the man's resolute expression and attitude made Philia feel uneasy. Let me help you tie the rope. Ron took a thick hemp rope, about the thickness of a thumb, and prepared to tie it around Philia's waist. No, I'll do it myself. Freya spoke in a harsh tone, and her expression was somewhat fierce. My department is more solid. Ron didn't let Freya do it herself, since dragons aren't very good at weaving ropes. They were completely ignorant about some of the more delicate things. If you dare touch it while it's tying up, I'll crush it. Seeing that the man insisted on tying the rope for her, Freya didn't refuse anymore, but she still glared at him arrogantly. That shameless human is doomed if he dares to do anything reckless. Feeling the man wrap the rope around her body, slowly tightening it around her waist, Freya felt a ticklish, strange sensation spreading throughout her body. Damn it, where are you tying the rope? As she felt the rope move from her slender waist to her upper legs, Freya angrily questioned the man in front of her. Those crimson eyes held a flickering firelight, like a volcano about to erupt at any moment. This is the safest way to tie it, so that the pressure can be distributed to all parts of your body, instead of just your lower back bearing the weight. Ron is a passionate and eager learner. In his previous life, he was quite skilled in rope bondage and often tied people up. This is the first time he's used it for something worthwhile. I'll trust you this once, but if your claws dare touch me, you're dead. Although Freya felt that this way of tying the rope was strange, she had no evidence to prove that the rope was not tied like this. Moreover, the man's expression was unusually focused, and his concentration made it difficult for her to refuse. Don't worry, if I want to touch you, I won't do it secretly. Ron is like that. He would never stoop to peeping or sneaking around. If he wanted to look, he would look openly and honestly. He wasn't flustered even when he was discovered, because he was the kind of person who didn't care about his own shadow. He made no attempt to hide his desires. Why do you have to tie the tail too? Feeling the base of her tail, where she was bound by ropes, Freya's delicate body stiffened instantly, a strong sensation surging through her entire body. This shameless human must have done it on purpose, otherwise why would they need to tie up their tail? Multiple points of support can alleviate some of the pressure on other parts of the body. There's no way around it. Humans and dragon girls are different. With an extra tail, Ron thought it would be a waste not to tie up such a long tail. However, this time it was picking yang flowers by going down the cliff. If it were just to add some fun to his daily life, Ron would definitely tie the little dragon in front of him into a perfect work of art. It's unimaginable what the Red Dragon Queen, who will one day sweep across the continent, would look like bound and gagged. So, is everything all right now? Freya wanted to refuse, but she couldn't. She was already tied up, and if she said anything more, it would seem as if her tail was weak and couldn't even bear this much. She didn't want to appear pathetic in front of men, so she remained outwardly calm. But inside, his mind was in turmoil, and his tail swayed involuntarily, as if he were experiencing an intense urge to be tied up. Freya bit her pink lips, trying to calm her turbulent emotions. This tail is so disappointing, I can't stand it even like this. Chapter 103 Shamir's Fierce Attack. The wolf can't hold on any longer? Shameful Philia? Under the sunlight, beside the cliff. Looking at Phyllis like this, Ron's eyes revealed his appreciation and longing for art. Perfect. Strapped like this, going down a cliff guarantees maximum safety. I must say, this little dragon's physique is really suited for rope bondage. I'd love to try it out sometime. Feeling a little embarrassed by the man's burning gaze. In the past, when I saw someone looking at me like that, I felt disgusted and repulsed. It doesn't seem so bad now, but he still put on a fierce expression. If you keep looking around like that, I'll gouge your eyes out. This shameless human must have tied himself up like this on purpose. Otherwise, how could a rope possibly pass through so many parts of the body just to tie it up? And having my tail tied up is so uncomfortable. At this moment, Freya felt an intense sensation, and the scales on her tail softened slightly, but thankfully it didn't continue. How can I be sure it's tied up if I don't look? After Ron finished complaining, he tied the other end of the rope to a big tree on the edge of the cliff. All right, get down now. I'll pull you up from up here. As he spoke, he tugged on the rope, seemingly testing its sturdiness. Freya only felt that the ropes binding her body tightened, but the rest of her body was fine, and she didn't feel anything strange. But the rope around her tail was unbearable for her. It wasn't the first time her tail had been entangled in vines. But she was tied up by the man in front of her, and he was holding on to the other end of her arm. For some reason, this feeling made Freya feel inexplicably intense. It was as if the rope had become a man's hand, recklessly wrapping around his own tail. This tale is so disappointing? It is good. Despite her inner turmoil and trembling body, Phyllis remained outwardly calm and began to slowly move down the cliff. Be careful when you go down. Shamir gave a worried remark, explaining that she wanted to help but was unfortunately afraid of heights. Just standing on the edge of the cliff, my legs are already trembling violently. If we let her go down, she'll probably faint. Be careful. In the distance, Muses, who was hugging a tree, was speaking in a trembling voice. It can only be said that the student surpasses the teacher. She is even more afraid of heights than her mother, and her body trembles uncontrollably when she stands 4 or 5 meters away from the cliff. If he got any closer, Muses couldn't guarantee he wouldn't wet himself in fear. Don't worry, I'm fine. Freya tilted her head back and forced a smile, though her long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly. Damn it. After I got down, the rope wrapped even tighter. I could feel it all over my legs, belly, tail, everywhere, that feeling of constant wrapping. Perhaps because she had just drunk the deer's heart blood, Freya felt her body had become more sensitive, and her desire to reproduce had reached an unprecedented level. That's why they were so violent even though they were just tied up with ropes. However, even in such a dangerous place as the cliff, Freya managed to retain a sliver of her sanity, preventing anything strange from happening. If they were on land, and a man forced himself on her, she couldn't guarantee she would still have the strength to resist. Will the will to rebel still be as intense as before? Shamir, hold on tight, don't let Freya fall. Influenced by the deer's blood, Ron's breathing quickened as he looked at the plump and beautiful ice wolf mother in front of him. My body moved closer involuntarily, almost touching. Don't worry, my lord, I'll hold the rope tight. Feeling the man's warm breath on her ear, Schwemeyer felt a tingling sensation from her neck up to her whole body. Its body trembled involuntarily, and its grayish-white fluffy tail drooped down, moving forward little by little until the tip of its tail was pressed tightly against its lower abdomen. That's good. I'll pull the rope hard from behind. Ron is now somewhat confused and infatuated, all because of that deer heart blood, which is definitely more potent than any lust-inducing potion. His voice became very magnetic, especially when he said the word exert force, which he emphasized deliberately. Yes, I understand, my lord. The close proximity, coupled with the man's tone, almost caused Schwemeyer, a mother who had been parched for a long time and had not received any rain, to collapse under the pressure. Normally, she only admired and respected the lord, but the effects of the deer's blood made her somewhat confused. Her plump, rounded buttocks made her lean back a little. However, her last shred of reason told her, constantly reminding her, that she couldn't continue, because her daughter was still behind her. Shamir, let's grab one end of the rope, that will make it more stable. As he spoke, Ron very gentlemanly reached around the ice wolf girl's body and grabbed her arm, which was covered in grayish-white fur. It feels fluffy to the touch, like petting a puppy. Your hand trembles as you touch it. It's incredibly cute. This is definitely better. Feeling the man's closeness, Shamir could no longer maintain her composure. This intense feeling ignited the burning passion within her. Her slender waist swayed involuntarily, a fleeting moment of reason bringing her to a halt, only to be overwhelmed by an even more intense surge of desire. Lord, you must think you are a very bad mother. But these things are truly beyond our control, because this is our lord. Shamir's breathing gradually became rapid and hot. She bit her red lips tightly, and her light blue eyes were filled with a misty haze, as if they could drip water at any moment. Sherlock, you smell so good. Ron, with his keen sense of smell, detected a faint fragrance, a scent unique to the Ice Wolf clan. It smells intoxicating, making you want more. No, it doesn't smell good. Hearing the man's praise, Shamir felt both shy and happy. Okay, I really like you, Lord. Intense emotions dominated everything the Ice Wolf mother did, to the point that she was almost losing control of herself. If she weren't holding on to the rope, if there wasn't Philia below her, if her daughter weren't behind her, she would have given everything she had in mind and done it all without reservation. But for now, all I can do is endure it and only experience it superficially. Not far away, Muses, hiding behind a tree, did not initially notice anything amiss. Seeing the Lord getting closer and closer to his mother, he felt something was strange. Seeing her mother's flushed face and radiant complexion from the side, she knew that something must have happened to cause this. It's because the Lord has approached. Upon realizing this, MSEs felt as if a new world had opened up for him, and he immediately understood the reason behind it. She was naive and didn't really understand those things, but now she seems to understand some of them. Mother looks very happy. In other words, Mother likes the Lord and enjoys being treated this way by him. Grumbling. MSEs swallowed hard, wondering if her statement about replacing her mother was correct. After all, judging from the way her mother seemed to be enjoying it, her accommodating manner clearly indicated that she liked it. So this kind of thing would make the wolf feel very comfortable, right? Thinking of this, Muse's cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes rippled with tears as she looked at Ron. Below the cliff, Freya frowned slightly as she felt the rope swaying. Damn it, why is the rope shaking so violently? Could it be? She looked at her body and realized that it wasn't her fault, so she breathed a sigh of relief. However, this slight sway did not affect her operation. She arrived at the flower with golden petals and gave it a reminder. Put the rope here. It is good. All that came was a simple response from the man, nothing more. Phyllis sensed something was wrong, and her crimson vertical pupils narrowed. Could this shameless human be doing something strange? Otherwise, why would the rope be shaking so violently, and why would the man's voice sound different from usual? Although something felt wrong, the dragon was on the cliff, so the only option was to dig up the flowers and take them back first. She pulled the flowers up by the roots and placed them in a grey cloth bag she had prepared beforehand. The flowers were all growing together, so pulling them out didn't require much effort. In no time, all the yayang flowers were picked clean, leaving the unopened ones behind, because Ron had said beforehand that only the ones that had opened should be picked. Those that don't bloom will have to wait until the following year, or even several years, to bloom. This is also why the yayang hua is so rare. First, it takes at least 10 years to bloom, and it needs to grow in a sunny place where it needs to be exposed to the sun for at least 10 hours a day. This cliff face has no trees to block the sunlight, so it gets sunlight from morning till night, which creates the ideal growing environment for the leaf sunflower. After you've finished picking them, pull me up. After carefully putting away the bag containing the yayang hua, Phi Lia called out to it. Although the rope is tied in a rather strange way, and it can easily make the body look odd, it doesn't feel uncomfortable at all, and the pressure is evenly distributed. It seems that there's some reason why that shameless human tied himself up like that. This made Phyllis wonder if the rope was actually tied properly, and if she was just being overly sensitive. But how could she possibly admit to something like this? It must have been that guy on purpose. It is good. Ron, perched on the cliff face, heard Philia's voice from below and addressed the ice wolf mother before him. Come on, Shamir, let's pull together and drag Freya up. Ron leaned forward and tightened his grip on the rope. Yes, my lord. Shermiel could clearly feel that the man was pulling the rope up little by little with all his might. But being so close made her body tremble slightly. Lord, you are so powerful, stronger than any human I have ever seen, stronger than any male in the tribe. Such a lord. I love it. Cheryl, I think we've worked together quite well. Perhaps we can have even more enjoyable collaborations on other matters. Ron licked his lips, grinning mischievously as he looked at the ice wolf girl in front of him, whose face was flushed red. It must be said, this ice wolf mother has a really great figure. Despite having a lot of muscle, it doesn't affect her suppleness, and coupled with her charming expression, she is completely incomparable to a young girl. Yes, Lord, I will do my utmost to cooperate whenever you need me. Upon hearing the man's words, Cheryl slightly brought her upper legs together, her knees touching, and gently rubbed against each other. She hadn't expected things to develop in this direction so quickly. Just as Freya said, the Lord has a special affection for demi-humans. That's why he saved himself and his daughter. Cheryl, have you been looking forward to this for a long time? After all, your husband is long gone. Looking at the radiant face of the ice wolf mother, Ron's playful nature was aroused, and he couldn't help but lean close to her ear and tease her. No, I'm not that interested in those things. At this moment, Schwemeyer felt her cheeks burning. These words were like scorching arrows shooting into her heart, and an overwhelming intensity was slowly welling up inside her. The Lord is so wicked, saying such things to me. I'm a very dignified female. How could I possibly be looking forward to something like what the Lord said? Although she said that, she had to admit that after drinking the deer heart blood, her desire for that kind of thing had indeed increased a lot. The fact that the man was so close made her emotions surge in waves. I really hope to learn more about the man behind me, to know clearly and explicitly just how powerful he truly is. Is he just all talk and no action, or is he really that powerful? She wanted to know. Madam, I've felt it all, the body doesn't lie. Ron pulled back his 2 fingers and placed them in front of Shemel, so that she could clearly see her current state. This. Shermer was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. She was like a deflated balloon, completely at the mercy of the man. How could I possibly do this? The Lord actually found out, and even showed it to me? How embarrassing? The Lord will surely think of me as an indecent wolf and an unfit mother. I was guessing why the rope was swaying down there, and sure enough, it was just as I expected. When Felia, who had been pulled off the cliff, saw Ron's licentious expression, she understood everything. This human is truly shameless and disgusting, utterly devoid of any sense of shame. It's like that kind of thing can be done anytime. And even though he already has that human woman, he's still flirting with others. In Philia's mind, one can only have one partner in a lifetime, a lifelong commitment to one person. I simply cannot understand the man in front of me, his behavior of flirting with women everywhere. I did this to get you up safely. Ron remained unfazed and showed no shame whatsoever when faced with questions. Upon seeing Philia approach, Shamir lowered her head in shame and quickly moved away. The daughter must have found out about this too. I'm such a bad mother. Do you even believe what you're saying? How could Phyllis believe such a lame excuse? She frowned and handed over the grey cloth bag. All that has blossomed is here. We must be extra careful and wary of such shameless people. Not bad, it's somewhat useful. Looking at the dozens of foliage plants, Ron's lips gradually curled into a smile. It must be said that taking in Shamir and her daughter was absolutely the right decision. She's a skilled hunter and can find all sorts of precious materials. In the future, after buying materials in Winter City, let Shamir smell them. Then, take her with you when you go to the Misty Forest. You're sure to reap a bountiful harvest. It's much better than any hunting dog. Moreover, her body was very delicate and supple. Freya rolled her eyes at the man, too lazy to even respond, because she knew that the only way to deal with this kind of scoundrel was to say less. Otherwise, the next sentence might get me teased. Now that you've retrieved the items, I'll help you untie the rope. As Ron spoke, he reached out to untie the ropes binding Phyllis's body. This special rope art is something that most people really can't untangle. No, I'll do it myself. Freya was aware of men's shamelessness, and she wouldn't fall for it even if she knew the other party might take advantage of her. She immediately took a half step back, watching the man in front of her warily. Ron didn't press the issue further, given how Little Dragon distrusted him. All right, let's go down the mountain first. He waved to muses behind him and then walked down the mountain. Freya, let me help you undo it. Because what had just happened had been seen, Shamir kept her head down and didn't dare to look the other person in the eye when she spoke. I can do it myself. Freya didn't believe she couldn't even untie the rope. If that were the case, she should reconsider her intelligence. It's just that the way it's tied is a bit strange. As she spoke, she followed behind, trying to untie the rope. I was very confident at first, but then something seemed to go wrong. The rope got tighter and tighter. Moreover, the rope was tangled, making it impossible to distinguish the beginning and end, and there was nowhere to untangle it. Damn it, what's wrong with this rope? Freya was getting anxious. She hadn't expected the rope to be tied so strangely. That shameless human seems quite pleased to see himself like this. Seeing the look in the man's eyes, Freya was so angry she wanted to bite him. I have this inexplicable urge to bite the other person. Young Master Ron, all the reindeer have been loaded onto the carriage. Upon arriving at the place where the reindeer had been captured, Yarman spoke respectfully. All right, let's go back to our territory. Ron boarded the carriage and waved his hand, signaling the caravan to head towards the territory. Yes. The knights mounted their horses and followed behind the procession. The one who tied the rope must untie it. I'll do it. Seeing that Freya had almost tied herself up like a pretzel, Ron chivalrously offered his help. You tied the rope so strangely on purpose, didn't you? Freya frowned, looking at the man in front of her with a hint of anger. You have such a great figure, and you even have a tail. I can't resist the urge to show off. Ron never bothered to lie about such things. He said what he truly thought. Should I praise you for being honest? Fulya was somewhat helpless. This man was simply shameless, like a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. How could he say such shameless things? I knew it would turn out like this. The intense pulling on the rope caused Freya to let out a soft moan. This made her cheeks burn instantly, and she felt unbearably ashamed. That disappointing tale. You made a sound just now, didn't you? Ron looked smugly at the shy little dragon beside him. No, you must have misheard. Freya turned her face away, as if that would save her from the man's questioning. That means I was wrong. Ron swears that this is the first time he has seen such a cute side of Phyllis. Actually, this evil dragon is quite cute when she's not fierce. Untie the rope faster. Freya could clearly feel that the scales on her body were gradually softening. Chapter 104 The maid agrees to help tonight. The hunting team begins to be assembled. The Ketchies Mountains are not far from the swamp. The convoy arrived at the logging site in just a short time. The two knights who were standing guard quickly came forward and spoke respectfully. My lord, the logging operation has not encountered any danger for the time being, and the wagons carrying the second batch of timber have already returned to the territory. 60 people can cut down trees quite quickly. 30 carts can be filled up in no time. The first trip sends them back to the territory, and the second trip brings them back so they can be loaded onto trucks. All right, fill up the third trip, and you can take the lumberjacks back to the territory. It's already afternoon, and 4 trips are clearly not enough time, but 3 trips should be enough to burn for a whole day tomorrow, and there might even be some wood left over. During this period, we'll just come to cut down trees every day. Once they become more skilled, they can set off early in the morning and make 4 round trips of timber every day without any problems. Yes, Lord. The knight nodded respectfully, watched the convoy leave, and then continued patrolling near the logging site. The hunting caravan returned to its territory at dusk. It will be dark in about 2 hours. Master, are you okay? As soon as she stepped off the carriage, Fiona walked over with a worried expression. My lips are injured, please give me a lip treatment. To ease the tension, Ron made a wicked joke. I have to say, it's quite nice to have someone care about you every time you go out. It's like when I come home from work, my wife, who has prepared a hot meal, always asks me sweetly whether I want to eat first or dinner first. Just great. You bastard master, you start flirting with the maid as soon as you get home. Seeing that the man was all right, Fiona felt relieved. She rolled her eyes at him disdainfully, walked to one of the returning carriages, and peeked out from behind the curtain. Seeing the 3 carts full of reindeer, she spoke with great excitement. I thought the master would return empty-handed, but I didn't expect him to hunt so many prey on this trip. With this venison, plus the fish caught in the last 2 days, we can sustain the meat consumption in our territory for about a week. That jerk of an owner, sometimes he's actually quite useful, isn't he? Seeing that so many reindeer had been hunted, the maid's gaze towards her master softened considerably. That's how women are, they're naturally drawn to strength. Seeing Ron perform so well, it's hard not to feel some admiration. It's all thanks to Shamir. Her nose did a great job locating the deer herd. Of course, Phyllis was also useful. Ron never takes credit for his subordinates' work, and today, Shemul truly deserves the most credit. Of course, I already praised her well when I was pulling the rope. I'll think of a reward for her tonight. If subordinates perform meritorious service and are not rewarded in any way, it might discourage even the most ruthless individuals. So Ron decided to warm Shimel's heart and not let her feel cold. They are so amazing and cute. Master, please don't always have any ulterior motives towards them. Fiona felt that taking in these demi-human girls was the best decision Ron had ever made. They are quite cute, and each of them has a unique skill. But that bastard owner can't lay a hand on them? Remember to come to the room tonight and help out properly, then I won't have any time to look for them. A person's energy is limited in a day. Once it's used up, it means there won't be any wild thoughts. I won't satisfy my master's strange fetishes. At most, I'll just give my feet to my master. Philia pouted, looking at the man in front of her with a face full of disgust. Of course, the maid is extremely unwilling to do this, but she has no choice. In order to protect the demi-human girls from the master's persecution, the maid has to do it. Damn owner, if you dare to push your luck, you're dead. It's settled then. I'll just have to wash my feet before I come. Ron wasn't particularly interested in his maid's feet before, but Fiona kept bringing it up and always said strange things, which gradually made him interested in feet. Of course, it wasn't to the point of obsession. You bastard owner, you must have wanted to talk to your feet for a long time. Fiona gave the man in front of her a knowing look and looked at him with disdain. Although she outwardly showed disdain, her delicate pink toes, tightly encased in black pantyhose, were fidgeting restlessly. It seems they're worried about being led astray and devoured alive. All right, Fiona, tell the farmers to stop for a moment and pick out the people who have been hunting. Ron didn't want to dwell on the food, since he could enjoy it that evening. He wanted to get down to business first. 20 experienced hunters were selected, taught to ride horses, and a hunting team was formed. There was no other way. They only had 100 knights of their own caliber, and these were all potential holy knights. At most, they would select 3 skilled in mounted archery to become swift archers, and the rest would be kept for future promotion to holy knights. As for the potions for shadow assassins and mages, let's see who among them is willing to become one of those 2 professions, at least to get the potions in the encyclopedia first. The rest is to clear the road to Winter City, then recruit suitable subordinates and begin training them. Understood. Fiona didn't ask why, and turned around to get on with the matter. Yalman, gather all the ordinary knights together. I have something to arrange. The hunting party matter should be resolved as soon as possible. First, have our own knights take the swift archer potion, and then have them teach the selected hunters how to ride horses and shoot arrows. After a few days of training, let Freya take them out hunting. With Shamir around, they'll surely have a bountiful harvest every day, and they won't have to worry about meat this winter. Of course, next year won't be as comfortable, since the prey in a place is limited. If you hunt all winter this year, the prey will decrease next year. But don't panic. The marshland is covered in lush green grass for 3 seasons of the year, making it ideal for raising cattle, sheep, geese, and ducks. We can set up a livestock farm, then we won't have to worry about meat. Plus, with the newly cultivated wheat fields, even if the population increases several times over, we won't have to worry about food. Self-production and self-sales are very important. Expanding territory involves more than just fighting and killing. Resources and food are equally important, as they determine whether a territory can be profitable and gradually grow stronger. Ron's plan was to seize at least a third of the fertile land in the far north, and then use that as a starting point to make the far north his rear base, where he could cultivate land, store grain, and produce resources and food. This way, he could rest easy when the north was in chaos. Let those nobles beat people senseless, while we focus on developing our own strength and expanding our military. Wait until they are both severely weakened before striking with lightning speed. On this day, Ron will let the entire north know that Leonard has returned. Soon, the knights were assembled. All the remaining knights, except for the Holy Knight, were present. When they saw Ron emerge from the tent, they knelt on one knee and respectfully performed a way, a gesture of respect for someone of lower status. Lord, everyone, get up. Ron raised his hand, signaling them to stand up, and then dropped a bombshell. Next, you will compete in mounted archery. The top 3 will receive a potion of swift archer. In fact, at first, he had considered whether to select an excellent hunter from among the people to become a swift archer. After much thought, I decided to put an end to the idea. The reason is simple: favors and rewards cannot be given too much at once, otherwise it may cause serious consequences. Moreover, if the potions are simply distributed to farmers, what will the knights who fight alongside them think? Therefore, we should wait until the next batch of potions is produced in large quantities before considering selecting a few obedient and loyal farmers from the hunting party to become swift archers. In Ron's view, when selecting subordinates, excellence is only the third criterion, loyalty and obedience are the primary conditions. If someone lacks both of these qualities, they will definitely not be given important responsibilities by him. Great! My childhood dream has always been to be a marksman. A young knight spoke with some excitement, saying that he would never have become a knight if it weren't for his parents' insistence. But there's nothing we can do about it. The kingdom of Saint Tis is a nation founded on horsemanship, and it only possesses one relatively complete magic potion, the Holy Knight. Therefore, other professions can only serve as supporting roles, which has led to the burying of many talented individuals in the kingdom of Saint Tis who are extremely gifted in archery, magic, assassination, and other professions, wasting their good talents. But things are different now. Ron has the complete potion recipes for all professions. After becoming a regional overlord, he established the 12 academies to cultivate powerful professionals. Anyone with talent can shine. Many of the remaining knights were eager to try. Men have an innate love for archery, especially when it comes to shooting. A mounted archery contest from 100 meters away, with 10 arrows. The top 3 will receive the Swift Archer potion. In the future, when going out hunting, they will need to shoot arrows on horseback, so Ron intends to train a mounted archery legion. Ordinary archers are too clumsy. Once a knight gets close, they're lambs to the slaughter. Moreover, the knight is very fast and can easily overtake the stun shot. On battlefields with so many knights in the kingdom of Saintis, training only dazed archers would be pointless, only useful for defense on the city walls. If a direct confrontation breaks out, they will be slaughtered. But archery is different. Both are on horseback, so there's no reason why an archer should be slower than a knight. However, archery on horseback is difficult because both you and the enemy are moving, requiring day and night training to master the key to mounted archery. Ron believed that through a series of hunts, a group of excellent swift archers would be trained. Soon, under Ron's orders, the knights began to line up and take turns shooting at the targets. However, a dozen or so knights gave up, because their dream was to become holy knights and the sword of the Leonard family. Ron has made a note of these people, and he will give them priority when he makes the Holy Knight potion next time. The reason for doing this is simple: since they have the will to become powerful knights, taking the potion and becoming holy knights will only accelerate their future growth. Master, how come the maid knew nothing about your purchase of the Swift Archer potion? In Fiona's opinion, Ron's mastery of the Holy Knight's potion was already astonishing enough. I never imagined that the Swift Archer's potion was also made by him. They treated it as a cheap, low-quality potion to be given to the knights for future hunting. That jerk of a master? He's been hiding so many things from me lately. You didn't ask. Although his maid was extremely loyal, Ron had no intention of telling her everything. He plans to keep the fact that he has mastered all the professional potion recipes a secret from Fiona for the time being. It's not too late to talk about it when we start training people for these professions. Master must be hiding many things from the maid. Upon hearing this, Fiona pouted, revealing an unhappy expression. Don't worry, I'll give you all the secrets tonight. Ron licked his lips and looked at the maid beside him with a wicked grin. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to what would happen that night. After all, this was the first time he had spoken to his own maid. I knew that bastard master was looking forward to this, but the maid already said it was only for the master to give her fate. Upon hearing the man's words, Fiona rolled her eyes in disdain. Master, you should focus on the outcome of this competition. The owner of this astringent creature thinks about those things no matter what she does, and this is no exception now. If I were left alone here, who knows what my master would do? Soon, the results came out, and the young knight who had said that being an archer was his dream won first place. In the 100-meter target shooting exercise, only one arrow missed the target, while the rest hit the target precisely, including 2 arrows that hit the 9 ring. It must be said that he is very talented, and judging from his bow-drawing movements, he has obviously trained regularly. Such a promising talent, he might become an excellent archer in the future. All right, Aubrey, Bishop, Bach, this is the reward for the top 3 in this archery competition, the Swift Archer potion. Ron took out the potion he had prepared beforehand, handed it to the 3 of them, and said with a smile, "Keep up the good work, all 3 of you. I hope to see your heroic figures on the battlefield in the future. The first to take the potion and become a lightning archer will have more experience and a higher absorption rate of the potion than those who come after them. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one of these 3 will become the Archer Legion commander, and the other 2, if not deputy commanders, will become captains. Thank you for your guidance, Lord. We will dedicate our lives to Leonard and to you." They gave a solemn knightly salute, but their inner excitement was still evident in their trembling hands. Being able to take a potion is the lifelong dream of many ordinary knights, and being able to take a potion they like is even rarer. Therefore, they cherished it so much that their eyes welled up with tears after receiving encouragement from the Lord. They would never forget this day, and they would always remember that it was the man before them who gave them the magic potion. You bastard master! Others get potions either by being given them directly or through their own abilities, but when you give them to the maid, you have to do those things. Fiona suddenly remembered the help she had given him when he gave her the potion, for the sake of his dream. I still vividly remember that feeling. But for some reason, she didn't dislike it. In fact, she'd now become somewhat enamored with that indescribable sensation. You also obtained the potion through your craftsmanship, so what's the difference? Ron found it somewhat amusing to recall the maid's flustered state. She was very inexperienced at the time and knew nothing. She had to demonstrate and teach herself before she could gradually master the skills. Memories can sometimes be quite beautiful. Years later, the 2 of them will probably cherish the memories of that day. You bastard master, that counts as a skill too. Upon hearing such outrageous words, Fiona's lips twitched involuntarily. Ron the bastard, every word he utters takes on a different meaning. How can that be called a craft? Let's see how good your footwork is today. Damn master, don't come up with weird words like that. What's this footwork thing? I don't understand it at all. You'll understand once you start moving around after dinner. Master is just a lewd bastard who only knows how to be lewd. Outside, the farmers who had gone hunting in the mountains gathered together. They didn't know why they were being asked to come out, they were just ordered to do so. Obedience to orders seemed to be etched into their very being. My lord. At first, everyone was whispering and talking to each other, but when they saw the tall and imposing man come out, they immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. They held this young lord in high esteem, because without him, they might have starved to death that winter. Moreover, the lord was very kind. Everyone was given some of the fish he caught to satisfy their cravings. You should know that the other nobles treated them like livestock, only knowing how to order them around and then feeding them the cheapest black bread mixed with a lot of sawdust. I tasted meat on my very first day here. Everyone, get up. Ron glanced around, then raised his hand, signaling everyone to stand up. Thank you, my lord. Even those standing hunched over, heads bowed, not daring to look directly at the man before them. Humility, cowardice, and timidity have been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Everyone raised their heads. Ron spoke with a serious expression. He hoped his subjects would be obedient and follow orders, but not too servile. This is no different from a group of machines. But Ron knew that these things couldn't be changed overnight. Kneeling on the ground for too long had already broken his spine. Only through the passage of time, allowing them to gradually regain their confidence, can they live like normal people. Yes, Lord. Only when the Lord gave the order did they dare to raise their heads, but their eyes kept darting left and right, not daring to look directly at the man in front of them. I've called you here today to select 20 people to join the hunting team. Ron spoke with a serious expression. Once you join the hunting team, your treatment will be improved. Those who perform well will have the opportunity to become soldiers and warriors of my Leonard family. Your descendants will be proud of you and will also become excellent warriors. This isn't just empty talk, because the hunting team is the future reserve of lightning-fast archers. As long as they are strong enough, have good character, and are loyal enough, they will be made into swift archers when the next batch of potions is made. Then, the next batch of people were added to the hunting team, and so on, until a swift archer corps was gradually cultivated. These things can't be rushed, and we don't have enough materials right now, so we can only cultivate them slowly. That's wonderful. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Upon hearing this, the villagers were all excited and eager to join the hunting party. In their minds, farming was the lowest form of work, hunting was slightly higher, and becoming a knight or a soldier would bring unparalleled glory. Clearly, even they themselves divide people into different classes. Of course, this is not their fault, it is a product of this era. Whether they are from the lower classes, businessmen, or nobles, there are clear class distinctions. Ron didn't waste any words and led them to the makeshift training ground. Shoot 10 arrows at a target 100 meters away, and only the top 20 will be eligible to join the hunting team. Chapter 105, The Intense Battle with Oville. The uncontrollable little dragon. Completely captivated? In the swamp, at the shooting range, the farmers lined up and began shooting at the targets. They were all hunters by trade, but with the enactment of the kingdom's hunting ban, no one except nobles and clergy would be allowed to hunt privately. As a result, they lost their original livelihood and had no choice but to become refugees. Fortunately, they joined a good territory, and now they have the opportunity to hold their bows again, which makes them all very excited. Although they had not received systematic training and had never experienced war, for those who made a living by hunting, accuracy was life itself. Hunters who can't hit their targets or aim accurately have long been eliminated, those who survive are the elite. Bang bang bang. As the arrow pierced the air and struck the bullseye, Ron's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems that there are talented people among these people. These 50 or 60 hunters all had a high hit rate, several of them shot 10 arrows, and 4 or 5 of them hit the bullseye. Once they learn to ride horses, they will quickly become excellent hunters and are all promising candidates for future lightning-fast archers. Shamir, you said you saw an elf with long silver hair and snow-white skin deep in the misty forest. Do you remember the location? 10,000 years ago, the elves had a glorious history and possessed a vast elven kingdom, but for some unknown reason, it was destroyed. The remaining elves hid deep in the forest, living a life of seclusion. Few people have seen any trace of elves, and if they do, the army arrives the next day. Because elves are extremely beautiful, they are the dream possessions of all nobles, and if valued in terms of price, they could be worth millions of gold. I remember it was a place with extremely deep fog. As soon as I stepped in, my sense of smell and all my senses went blank, and I was so scared that I left immediately. Every time Schwemeyer recalls what happened, she breaks out in a cold sweat. Losing her sense of smell and perception is tantamount to blindfolding the Ice Wolf clan. In addition, the fog there was exceptionally thick, so you could only see things about half a meter away, which was no different from being blind. Good that you remember. Take me in next time. Ron knew it was a fog trap set by the elves in their territory. Elves are skilled archers, far surpassing humans in talent, and can even imbue their arrows with a spirit, thereby enhancing their penetration and attack power. It can even penetrate the hardest iron armor. Recruiting them or forming alliances with them can greatly enhance combat power. However, now is not the time. We must wait until we are stronger, or even become a baron, before revealing the existence of the elves and allowing them to continue living deep in the forest. They can only appear in the world during the War of King Chang. Otherwise, even the most powerful nobles wouldn't be able to protect them. Don't underestimate human greed, especially among nobles whose minds are filled with wine and women. They will stop at nothing to get such a rare beauty. Okay. Shamir pursed her red lips and asked somewhat timidly, "My lord, what do you intend to do with the elves?" She didn't say it so obviously, but she really wanted to ask the man if he wanted to do something to the elf. But she was too embarrassed to ask, as it was a very awkward thing for her to do. Form an alliance, or recruit them into the territory. Ron didn't hide his intentions. After all, even if he told her some secrets, he couldn't possibly reveal them. After all, demi-human girls and humans don't speak the same language. What? Are you afraid that you'll treat the elves the way you treated yourself? Ron leaned closer, completely ignoring his daughter standing beside him, and teased her with a wicked grin. No, that's not what I meant. Upon hearing this, Schwemeyer was stunned. She never expected this man to suddenly say such a thing. A tremendous sense of shame instantly spread throughout my body, especially with my daughter watching beside me, making the feeling even more intense. So what are you thinking? Are you worried that I'll forget about you once I have an elf? Seeing the ice wolf girl beside him trembling and her cheeks flushed, Ron's smile stretched almost to his ears. A young woman is a young woman. Her charming and alluring demeanor is something a young girl can't compare to. Moreover, she was a plump and delicate young woman with furry ears and a tail, which was far more impactful than any role-playing. How could I possibly have such thoughts? I was just worried about the Lord's safety. After all, that place is very strange, and the elves seem to be very strong. Cheryl, whose ears were brutally filled with the man's words, was immediately overwhelmed. Her delicate body trembled, and she stammered, as if she were experiencing something strange. Okay, I feel so bad. The Lord actually said such things to me in front of my daughter? How can I call myself a qualified mother? I see. It seems I was overthinking it. Looking at the charming expression of the young woman beside him, Ron felt extremely pleased, but he stopped there and did not continue to tease her. After all, Muses is still around. She kept her head down, her cheeks flushed, and it was unclear what she was thinking. But it's actually quite cute. Indeed, Lord, you're overthinking it. Only now did Cheryl finally breathe a long sigh of relief, because she was afraid the man would say something strange again. If this continues, she fears she won't be able to handle the intensity. Soon, the 100-meter target shooting competition came to an end. The farmers had different expressions. Those who performed well were beaming with joy because they would be able to join the hunting team and go hunting in the mountains. A man's love for hunting is ingrained in his genes, and Ron is no exception. When he has nothing to do, he will personally lead a team to hunt in various places. Those who didn't perform well hung their heads and sighed repeatedly, because they were afraid they would miss out on the hunting team this time. My lord, the top 20 have been tallied. The knights on the side were recording various data, and shortly after the target shooting ended, they handed over the list of the top 20. Those whose names are called, stay. The rest of you, don't be discouraged. There will be another selection before winter. After eliminating Wilson Gray, Ron plans to focus on developing military capabilities, producing potions, and training a group of holy knights and swift archers. As for other professions, I will start recruiting and training talented individuals after I officially become a lord. Those whose names were called responded with excitement, for they knew that from this moment on, they were no longer ordinary farmers, but had become hunters. The prospect of joining the hunt in the mountains is an irresistible temptation for any man. The serfs who failed the exam sighed and lamented on their way home, especially the few who made mistakes. They were filled with remorse and would probably remember this day, on their 80th birthdays, because they missed the target by mistake. Ron gave the newly recruited hunters a few words of encouragement before handing them over to his 3 subordinates who were about to take a potion and become swift archers. In the next few days, they would teach these men military regulations and horseback riding skills. If all goes well, these people will have learned to ride horses in 3 to 5 days. As for accuracy in mounted archery, one will probably need to find the right feel for shooting through repeated hunts. Of course, none of this is a problem. As long as one is loyal enough and takes the swift archer's potion, their accuracy will be greatly improved. With rigorous training, becoming an excellent shooter is only a matter of time. I believe that after a winter of hard training, this group of people will become good shooters and will be able to play a surprising role in the spring finals. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the sun sets in the west, and the sky is filled with the glow of sunset. After arranging the hunting party, Ron arrived at the forefront of the pioneering grounds. After a day of clearing, Oville and Lucia transformed the muddy, weedy ground into solid ground. The area explored in one day was larger than Ron had expected. It took him 7 or 8 minutes to walk from the camp to the very front of the exploration area before he could see the busy figures of the dragon girls. As the sun set, Oville stood tall, her fingertips dancing in the afterglow, diligently transforming the muddy ground into solid ground despite being soaked in sweat. Lucia plopped down on the ground, leaning against Oville's feet, and weakly waved her hands, shoveling water out of the mud. Upon seeing Ron arrive, Lucia reacted as if she had seen a savior, immediately lying down on the ground as if she were dead. My lord, Lucia is exhausted. Why I'm so tired after a long day. She quickly grabbed the man's trouser leg and recounted the day's hard work. Lord. Oville wiped the sweat from her brow and greeted her with a smile. You've suffered, Lucia. There'll be plenty of venison tonight. Seeing Lucia covered in mud and looking disheveled, Ron gently patted her head. Well, perhaps due to overexertion and excessive excitement, Lucia's eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep on the spot. But his mouth was still smacking, talking away. I love meat the most, my lord, give Lucia some. It seems she's really tired today. For some reason, Ron felt quite sorry for Lucia seeing how exhausted she was. Xiaolong, who had never done heavy work before, was exhausted like this just for food. It must have been tough on her. What Ron didn't know was that Lucia preferred to lie down and starve rather than eat and feel comfortable. But Lucia knew that this expedition was important to the man who was looking at her tenderly at that moment, so she was doing it not only for the food, but also to complete the task he had assigned her. Under normal circumstances, she would work for at most half a day before completely giving up and becoming a lazy bum. But when Lucia thought of Ron praising her last night and the joy on his face, she inexplicably felt empowered. So much so that after a long day, she only fell asleep exhausted after the man arrived. This is the first time I've ever seen Lucia work so hard at something. Oville, who grew up with Lucia, was surprised that Lucia worked without her having to urge her or say anything. At most, they would just say they were tired and couldn't take it anymore, but their bodies would still keep moving. You keep saying Lucia has it tough, but what about you? Seeing Oville covered in sweat, Ron took out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm not tired. I can wipe my sweat myself. The man's sudden gentleness left Oville somewhat flustered. She tried to look down, but the man was gently wiping away her sweat. Looking up, she would be met with that affectionate gaze again, and in the end, she could only reach out her little hand to wipe it herself. Don't move around. You've had a long day, it's only right that I wipe your sweat. Looking at the land that covered a full 60 or 70 square kilometers, Ron was amazed by their progress. They originally thought they could open up about 50 square kilometers, but they ended up opening up a full 70 square kilometers of land. This far exceeded expectations, which shows how hard they worked today. No, it's not hard at all. Oville pursed her pink lips and ultimately accepted the man's service of wiping her sweat, because she enjoyed the feeling. Seeing the other person's gentle eyes made her feel that all the hardship was worthwhile. This time, Oville's face no longer flushed with shame or embarrassment, but with the tender flutter of a young girl's heart. Oville. Looking at the shy and bashful appearance of the dragon girl in front of him, Ron admitted that he was smitten. Oville responded softly, and for some reason, the whole dragon was very nervous, more nervous and intense than when it first saw a man in the prison, or when its tail was being pinched. This intense emotion left her momentarily at a loss for what to do. So beautiful. Ron is like that. He never hesitates to praise beautiful things. Yes, the sunset is beautiful. Upon hearing the man's words, Oville's heart leaped into her throat, and she could hardly breathe. Seeing the man get close, Oville didn't shy away this time, she just nervously closed her eyes. Seeing the little dragon's trembling eyelashes, Ron couldn't resist pressing against it and taking a small bite. The setting sun whispers sweet nothings, and the evening glow blushes with shyness. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two figures. My lord, Lucia wants one too. A sudden sound from beside them interrupted their lip-syncing. Ron and Oville turned their heads in surprise and saw Lucia hugging her thick tail, talking in her sleep. The two looked at each other and laughed. Lucia must be dreaming about food again. Ron was in a good mood, with a smile on his face. You scared me? I thought I'd been seen. Even now, Oville is still a little shaken. She doesn't know what she would do if her friends saw her. What will happen if they see it? Yes, The naive little dragon was about to answer when his mouth was sealed shut again. At first, she was shy and inexperienced, and had no idea what to do. Now I'm gradually starting to cooperate a little, and it seems I'm enjoying the process. Okay, I love you so much, Lord. Lord, my lord, the tail can't. Already emotionally charged, Oville simply couldn't bear the feeling of her tail being squeezed. The slightest touch to her tail made her feel as if all her strength had been drained away, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Her already somewhat limp tail went completely limp. You've had a long day, let me give you a massage. Looking at Oville's charming face, which seemed to be both coy and welcoming, Ron's lips curled up into a wild smile. Although it said no, its tail tightly wrapped around its arm, as if it wanted more. But, whoosh. Oville seemed to have had something activated, and the entire dragon became somewhat strange. Previously, Ron had taken the initiative to approach her, but at this moment, her mind went blank, and overwhelming emotions consumed her completely. It turned into a little dragon that only knew how to take and only thought about reproducing. My lord, my lord. Not far away, seeing that her companions had not returned for a long time, Fulia stopped her training and walked towards the distant pioneering area to see if something had happened. At first, she didn't notice anything unusual. When she walked to the very front of the pioneering area, there was no one there, and it seemed that they had already finished work. Two figures darted about behind a hill not far ahead. One of them was the dragon Oville she knew, and the one clinging to her companion was that man. Damn it, that shameless man, how dare he lay a hand on Oville. In an instant, heat surged from Phyllis's body, and she strode towards the hill. This time, she decided to teach the man a lesson, otherwise, if things continued like this, her partner would eventually become a dragon weapon. Perhaps because he was alone, Ichiryu was too focused on what was in front of him and did not notice Freya's approach. Sometimes it's like this, when you're doing something enjoyable, your other senses become less active. Oville, do you like it? Yes, I love it. Oville loves Lord Oville the most. I never expected you to be this kind of dragon. I don't know what happened. My tail was pinched and squeezed, and that's how it turned out. Lord, please don't think I'm some kind of strange dragon. Ovally, I love you just the way you are. Hearing the sounds coming from ahead, Freya's crimson vertical pupils widened in shock. I initially thought my partner was being forced, but seeing Oville's initiative to get closer and the things she said, it all seemed like a mutual agreement. Hearing these strange words, Freya's tail started swaying inexplicably, as if it was also hoping to be squeezed. At first, she was furious and even considered confiscating the man's weapon. But when she got closer and heard these words, she hesitated, even felt a little ashamed, and was too embarrassed to go out. It's a strange feeling. Sometimes, the person who witnesses it feels even more ashamed and unable to face it. Damn it! What do we do now? Freya was stunned, now caught in a dilemma. She was afraid of being discovered if she left, but she also felt ashamed if she rushed over and beat the man up. And she couldn't face Oville in this state. Hesitation leads to defeat, while decisiveness only results in giving up. In the end, Phyllis hid behind the hill, becoming a listener, neither acting nor running away. The words spoken by the two people were brutally entered into his ears. That human deserves to die. Tonight I must pin him to the ground and ravage him mercilessly. Despite gritting her teeth, Freya's tail wagged uncontrollably behind her. For some reason, she suddenly had a strange thought. She wanted to grab her tail and knead it herself. Especially when she heard what Oville said, and the man's voice. The desire for Philia's tail to be squeezed and kneaded reached its peak, almost becoming uncontrollable. Gumbling, Freya's hand involuntarily and slowly reached towards her tail, her breathing gradually becoming rapid. Just as they were about to touch, she bit her lip hard, drawing blood. The intense pain brought her back to her senses. It will stop the brain from becoming strange, and stop the thought that is only driven by the desire to reproduce. I absolutely cannot do such a thing. How could I possibly be influenced by this shameless man? How could I possibly lose control of my body? Phyllis managed to regain control this time, albeit with great difficulty. But what she didn't know was that the more these things were bottled up, the more turbulent they would become when they finally erupted. She will not be able to bear it any longer and will completely turn into a toy dragon that only knows how to reproduce. Chapter 106 Lucia's impact from the dragon's spring? Oville can't hold on. Squad farming system implemented? The evening glow and the setting sun are about to part ways on the horizon. My lord, my lord. Oville bit her pink lips and hugged the man in front of her tightly, as if she was afraid that he would leave or disappear. Ovally, your tail is amazing, it curls so well. Ron let out a comfortable breath, feeling refreshed and invigorated. It must be said that Oville's thick tail is quite impressive. Unlike Lucia's, hers is much stronger. Lucia's was softer, had more flash, and felt very comfortable. Freya's tail is the strongest. I've only ever handled it so far, and it feels quite nice. I reckon they're quite good at rolling around. I'm glad the Lord is happy. Oville lowered her head shyly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears that seemed about to spill over at any moment. So this is what it feels like to have your tail wrapped around the Lord. No wonder Lucia always talks like that in her sleep. All right, little pervert, it's time to go back now that the sun has set. After feeling completely refreshed, Ron gently pinched Oville's little nose, his gesture as intimate as that of a partner. I'm not a pervert. Oville pouted, her expression charming, and spoke softly and coquettishly to the man. This was the first time she had ever spoken in this tone. She herself could hardly believe that she could actually make such a sound, especially directed at a human being. Often, girls are like this. Once you break through the boundaries in your heart and the social distance between you and the other person is crossed, and the relationship becomes intimate, they will show their tender and gentle side. Even demi-human girls are no exception. I reckon even a temperamental little dragon like Freya would become alluring and beautiful once she breaks through her limits. Whose tail was that curled up to us just now? Ron only rubbed Oville's tail and moved a little closer on his own initiative. Everything that happened afterward was passive on his part. Even the seasoned veteran Ron was somewhat surprised. He never expected that Oville, who was usually dignified and composed like an older sister, would show such a delicate expression. It turns out to be quite a contrast. No, I don't know, it's definitely not mine. After the intense emotions subsided, Oville felt unbearably ashamed. She never imagined she would do such a thing. Its tail was completely out of control, curling up involuntarily. So it's not my fault. Let's go back. Seeing the shy little dragon, Ron looked satisfied, picked up Lucia, and walked towards the camp. Oville, her long legs feeling somewhat weak, followed beside the man, occasionally glancing sideways at him. At this moment, she was like a young girl experiencing her first love, unable to resist stealing glances at the man beside her, but also somewhat shy, only glancing briefly before immediately looking away. If nothing unexpected happens, this little dragon is about to be completely smitten. Behind her, beside the hill, Philia, who had witnessed all of this, stood there in a daze. For the first time, her strong desire to bring her companion home wavered. This is the first time I've seen that expression on Oville's face. Has she fallen in love with a human? Whether it was a bitter smile or helplessness, Freya stood there, her heart filled with mixed feelings. But why would Oville fall for such a shameless human? Who? Freya sighed helplessly and followed the path towards the camp under the cover of night. The only reason she could think of for Oville's fall was the tail behind her. Because even she herself almost lost control completely several times. Our tails are our weapons, and only a suitable mate can soften the scales of our tails. But why can this human soften the tails of all of us dragons? Damn it! Faced with this situation, Freya felt utterly helpless and didn't even know how to help Ovally. When asked to speak frankly, Freya couldn't bring herself to do it, so she ended up focusing on the culprit who caused her and her companions to become strange. It's very simple, just cut it off. My lord, it's fine to put it here. Ron carried Lucia all the way to the tent, and Oville cleared out a sofa so that Lucia could lie down and rest for a while. It is good. Ron stepped forward, just as he was about to put her down, but Lucia clung tightly to him, refusing to let go, and kept murmuring to herself. My lord, you mustn't leave Lucia. I want a hug, and I want Lucia's tail rubbed. Ron. Is she asleep? Has she been like this all along? Ron was somewhat surprised. If that were the case, wouldn't Lucia tell him everything she did to him that night? He usually only talks in his sleep when he first falls asleep. To be honest, Lucia only talked in her sleep for the first half hour after falling asleep, the rest of the time she slept soundly. But saying such things at this moment made her feel a little embarrassed. My lord, Lucia is so tired. Lucia, lying on the sofa, still clung tightly to Ron, refusing to let go. Even though the dragon was asleep, she could still unconsciously act coquettishly. It seems Lucia is really tired today. Ron did not refuse Lucia's request. After all, she had worked so hard today, and it was understandable to indulge her little wish. As soon as her tail was grabbed, Lucia let out a soft groan and her body trembled slightly. Lord. Looking at Lucia like this, Ron wondered if she was pretending to be asleep, but he also thought that the silly water dragon girl was a bit dim-wit. I don't want it anymore, my lord. Oville wanted to sit down and rest for a while, but as soon as her round, pert buttocks touched the sofa, the man's hand grabbed her tail. That feeling was still intense. It's okay, I'll give you a massage too, then you can get some rest. Ron is like that, striving to treat everyone equally, even when it comes to massaging his tail. But then he thought, what if Philia were here too? You can't massage 3 tails at the same time with just 2 hands. But there's always a way to overcome difficulties. It just so happens that it has a mouth, and the dragon girl happens to have a tail. What a coincidence? Okay then. Having experienced the tail massage, Oville's mouth began to speak honestly. This feeling is extraordinary for dragons. Master, we were just looking for you. Did you just finish taking a bath? She remembered that her master didn't have the habit of taking a bath before meals. Oh, it's nothing. Ron smoothed his hair back. All right. Fiona felt strange, but didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she explained why she wanted to see the other person. My lord, dinner is ready. We can begin the banquet immediately. The venison was delivered a little late today, otherwise dinner would have been earlier than it is now. Later, I'm going to take a shower. You can gather the people in the open space while I announce something. Oville and Lucia were exhausted after a long day, so I told them to get some rest while I went to take care of my business. The system of small team farming was promulgated so that the people could get to know each other as soon as possible. The wheat fields would be opened up soon, and after that, the land would be distributed according to the small teams. Yes, master, I will take care of it right away. Seeing the man's serious expression, Fiona didn't ask any more questions, because she felt that there must be something important, otherwise he wouldn't be so late and not have eaten my dinner. By the way, master, why do you smell so good? It smells like flowers, and it also smells like milk and honey. Actually, she had wanted to say this for a long time. It was the first time she had ever smelled this fragrance, and it had a special feeling about it. It's probably contaminated with some pollen. You should go and gather the people together. Ron lied without batting an eye, then urged the maid to get on with the important business. Understood, master. Fiona felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it, and in the end, she could only leave with her doubts. That dim master must have done something strange and was afraid the maid would find out, which is why he left in such a hurry. Fiona still understands Ron so well. Ron, having washed himself clean, let out a long sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lucia is truly an incredible dragon. Even when she's asleep, she can still make such a commotion. It's outrageous. However, he didn't dislike the water dragon girl. On the contrary, he felt that the visual impact of that scene was stronger than ever before. It greatly satisfied my inner desire to conquer. After changing into a clean suit, Ron left the camp and went to the farmer's settlement. On the open ground, there were about 600 or 700 people, some sitting on the ground, others chatting with each other. Although they didn't know what to do next, they put down what they were doing and gathered together immediately. Master, all the people are here. Upon approaching, Fiona spoke respectfully. Ron nodded, and when the farmers saw their lord arrive, they immediately knelt on the ground and bowed humbly. Lord. They won't say anything nice, but they'll express the highest respect by kneeling on your knees. Everyone, get up. Ron raised his hand and said directly. Next, I will announce an important message that concerns all of you and will bring you a bright future. It is good. Thank you, Lord. Although the farmers didn't understand what the Lord meant, they still got excited. Never mind what's going on for now. When the Lord speaks, we need to create a lively atmosphere. Next, it will be time to plant wheat. You will form a planting team of 10 people and work together as a team to plant wheat. Ron solemnly promulgated the squad farming regulations. There will be a harvest ranking every quarter. The top 10 teams will each receive an extra reward of 20 silver coins, the top 20 will receive 10 silver coins, the top 30 will receive 6 silver coins, and the top 40 will receive 3 silver coins. He paused here. In other words, from now on you will not do more but receive the same amount of reward. The more you do, the more you will receive, and the more silver coins you will be paid. Moreover, the top-ranked teams will also receive additional resources such as meat as a reward. Ron initially planned that only the top 10 would receive a reward, while the bottom 10 would be punished. But after thinking it over, I still feel that this method is not very effective in motivating people, and punishment might lead to dissatisfaction. Let's just rephrase it as a reward system. In reality, the money comes from the people themselves. These rewards are the result of their hard work. Of course, this is a great thing for the people, since they can get extra income every year. Thank you, wise lord. My lord, you are the most generous lord I have ever met. The farmers, having understood, shouted excitedly, because the news was too astonishing. It meant that as long as they worked hard and their teams all made it into the top 10, they would earn 20 silver coins per quarter, and 40 silver coins per year. This is equivalent to extra income, and the fact that they can eat meat gives many people hope for the future. That's not all. The next piece of news will be your chance to change your destiny. Ron coughed once, then spoke with a serious expression. The top 10 teams, with more than 10 appearances, will receive an extra gold coin and an outstanding citizen badge personally awarded by me. Furthermore, their descendants will have the opportunity to become glorious knights of my Leonard family. These words, one by one, were brutally poured into everyone's ears. The previous rewards had already excited the people, who decided to work hard to grow wheat and strive to improve their lives. Only when life is good will the pretty widows in the territory be willing to live together. Now that this news has come out, everyone is going crazy. Gold coins? Teams that rank in the top 10 times will receive gold coins, as well as an outstanding citizen badge personally awarded by the Lord. With enough effort, our son can become a knight, and we won't have to grow wheat anymore. He can become a noble knight. My lord, you are the most benevolent and wise lord we have ever met. Upon hearing the news, many people were moved to tears, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly in gratitude. Gold coins were already important to them, but even more important were the medals of merit awarded by the Lord himself. For ordinary people like them, those at the bottom of society, this is an unparalleled honor, something that no amount of money can compare to. Just imagining themselves standing on the stage, receiving the badge of outstanding citizen from the Lord, makes many people tremble with excitement. The last piece of news will drive everyone crazy. Those at the bottom have almost no chance of turning their lives around. Because social classes in this era had long been solidified, the son of a nobleman was a nobleman, the son of a wealthy merchant was a wealthy merchant, the son of a knight was a knight, and the son of a cow or horse was born to be cattle or horse waste. Almost nothing will change. But things are different now. The great Lord has opened this passage, giving all descendants the opportunity to become noble knights. Master, you must keep your promises now, or I'm afraid they'll go crazy. Seeing the people so excited they were crying and trembling, Fiona felt heartbroken. Some people have things that are readily available to them, but these are things they spend their whole lives pursuing. Of course, even more will be realized in the future. Ron knew that adding appropriate rewards would motivate them to work even harder. This is also a good thing for them. At least their future lives won't be without goals, and their lives will get better and better. Once the territory is well developed in the future, Ron will add various welfare policies. They wouldn't treat them like livestock, unlike other nobles. Fiona is yours. Divide them into 50 squads, excluding the women. Ron planned to be a hands-off manager, leaving such trivial matters to the maid. No problem, master. You can leave it to the maid without worry. Upon receiving the order, Fiona immediately categorized the squads according to age and whether they had any illnesses, in order to ensure that each squad had roughly the same personnel configuration. There won't be a situation where one team is all young and strong, and the other team is all old and weak. An hour later, under Fiona's arrangement, the 50 teams were successfully divided. They have already been registered, so you can find the corresponding person in the team by name. From now on, each person will serve as a team leader for one day in order of seniority. Team members will supervise and report each other, and anyone found slacking off can be reported to the Agricultural Management Department. Ron continued to refine the team farming system, and as for farm management, he selected one person from among the people he brought from his home. Taking turns as team leader has an advantage. It prevents power from becoming centralized. Once power becomes fixed, oppression will occur. Rotating team leaders can effectively prevent such incidents from happening. Understood, Lord. Fiona nodded and began to put the matter into action. As for the remaining people, you'll assign them tomorrow. There will be gathering teams, planting teams, breeding teams, and so on. Implement a reward system for each of them, but since they have fewer people, we'll use an individual system. You'll decide how to handle it then. Ron was quite confident in his maid's abilities and would leave this matter to her to handle tomorrow. Don't worry, Master, I will handle this matter perfectly. Fiona smiled confidently. She actually felt quite sorry for these people, so she would most likely allocate the personnel according to the fairest and most suitable plan tomorrow. As for Ron, he still plans to go hunting tomorrow, but he will add one more thing to the hunt, to scout out the enemy situation near Curtin Valley. After all, their archenemy Wilson Gray has most likely already arrived at the frontier. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory. It's best to investigate his situation first, in case anything goes wrong. In addition, sentries should be stationed day and night near the swamp, so that Wilson Gray can have a warning if he launches an attack in advance. As night deepened, after announcing the squad farming system, Ron and the maid headed towards the dining room. Lilith, dinner is about to begin. Upon arriving at the witch's tent, Fiona called out softly, "I'm sorry, Fiona, this is a crucial early stage of research on antifreeze wheat. You guys eat it." Lilith's weak voice came from inside. "Lilith, let's do the research later, eat something first." Ron felt that not eating was not a solution, so he became more assertive. "My lord, is it?" Lilith's voice sounded somewhat anxious. "Don't say but, come out now." Ron opened the tent before she could finish speaking. All right, my lord." There was nothing Lilith could do, since the lord was so adamant, she could only sigh and follow behind. "Ovally, Lucia, dinner is about to begin." When Ron arrived at the dragon girl's tent, he spoke with a hint of a smile. The reason is simple, he was thoroughly shocked here just now. Okay, dinner's ready." Lucia, still half asleep and not fully awake, answered with her mouth. After waking up, she blinked her little mouth and followed Overa and Freya out of the tent. Lucia had no idea what had happened while she was asleep, and she thought it was all a beautiful dream. Ovel remained calm, offering a simple greeting, just as before. However, Freya's gaze was filled with a solemn murderous intent. Ron didn't even need to look to know that her teeth were clenched together. "I don't think I've offended this evil dragon, have I? Why are you making that face for no reason? They need to be disciplined." Chapter 107 Lilith's Unbelievable Plan. Fiona arrives in the room dressed in a special maid outfit. The night grew deeper. Darkness seemed to engulf the entire world, while stars shone brightly in the sky and the moon peeked out from behind the clouds. The banquet tonight has arrived as scheduled. Only a few plates of roasted lamb leg and roasted chicken remained. The table was mostly filled with firm roasted venison. "It tastes so good." Lucia stuffed her mouth full, as if all the fatigue of the day had vanished with that one bite. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Oville looked on in astonishment as she watched such a large bite of venison go into her mouth. "But for some reason, I suddenly thought of something with a curled tail under the sunset. I'd definitely choke if I ate that much, maybe only Lucia could eat it all in one bite." Gumbling. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dragon's saliva. "I'm usually so reserved, how could I think such strange things? But I'm a dragon, so it's normal for me to like eating meat. Master, I checked the resources today and found that our territory is lacking too many things." During her free time, Fiona checked the resources and investigated the current situation and demands of her subjects. How to say? Although Ron had already made plans for resources and the future development of the territory, he still wanted to hear what his maid had to say to see if there was anything he had overlooked. First is the issue of food. Although the master firmly believes that wheat can be grown before the harsh winter, it is clear that the outcome is unlikely to be satisfactory. Second is the issue of timber and water. Although there are solutions, they have not been formally resolved yet, and there may be some difficulties or unexpected events. Fiona put down her knife and said with a worried expression. Finally, there's the issue of winter clothing. I've investigated the situation of the local people, and they have almost no winter clothes. Their blankets are also very thin. Winters in the far north are very cold. If we leave them unattended, I estimate that many of them will not survive the winter. She's been very anxious these past few days. Because these problems are very difficult to solve, if one of them goes wrong, the development of the territory will be hampered. These very reasons led to the fact that the people could not survive the winter. Fiona is not a saint. When it comes to other people's affairs, people in other places will at most sympathize, but they will not take the initiative to get involved. But these people are now under Ron's rule, and are the Leonard family's people. She doesn't want anything to go wrong. "I hope everything goes well for my master. Don't we already have solutions for all of these?" Ron had considered all of these things, and he spoke calmly. "As for the issue of quilts and cotton-padded clothes, once I've dealt with Wilson Gray, I'll be able to open up the passage to Winter City, and then we can trade with merchants. This is a major problem that must be solved right now, because the materials for making all kinds of potions need to be purchased from Winterfell. After about a month, he and his knights will be able to continue taking the potion. This leaves a shortage of over 30 potions, and at least 20 or 30 holy knights need to be trained to support the clearing of the alien races on the outskirts of the misty forest in the swamp area. Only then can the timber problem be solved smoothly. Without timber, many people will freeze to death this winter. Therefore, all of these things must be done before the harsh winter arrives. But master, although we currently have over 30 holy knights, Wilson Gray has a full 50, and they have been taking potions for at least 1 or 2 years. Even if we had an equal number of holy knights, I'm afraid we still..." Fiona bit her pink lips tightly, not saying the last thing. She didn't want to say such discouraging things, but the facts were clear. Wilson Gray, their sworn enemy, was not so easy to deal with. Aren't there also demi-human girls? They also have decent combat power. Ron wasn't worried about this at all, because the Knights of the Wilson Gray family were taking inferior Holy Night potions. Even if you have been taking it for more than 2 years and have taken it multiple times, there is absolutely no need to worry. After all, he had given his subordinates the full version of the Holy Night potion, and their attribute values immediately after taking it surpassed those of the Holy Knights who had been taking it for 1 or 2 years. With the addition of the demi-human girl, it would be difficult to lose. If all else fails, there's always Phyllis, the trump card. Just throw her into a crowd and let them hack and slash her. After she's on the verge of death and awakens an even stronger bloodline, killing 40 or 50 Holy Knights will be a piece of cake. But it still feels very different. Fiona didn't want to boost others' morale and diminish her own, and she was still worried about something unexpected happening, unaware that everyone had taken the complete potion. My lord, the logging and irrigation canal digging have both failed. Lilith had been listening intently, expecting that something exciting was about to happen between Fiona and the lord. But today's chat left her greatly disappointed. If we don't talk about sex, what's the point of this meal? But upon hearing about the many problems the territory was facing, he couldn't resist the urge to use his skills and decided to perform a divination. Lilith, who was extremely confident in her divination skills, was certain that the plan to cut down trees and dig a canal would fail. Adding to the fact that the previous divination for wheat seeds failed, it means that we have no food, timber, or water. Lilith, stop doing random divination. Your predictions are never accurate. Although Fiona was certain that the witch's divination was almost certainly inaccurate, hearing this news still made her heart clench. How could these possibly fail? They're bound to succeed. Lilith has never calculated correctly even once, so she definitely won't calculate correctly this time either. Fiona, I know you're upset, but I can assure you that this divination was completely accurate. Although some problems had indeed occurred during previous divinations, Lilith never felt that the problem lay with her. She believes it must have been influenced by external factors. The failure did not affect her confidence in the results of her divination at all. That determined look in her eyes made Fiona wonder if she had really predicted it correctly this time. No. Lilith always has such a confident look in her eyes, we can't be fooled by her appearance. Fiona was exasperated. Despite the divinations always being inaccurate, her gaze remained so resolute. That's settled. Ron didn't want to consult the oracle about things like digging irrigation canals and cutting down timber, because if things proceeded step by step, success was only a matter of time. Now, with Lilith's divination added, it's a done deal. My lord, there is no need to worry. I already have a solution. Lilith's mind works very fast. Once she identifies a problem, she has already basically figured out a solution. Oh, tell me. Ron was quite curious to see what methods his witch had. As long as it's not something outrageous, it's fine. Since we are currently lacking food, timber, and winter clothing, wouldn't it be perfect to just have all the people hibernate? Lilith's expression became excited, and she said with great enthusiasm, the way to make them hibernate is also very simple. I will develop a secret medicine to make humans hibernate. Her idea came to her suddenly when she saw the turtle soup on the table. Since turtles can hibernate, there's no reason why humans can't. We just need to extract genes from hibernating animals for research, and we'll definitely have results before winter. Researching frost-resistant wheat is far more straightforward than researching frost-resistant humans. Lilith always manages to find a way to solve all the problems at once. Nonsense, humans aren't animals, how could they hibernate? Fiona was immediately stunned by this plan. She really wanted to pry open Lilith's head to see what was inside and why she always wanted to do these strange studies. Trust me, Fiona, I will definitely be able to develop a secret medicine that allows humans to hibernate within a month. Lilith was as confident in her ability to create secret potions as she was in her divination skills. No, if something goes wrong, won't all the people die? The hibernation plan was utterly absurd. Fiona couldn't imagine that in winter, all her people would be lying at home like the dead. If the secret medicine malfunctions, everyone will truly die. There is indeed a possibility of failure, but don't worry, I have other ideas. Lilith's method is this: the secret medicines she creates have side effects, but she can always remedy them with another secret medicine, although of course, other side effects may occur. Any solution? Fiona was taken aback by her serious expression and couldn't help but ask a question. It's very simple, I just need to develop the secret medicine for bringing the dead back to life. Lilith's eyes were filled with fervor. In this way, the people will not need to eat or drink, will not fear the cold, will not fear death, and will be able to work day and night without stopping. She only considers solving the problem, never the consequences of doing so. Life seemed to her to be nothing more than a pile of research material. Then they'd be undead. Upon hearing this, Fiona frowned even more deeply, and said with a serious expression, Lilith, what you're doing is even worse than the Black Witch. If the Vatican finds out, you'll definitely be sent to the gallows. She now has a profound understanding of what a madman is like. People like Lilith are just crazy people who only know how to do research. I'm sorry, Fiona, I am the real White Witch. Lilith was as confident in her identity as the White Witch as she was in divination and potion making. They firmly believe that their research and solutions are all aimed at making humanity stronger. And how does making the dead continue to work make her a Black Witch? Lilith shrugged, looking completely bewildered. In that case, all the people living in the world would no longer need to work and could just enjoy themselves. What a wonderful world it would be if every family turned their dead family members into living dead. Family should always be by your side. Fiona. Neuropathy. Fiona was stunned. She never expected this witch's idea to be so outrageous. Simply unheard of. It sounds outrageous, yet it also seems to make some sense, and it's even hard to refute. Lilith, I think no one but you could accept having so many living dead around you. Ron was also shocked by this earth-shattering plan. What kind of rebellious capitalists are they? They won't even let the dead go. If the world really became like that, it would be truly unbelievable. What? Upon hearing this, Lilith looked at the two of them in surprise. Can't you all accept this? She felt that such a good thing should be welcomed by everyone and they should be crazy about it. How could I not accept it? Obviously, I simply cannot accept it. Fiona helplessly shrugged, but a strange idea popped into her mind. If the master were to die, having him as a living dead to keep him company wouldn't be so bad. Even if he becomes like this, he should still be a living dead who's always acting strangely and irrationally. Pfft. Thinking of this, Fiona couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at all of a sudden? Ron looked at his maid's suppressed laughter and was somewhat puzzled. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something funny. You're so happy just thinking about coming to my room later. You jerk, master. You're always having weird fantasies. A maid wouldn't be happy about that, I'd rather not. Let's see how stubborn you can be later. I won't let master know. The night grew deeper. After dinner, Oville and Lucia, exhausted from a long day, went to bed early. In order to become stronger, Freya, as usual, went to an uninhabited mine to begin her training. The Ice Wolf mother and her daughter lay in bed chatting. Mrs. kept asking questions about hunting, because she wanted to become an excellent wolf hunter as soon as possible so she could help the Lord. Fiona, who was inside the tent, had just finished washing herself and stepped out of the bathroom. Today she washed even more carefully, cleaning every nook and cranny, inside and out. Looking at her fair and delicate body in the mirror, Fiona's cheeks flushed slightly. That bastard owner must be really looking forward to seeing himself like this. I won't let my master get away with it so easily. Grumbling. She swallowed hard, brought another basin of hot water from the bathroom, added a few flower petals, and then placed her delicate, fair feet into it. This is something she does every morning and evening, take a bath and soak her feet, especially her feet, which she soaks several times a day. It's not for my jerk owner, I'm just a clean freak, a bit of a germaphobe. Perhaps worried about affecting the experience and taste, Fiona gently rubbed her pink toes, not missing a single one. After soaking her feet, she changed into the maid outfit specially made by the dragon girl. Wearing this maid outfit, Fiona always felt a cool breeze blowing from behind. Fiona in the mirror had a charming expression, and her beautiful eyes were misty with moisture, as if they could drip water. That damn master is probably waiting for me to come over in his room. With that thought in mind, she took a deep breath and walked towards the next tent, her long legs tightly encased in black bodysuit stockings. To prevent the maid from being seen in this outfit, Ron had someone put up a 2-meter-high cloth around the two tents well in advance, so that no one outside could see what was happening inside. As Fiona arrived at Ron's door, the thought of what she was about to face made her tremble with nervousness. Damn master, if you dare to do anything reckless later, you're dead. That's how the scumbag maid is. She's usually so sharp-tongued that she seems to accept anything, but when it comes to actually facing someone, she gets so nervous that her hands tremble as she opens the tent. As the tent opened, the dim light immediately shone on Fiona, along with the man's gaze. Fiona had expected that gaze to be incredibly intense, but to her surprise, Ron only glanced at her before lowering his head to start drawing something. This is the first time I've seen such a serious owner. I'm wearing the clothes he's been looking forward to, and he's still so calm. Master, are you painting? Fiona closed the tent, came up behind the man, and looked curiously at the paper lying flat on the table, which looked like a painting. The owner had never done these things before, but I didn't expect him to draw them so well. Drawing a complete picture of the territory. Ron didn't look up, but responded in a deep voice. He was so focused on his work that he completely forgot that the maid would be coming to his room tonight in a specially made outfit to help him through his troubles. Wow, that's amazing. When did you learn that, master? Fiona was surprised to find that the drawing was of a town, but it turned out to be a map of a territory. In her eyes, Ron was a lewd bastard who only knew how to be lewd, but suddenly he seemed like a different person, knowing so much. Moreover, she was able to resist the temptation of wearing a special made outfit, and her eyes didn't even show the slightest hint of flirtation. Although Fiona hoped her master would do this, she felt a little disappointed for some reason. It seems she felt her charm wasn't enough to distract the person in front of her. That's easy, you can do it with your hands. Ron smiled and continued planning the various facilities for the territory, starting with the irrigation canals and the road leading to the Ketchies Mountains, which would need arrow towers and traps. While the road is convenient, it is equally convenient for the enemy. Therefore, it is necessary to set up numerous obstacles so that the enemy who takes this road will pay a heavy price. Upon hearing the man's words, Fiona's lips twitched. She wanted to retort, but seeing Ron so intently drawing the map, she swallowed back the words that were about to come out. She rested her round, pert buttocks, tightly encased in black pantyhose, on the edge of the bed, her hand propping up her chin on the table as she quietly watched the focused man beside her. The owner looks quite handsome when he's serious. Gradually, Fiona seemed to become mesmerized, her eyes narrowed with laughter, and the corners of her mouth turned up, staring at her like a lovesick fool. I've been watching it all night, is it good? After finishing drawing the map of the swamp territory, Ron looked smugly at the maid beside him. No, I wasn't staring at Master. I was just looking at the map Master was drawing. Upon being exposed, Fiona's cheeks flushed red. Despite feeling incredibly ashamed inside, she still managed to put on a disgusted expression. Master, don't always think about such strange things. You absolutely cannot admit to this, otherwise that bastard owner will definitely take advantage of you. Master, you are amazing. The territories on this map look just like they actually exist. Fiona thought that even the kingdom's most skilled painter, drawing a map based on the already completed territory, could only achieve this level of skill. She never expected that the man beside her could draw such a perfect map just from his imagination. It will become a reality soon. Ron stretched comfortably, and as he spread his arms, he pulled the maid next to him into his arms. You bastard Master, why did you suddenly attack the maid? Fiona hadn't even reacted yet, her eyes were still on the map. She hadn't expected the man's hand to arrive so quickly. Damn Master, it was all an act all along. Now you're the real Master. I just wanted to stretch, but my hand just wouldn't obey me and I ended up pulling you into my arms. Smelling the faint scent of lilies, Ron's lips curled up little by little. Fiona, are you wearing that special maid outfit? Ron noticed something was off about the texture and his pupils contracted. He remembered that the maid outfit had a rough texture, but now it felt as smooth as a bodysuit. It was clearly that bastard Master who forced her to dress like this, but he's acting like the maid wanted to dress like this herself. Feeling the man's hand, Fiona's body trembled, but she still pretended to be disgusted. A master who always tries to make a move on his maid is the most disgusting. That bastard Ron, he's actually pretending he knows nothing. But I have a feeling that you're also looking forward to seeing me in this maid outfit. Only when Ron heard this did he remember what his maid had promised. It has to be said that this maid outfit for the dragon girl is really quite interesting. Especially when paired with black tights, the visual impact is very strong. Master, don't always fantasize about such things. This maid wouldn't even dream of it. At this moment, Fiona felt waves of intense emotions surging through her. Is it? Ron grabbed Fiona's slender waist and pressed her against the table. Ugh, you bastard, you damn Master, what are you doing? Chapter 108. Ron personally feeds the maid? Fiona's face is radiant. It was completely dark. The farmers, having toiled all day, had all gone to sleep, with only 2 squads of knights patrolling the territory. Inside the tent, on the wooden table, Fiona bit her pink lips tightly, turning her head away with a face full of shame and indignation. You bastard Master, if you dare to do anything strange, the maid will fight back. At this moment, her slender waist sank down, and her buttocks, tightly wrapped in black pantyhose, were slightly upturned, their curves so beautiful they resembled a perfect work of art. Don't move, hold. Looking at the beautiful maid, Ron couldn't help but swallow hard. Fiona already had a great figure, and with such alluring movements, plus the black bodysuit and special maid outfit, just looking at this whole set was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Especially their expressions of disgust and extreme reluctance. Awesome? A master who manipulates his maid at will is the most disgusting. At this moment, Fiona's delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and intense emotions surged throughout her body. Being stared at by a man with those burning, admiring eyes, as if he were appreciating a work of art, made her feel unbearably ashamed. But for some reason, I also felt a faint sense of pleasure, as if I was slowly starting to enjoy the feeling of being watched. How can it be casual? Your posture right now is absolutely perfect. Ron took a deep breath and couldn't resist pressing himself against her. The immense rebound force allowed him to touch the extraordinary. You bastard Master, you can't do weird things to the maid. At this moment, Fiona felt her mind go blank, and her knees involuntarily pressed together and rubbed gently. That bastard Ron, he must have wanted to do this to me for a long time. What's strange about it? I'm just testing something. Ron leaned down, bringing his face close to Fiona's ear, and whispered. What? You can't even handle a simple test. Seeing his maid's embarrassed and ashamed appearance, Ron felt extremely satisfied. It greatly satisfied my inner desire to conquer. You bastard Master? What kind of weird test is this? Besides, the maid won't feel anything at all, she only feels disgust for a master like this. Despite her inner turmoil, Fiona still looked at the man in front of her with an expression of utter contempt, as if he were a scumbag. How could I possibly be interested in something like that? No way. If you don't feel anything, that's fine. Your pantyhose are getting in the way. As he spoke, Ron tore open the black pantyhose that revealed the tail of the maid outfit. You bastard Master, if you do this, the maid will fight back. Fiona was getting really anxious, her expression had a hint of coquettishness and pleading. Because she was afraid and worried that if something really happened, she wouldn't be cherished by the other person. Absolutely not. How? Ron leaned forward, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, What do you think I'll do to you? Seeing his maid's shy demeanor, Ron felt incredibly pleased. No matter what Master says, this maid will not agree. Fiona bit her pink lips tightly, looking at the man behind her with an expression of utter contempt for him. Although she outwardly showed disdain, she was actually struggling to contain her intense emotions. How could the maid not know what her master was thinking? That kind of thing absolutely cannot be allowed to be done so easily by the master. So what you promised before doesn't count anymore. Ron's hand slowly reached towards the maid's calves, which were encased in black bodysuit stockings, and grabbed them. If that's the case, Fiona, you should start thinking about how to be a good mother. Yes, master. At this moment, Fiona panicked, fearing that the man might do something even more outrageous. That's it. Seeing that he had succeeded, Ron turned around and lay down on the sofa, looking triumphantly at the shy maid in front of him. Master, you always force your maids to do weird things, that's the most disgusting thing ever. Fiona tied her hair up, pouted, and glared at the man in front of her. After saying that, she gently placed her round, perky buttocks on the soft sofa, took off her shoes, and revealed her small feet wrapped in black pantyhose. Perhaps due to nervousness, the delicate pink toes hidden inside twitched restlessly. Your legs are trembling, you're just being stubborn, but you actually like it, don't you? Looking at the maid in front of him who was extremely unwilling but had to do it, Ron felt incredibly comfortable. Especially that look of disgust when looking at scumbags. It's great. Damn it, what a bastard master. He really has wild ideas. How could a maid possibly like this? Just thinking about it makes me sick. Fiona lowered her head slightly, her gaze slowly moving down from the man. After just one glance, her brows furrowed even more. That kind of master is disgusting. How could a maid possibly like him? That bastard Ron, he always says things like that. I would never like this kind of thing, and I would never like a lewd master. Although she said that, for some reason, Fiona's face gradually flushed, and an intense feeling was welling up inside her. It seems like it could burst out at any moment. The swamp territory gets especially cold in the latter half of the night. The cold wind, carrying its chill, dispelled the lingering warmth of late autumn, but it could not extinguish the burning passion in Freya's heart. She was doing well in her cultivation at first, but the more she progressed, the more restless she became. Her eyes would often look towards the camp, as if she was expecting someone to arrive. But she had been waiting for a long time, and Freya's heart was growing more and more anxious, which caused her movements to become distorted, and she began to swing her claws wildly. Moreover, the tail was used very frequently today, constantly whipping against a protruding rock. The hard rock was pierced with marks, and it seemed that only the pain from her tail could calm her heart a little. Damn. Freya gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, and slammed it hard against the rock. The force was so great that it made her stagger back several steps. A few drops of scarlet blood even seeped out from between his fingers. She let out a long sigh, lay down casually on the ground, and gazed at the starry sky. Then, as if her tail had offended her, she pressed her tail, which was covered in red scales, to the ground and kept hitting it. At this moment, Freya seemed to be venting her anger at the man's attack on Ovally earlier that day. Or perhaps it's because her tail goes limp and she gets angry when a man touches it, or maybe it's something else. Inside the campsite, in the tent, on the sofa, Fiona bit her pink lips tightly, her expression charming, and kept swinging her pink little feet playfully. You bastard master, stop staring at the maid's body with those weird looks. Seeing the man's burning gaze, Fiona, who was half lying on the sofa with her hands supporting her back, pouted and gave the man a disdainful look. Damn Ron, what kind of look is that? Does he think I'm acting like this because I like him? I was completely forced and coerced. How could someone as upright as me possibly have strange looks in my eyes? Ron lay comfortably on the sofa, looking at his maid with a look of enjoyment. The word serious is impossible to be used to describe the master. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by being stared at, Fiona immediately turned her face away. That jerk of a master is never serious. Fiona, are you tired? Of course, the maid has been to many places today, she's already very tired. Hearing the man's words, Fiona pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Actually, it hurts to see you like this. Here's what I've prepared for you. I've prepared some late-night snacks. After you eat, go back and rest. As he spoke, Ron stepped forward and put his arm around Fiona's slender waist, pulling her closer. No, the maid isn't hungry at all. Perhaps worried about gaining weight and developing a big belly from eating too much, Fiona kept shaking her head in refusal. That bastard Ron's cooking looks awful. How could I possibly eat it? This is a token of my appreciation. I'll be sad if you don't eat it. Ron's fingers gently traced across the maid's fair face, finally stopping at her pink lips. Besides, you haven't even eaten it, so you have no factual basis for your judgment on whether other people's food is good or not. Although Ron may seem a bit unserious at times, he is quite serious when it comes to getting things done. Although Ron rarely cooks, he prepared this meal with great care. It's unacceptable for a chef to create a delicious dish, only to have diners criticize it as unpalatable without even tasting it. Ron. Fiona sniffed and looked at the man in front of her with a wronged expression. She tried to act cute to remind the other person of the happy times they had when they were childhood sweethearts. Fiona, the look on your face makes me want you to eat this whole big midnight snack. Ron was carrying a large bowl of food, which was a bit burned and looked charred, but he knew it would taste good. Although it doesn't look very appealing, once you taste it, you'll definitely change your mind and fall in love with this dish. You bastard master, the master who always forces his maids, you're the most disgusting and despicable one. When Fiona realized that acting cute was useless, she immediately pouted and looked at the man in front of her with disdain. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't because Ron had already reached his limit. They put the food directly into her mouth. This was the first time Fiona had ever eaten something made by Ron himself. It wasn't as bad as she had imagined, but it wasn't particularly delicious either. That bastard Ron, he even said it was delicious. It tasted awful, I didn't like it at all. Inside the tent in the swamp territory, Shamir tossed and turned, unable to sleep. My mind was a jumble of thoughts, constantly recalling the scene on the cliff face, where I was pulling the rope with the man, and his words seemed to still echo in my ears. The Lord said he would ask me to cooperate on some tasks. But after he came back, he never came to see me again. It's not that the Lord doesn't like me, it's just that the effects of the dear blood have made him have feelings for me. After the effects are over, you'll probably be disgusted with it. Thinking of this, Shamir bit her red lips, her fluffy tail pressed against her body, her knees huddled together, trembling slightly. Even if the Lord doesn't like it, it doesn't matter. I'm happy to help, my lord, as long as you need me. Perhaps it had been too long since she had experienced a passionate baptism, causing this ice wolf mother to become deeply immersed in it after only a brief treatment. I hope Ron can keep his word. You jerk, master, stop staring at me like that. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Fiona bit her pink lips and glared at the man in front of her with dissatisfaction. That jerk of an owner? They all said they didn't want to eat it anymore. How is what I made? Ron leaned back on the sofa, let out a long sigh, and looked at the maid in front of him with a satisfied expression. The food my master makes is really awful. Fiona squinted, frowned, and said with a look of disgust. The master has absolutely no talent for making things, so I suggest that the master should not try this in the future. That bastard Ron, the food he made was absolutely hideous. It tasted really weird, and was quite unpalatable. I'm never eating anything my owner makes again. Stubborn to the end, but you clearly like it. Having finally taken the lead in cooking, Ron didn't want to waste what he made, so he let his maid eat it all. There's no other way. In the early stages of development, food is hard to come by. There's a whole bunch of people below, eagerly waiting to be fed. How could we possibly waste food? You bastard Ron, how dare you say that? If you hadn't forced her, how could the maid have eaten them all? Thinking about this, Fiona pouted angrily, put her hands on her slender waist, and said with a look of disgust. Such awful food, yet master forced the maid who grew up with you to eat it all. Ron is getting more and more outrageous. His food is clearly terrible, but he doesn't even realize it. It's like they're the ones who like to eat it. How could I possibly like eating what my owner makes? It tastes awful. Just tell me if you've finished eating or not. Ron licked his lips smugly, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. I have to say, the way my maid looked so disgusted but insisted on finishing the food was really cute. That's how a shrewish maid behaves. From now on, I'll cook some weird dishes for her whenever I have free time. Anyway, this is the only chance. I will never eat anything made by master again. Master should not make anything indiscriminately. Fiona pouted, lifted her round, pert buttocks off the sofa, and prepared to leave. Snapped. Before she could even stand up straight, the man's hand slapped her, and Fiona's delicate body trembled immediately. You bastard master, stop hitting the maids all the time. Fiona was already struggling, and now she was even patted on the shoulder, especially since she was wearing a special maid outfit. Who told you to have such a perky butt? If I don't give you a smack, I won't be able to sleep tonight. As a true gentleman, how could one not take action when faced with something beautiful? Ron's reaction this time was even instinctive. His hand made the choice before his brain even started thinking. You jerk, don't ever help me again. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man and was about to leave, but as soon as she took half a step, a large hand wrapped around her slender waist. You bastard master, what else do you want to do? Seeing the man's burning gaze, Fiona panicked, fearing that something strange might happen to her again. That jerk of an owner? He ate everything he made, why is he still dragging me along? You've had a long day. As the lord who grew up with you, I've decided to help you out and let you relax. Ron is like that. He never likes to take advantage of others unilaterally, and reciprocity is his principle in life. He wanted to repay others for the help they had given him. As the saying goes, a drop of water in need is repaid with a spring of water. As a nobleman of good character and a proper gentleman, Ron would certainly repay the favor in kind. I don't need your bastard master's help at all. I'm not tired at all now and just want to rest. Fiona frowned, looking at the man in front of her with an expression of utter contempt. Ron is really getting more and more demanding. Now they're even thinking of helping themselves, they don't need help at all. I remember you said you were tired before, how come you're not tired all of a sudden? Ron pulled the delicate maid into his arms and said tenderly, don't push yourself if you're tired. I'll help you relax. Because I just had a late night snack and my energy has been restored, I'm not tired at all now. Fiona inexplicably came up with this reason, and her face turned bright red as soon as she said it. How could I have said such a thing? The food my jerk made was awful. Haha, I see. Upon hearing this, Ron burst into hearty laughter. In that case, I'll have to cook more often to help you get better health. The maid's shy demeanor is quite adorable. There's no need to trouble you with this, master. The maid will eat well for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Fiona seized the opportunity, pulled away, and ran quickly to the tent entrance. You bastard Ron, your cooking is so awful, I will never eat here again. And as for help, I don't need it at all. After stepping out of the tent, she took a deep breath at the entrance, then waved her fist at Ron's tent to express her dissatisfaction. But after taking a few steps, she turned back and spoke to the man she had been longing for. Good night, you bastard master. Good night. After hearing the response from inside the tent, Fiona pouted. Under the moonlight, her beautiful eyes shone like stars. Perhaps she was thinking of something happy, for she smiled gently, which was very pretty. On the way back to the tent, Fiona felt a warm feeling in her heart, but for some reason, her long legs, wrapped in black pantyhose, felt cold in the wind. She might not have understood why before, but now Fiona fully understands what's going on with her. Back in the tent, she checked herself and her face immediately turned red. That bastard owner, it's all his fault? Otherwise, how could I possibly be like this? I'll never agree to anything that jerk does again. Chapter 109 Fiona, sit down. The Saintess's move? Obtain the Swift Archer's illustration. The night is very long, so long that for those who suffer from insomnia, every second feels like a year. At this moment, in Volland, the first city in the north, the Saintess Xylin of the Night Goddess's Bishop's Court was suffering from insomnia. Normally, she would have fallen asleep by the first half of the night. But lately, for some reason, I can't fall asleep until the middle of the night. Even after personally making several batches of holy water to while away this lonely time, I still felt that the emptiness in my heart could not be filled. Mr. Leonard Ron, Xylin thinks of you constantly, imagining you gazing at me with that burning, unrestrained gaze, endlessly admiring everything about me, hoping you will tear away my sacred facade and ravage me. At this moment, the Saintess Xylin lay on her side in front of the statue of the Goddess of Night, hugging herself, her pink lips parted, and she kept speaking her most sincere expectations. Ever since that day when that man stared at her body so brazenly and said he wanted to pin her to the ground, this one of the 12 chaste saints of the Goddess of the Night Church could not forget that feeling. Because it was the first time she had been stared at with such burning gazes and assaulted with such foul language, making her soul tremble and anticipate the man actually doing those things. She longed for a man to invade her sanctity, to press her before the idol, and to defile her cruelly. Mr. Ron. The night is also very short, so short that as soon as you open your eyes, it's already dawn. Fiona slept soundly and peacefully. After waking up, I stretched comfortably and then got up to take a shower and soak my feet. While washing her feet, she secretly thought about helping Ron in his room the day before. Damn master, I really don't know what's so great about feet. They're clearly not as nimble as hands, but you like them so much. You keep staring at them with that look, like you're about to pounce and nibble on them at any moment. Fiona pouted, her cheeks flushed slightly. Although she always complained, her body language betrayed her true feelings. Before she knew Ron had a peculiar fetish for feet, she would just wash her feet at night. Now I soak my feet in flower petals every morning and evening until they are rosy and fragrant. She only started brushing her teeth and washing her face after the water had soaked. While brushing my teeth, I couldn't help but think of the late-night snack Ron made for me yesterday. That jerk of a master? The food he made was so awful, yet he was so confident, acting like he was some kind of genius. They would never like to eat anything their owner makes. I won't eat it again. Although she thought that to herself, she brushed her teeth for a longer time today, and even brushed her tongue thoroughly. Finally, she went to the mirror, opened her mouth, and looked at herself. He breathed on his hand to make sure it smelled good before going out. That jerk of a master, he must be sleeping in again. Fiona had instructed the chef last night about this morning's breakfast, so she only went to check on the kitchen to make sure everything was all right before walking briskly to Ron's tent. Perhaps yesterday's events were too intense, forcing Fiona to adjust her breathing before she could enter the tent. This time, she didn't wake Ron up directly. Instead, she closed the tent, carefully walked to the edge of the bed, and gently placed her shapely buttocks, tightly wrapped in black pantyhose, on the edge of the bed. That damn owner, I knew he was still sleeping in. The reason is simple, I was exhausted from what I did last night. Gumbling. Fiona couldn't help but reach out and gently slide her hand across the man's face, fully feeling his warmth at that moment. That bastard master? He bullied the maid so much yesterday, he'll get his revenge today? Thinking of this, Fiona inexplicably moved closer to the table, sitting in the spot where I bullied her yesterday. She froze as soon as she sat down. Why did I do that? I didn't mean to, but I just sat down there for no reason. Fiona wanted to leave, but the intense emotions surging through her body caused her slender waist to sway slightly. That's it. Now the owner is asleep and can't feel anything. So this is the maid bullying her master. This is revenge against her bastard owner, not because she likes him. In a daze, Ron felt like he was having a wonderful dream, a dream that made his blood boil and filled him with excitement. He actually dreamed of his own maid, who sat down next to him with a shy expression. Ron felt that the dream was quite real. After all, based on his understanding of those scumbag maids, this kind of thing would probably become a reality very soon. But this dream felt so real, it was like Fiona really did it. The illusory power that gradually gathered together allowed Ron to wake up. He felt refreshed and comfortable all over. However, I woke up more excited than usual today. When he opened his eyes, he saw his maid gently placing her round, pert buttocks on the edge of the bed, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. Okay, the most disgusting thing is a master who stares at the maid with strange looks as soon as he wakes up. Despite her inner turmoil, Fiona still gave her a disdainful look. Luckily, I left in time, otherwise, that bastard owner would have seen me. If this is discovered, the owner of the perverted woman will definitely take advantage of the situation and demand even more. But how could I possibly satisfy my master so easily? What's wrong with my eyes? But your face is so red, did you sit on something strange in front of me? Ron had reason to suspect that the slut had done something while he was asleep. Moreover, this suspicion was almost supported by substantial evidence, as the rich fragrance of lilies was constantly filling the nostrils, a pleasant and alluring aroma. Fiona frowned, looking down on the man in front of her with an expression of contempt, as if she were looking at scum. That bastard master really has wild ideas. How could a maid possibly do anything to a master? It's the master who always forces the maid to do strange things. At this point, she quickly lifted her round, pert buttocks to move away from the man. I don't know where master gets his confidence from. The food he makes is clearly terrible. It has no color, aroma, or taste at all, yet he suspects that the maid might do something to him. That bastard Ron, if he dares to think any more nonsense, he's dead. She's so reserved and dignified, how could she possibly do such a thing? Fiona, your mouth looks like it needs to be fed again. Ron didn't care what his maid did to him, she could sit wherever she wanted, since she wasn't losing anything. Even though she always looks disgusted, her body language tells a different story. Such a slovenly maid is actually quite cute. My master is clearly weak, but he always acts like he's so powerful. This maid isn't afraid of a master like that. Fiona is completely forgetful of what she learned from her mistakes. She was disgusted and deeply shocked when she ate it. But the next day, it was as if he had completely forgotten about it, and he remained stubborn. Fiona, that's not what you said yesterday. Ron's lips twitched. He hadn't expected that his maid's mouth would start to be so arrogant again after just one night. Yesterday, the maid's words, expressions, and actions were all an act, just to prevent her master from feeling inferior because of that kind of thing. Fiona walked to the tent, licked her lips, raised her chin, and smiled smugly. Actually, the maid never felt what her master had done to her. How should I put it? The master had become so weak that he could be completely ignored. That damn Ron, he's clearly weak, yet he can't sense anything. Fiona is like this, she was deeply shocked and had a lot to swallow yesterday, yet now she's saying things like this. What you say now will make you suffer the consequences in a couple of days. Although he knew his maid was being sarcastic and that it was slander, Ron still inexplicably wanted to prove himself. Well, you can say he's weak in other areas, but not in this? The wheat field hasn't even been cleared yet, and the owner is already thinking about this kind of thing. Fio stepped out of the tent, poked half her head back, and continued teasing. As the saying goes, only the weak constantly try to prove themselves. The maid seems to have figured out why her master is so shy. After saying that, she gave a sly smile, then closed the tent and left triumphantly. Fiona, next time I'll definitely give you a real shock. Ron's fist hardened. How could his own worthless maid be getting more and more arrogant? Even though they were completely submissive yesterday, they still couldn't hold on. Today they are even more unscrupulous. Could it be that she's saying this because she expects to be treated harshly by me? Okay, Master really doesn't know his own limitations, yet he dares to say he's taken a big bite. Master should really weigh his own strengths and weaknesses before making any decisions. Hearing the voice behind her, Fiona pouted and continued to be stubborn. Maids don't easily submit to their masters. Anyway, the master is just very weak. Ha ha ha, trash, so trashy. When people are feeling helpless, they can't help but laugh, and that's exactly the situation Ron is in now. It seems I'll have to increase the intensity and force next time before my maid behaves. Once the wheat field is cleared, give Fiona a rope bondage workout to teach her the consequences of being stubborn. Black bodysuits and rope work are a perfect match. Ron was already looking forward to seeing what kind of attitude and expression that stubborn, scumbag maid would have. Let's see how stubborn she is then. Ron will not rest until he gets Fiona into the same state as Lucia. Congratulations on obtaining the Swift Archer character. Swift Archer, Strength +1, Agility +1, Archery Mastery +2, Archer's Holy Light +2. As Ron was about to get out of bed, he felt streams of energy flowing into his body. His flesh and bones, internal organs, and physique have all been greatly improved. Originally just a beginner in archery, Ron has now gained a lot of insights, and his archery skills are probably comparable to those of the old hunter. After receiving the Archer's Holy Light, Ron couldn't help but smile. The Knight's Holy Light, when bestowed upon the longsword, increases its attack power and the hardness of the blade. However, the Archer's Holy Light has a different characteristic, which allows the slashing attack to be released. In other words, with diligent practice, Ron can unleash a slash without reaching the rank of Holy Sword Knight. Moreover, the Archer's Holy Light has many other characteristics, including increasing armor penetration, which is why knights can still be shot through even when they are wearing armor. Now that Ron has the Swift Archer trait, he gains a certain armor-piercing effect when he is imbued with Holy Light. When your Swift Archers advance to the next tier, their illustrations will also be upgraded, and their armor-piercing effect will be more significant. Thinking of this, Ron's lips curled into a wide smile. In other words, you will be able to acquire all the characteristics of all professions in the future. The Swift Archer's special abilities are armor penetration and slashing attack. The Shadow Assassin's special characteristics are stealth and rapid strikes. The characteristics of a mage are burst and magic imprint. In other words, as long as his subordinates take the magic potions of the Shadow Assassin and the mage, his strength will increase again. Distribute it immediately so the knights can take it and improve their strength as soon as possible. Ron is like this, he does whatever comes to mind. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, he gathers the knights together. Those who aspire to become mages and shadow assassins are invited to step forward and begin the competition. The winner is rewarded with a magic potion. Most people actually want to become holy knights, and only a few want to become mages or shadow assassins. The results came out quickly, and Ron didn't waste any time, distributing the 2 bottles of potion and instructing them to take them immediately. If all goes well, I will obtain the illustrations of the mage and shadow assassin this morning. Tonight, Freya is in for a lot of trouble. She's been so arrogant for so many days, this time she's going to be thoroughly humiliated. Let her know the consequences of arrogance. Thinking of this, Ron opened the panel and took a look. Name, Ron. Race, human race. Physique, 24 plus 6. Strength, 25 plus 6.5. Agility, 25 plus 7. Class, Holy Knight, unranked. Knights Holy Light, 17. Archers Holy Light, 2. Territory, Far Northern Swamp. Lord's Compendium, Water Dragon Girl, Earth Dragon Girl, Red Dragon Queen, Beginner, Holy Knight, Calamity Witch, Ice Wolf, Swift Archer. Special bonuses, Archery Mastery plus 2, Sense of Smell plus 2, Freeze Resistance plus 2, Canine Affinity plus 2, Swordsmanship plus 3, Riding Skill plus 3, Healing Power plus 3, Flexibility plus 3, Physical Strength plus 4, Spirituality plus 5, Curse Resistance plus 5, Calamity Resistance plus 5, Reproductive Ability plus 6, Fire Resistance plus 6, Dragon Affinity plus 6. Perfect. Now we just need to wait for the 2 knights to finish digesting their potions. Their strength will increase significantly. Philia is in for a rough time tonight. If you don't want your eyes anymore, then keep looking. When Phyllis noticed the man's ambiguous gaze, she immediately frowned. Her attitude seemed to suddenly revert to that arrogant demeanor. My eyes are on my own body, what I want to see is none of your business, you evil dragon. Now that he had the confidence, Ron didn't hold back at all and immediately retorted. She's been given the best food, drink, and sleep, and yet she's still so arrogant. If she ends up being used as a dragon's weapon to be played with at will, then she can't blame herself. Snapped. Upon hearing the man's words, for some reason, Philia couldn't suppress her inner rage. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the man, but it wasn't very powerful. It seemed he just wanted to vent his emotions and didn't really intend to hit him. As she expected, the man easily blocked her. After being blocked, she did not continue her attack, but instead stared at her opponent with her crimson eyes. This is a warning to you. If you look at it again, I can't guarantee what I might do to you. Her expression was indifferent, her posture arrogant, as if she were looking at a lower being, as she gazed at the human before her. This shameless man actually attacked Ovil. How dare they do that? Whether it was a psychological suggestion or not, Freya kept thinking like this. She seemed to have completely forgotten the disappointment of training alone last night, hoping for a man to come but not being there. However, this is the biggest reason for her irritability. Even Philia herself didn't understand why she was angry about these things. Freya, it seems I need to teach you how to be a subordinate tonight. Ron didn't laugh this time, his expression was serious. Because of Freya's behavior, she has crossed the line and is an attitude that subordinates should never have. I'll finish collecting the potions from the sorcerer and the swift archer soon, and then I'll teach her how to make a dragon tonight. I am waiting. Seeing the man's serious expression, Freya felt inexplicably guilty. She turned around and pursed her pink lips, seemingly realizing that her behavior just now had gone a bit too far. But the arrogant Philia, even if she knows she's done something wrong, would never take the initiative to apologize or back down. This human is so shameless, he should be treated this way. Perhaps realizing her mistake, Freya thought that if things didn't go her way that evening, she would give in a little and accept a slight loss herself. Freya. This scene left Ovil and Lucia in a dilemma. Lucia felt very comfortable here, with food and drink provided, and the Lord even patting her tail. After the passionate kiss under the setting sun, Ovil slowly began to consider Ron's feelings. On one side is a childhood friend, and on the other is a lord with whom he has a close relationship. This makes it too difficult for the dragon to choose. So Ovil didn't say anything, but after it was over, she looked at Phyllis with some sadness. She seemed to want to comfort her friend and tell her not to be so upset. Master, please have a meal. As soon as she entered the restaurant, Fiona respectfully pulled out the chair for the head of the table. You should sit down and eat too. Without seeing Lilith, Ron knew she was probably working tirelessly on her research again. Good master. After giving a charming reply, Fiona gently placed her round, pert buttocks on the stool. Little dragon, little wolf, you can start your breakfast now. After picking up the knife, Ron gave an order to the demi-human women in front of him. Yay, Lucia loves barbecue the most. Lucia, as always, grabbed a deer leg and stuffed it into her mouth, filling it to the brim. Overa and Freya continued to eat in small bites, but Freya seemed to have little appetite today. After only a few bites, she said something to her companion and left the restaurant. She herself didn't know why, but she always felt a dull feeling in her heart and had little appetite. Seeing her partner in this state, Ovil felt a little bad, but she didn't know how to deal with it. After all, it was a matter between them, and it seemed that saying anything would be useless. Master, did you do something to Philia? She left angrily after eating only a little bit. Although they couldn't communicate in the same language, Fiona knew the names of these demi-human women. Even though they couldn't communicate normally, they would smile at each other when they met, as a way of greeting each other. Before Philia left, she could clearly sense that the other person's anger stemmed from the man beside her. That's just her temper. I don't know what got into her today, she suddenly acted like this. Ron was completely unaware of the girl's thoughts, especially Philia, this strange and temperamental demi-human girl, whose temper was far too volatile. If they aren't properly disciplined, they'll turn on everyone. It must be that the master wants to do something strange to her, which is why she's so angry. Fiona kicked off her shoes and placed her small feet, encased in black bodysuit stockings, on the spot where she had been bullied the day before. Master, please stop harming the demi-human girl. If there's anything you want to do, your maid will help you. She bit her pink lips tightly, gazing at the man in front of her with a charming expression. That bastard master absolutely cannot lay a hand on the demi-human girl. A maid is enough for this kind of thing. Chapter 110. Fiona can't hold on any longer? Go scout the enemy's situation? Inside the tent in the swamp, on the dining table, Fiona's feet dangled back and forth with practiced ease. You jerk, master. Don't stare at me like that. Masters like that are the most disgusting. Seeing the man looking over, Fiona raised her chin and glared at him with disdain. Ron, why don't you listen to what you have to say? Ron's lips twitched upon hearing his maid's words. I can't even look at you. All I can say is that this maid is scum. Of course not. I was forced to make this choice out of desperation so that my bastard master wouldn't lay a hand on my demi-human mother. Fiona frowned, looking at the man in front of her with an expression of utter contempt for scum. The most disgusting thing is a master who gets lustful towards the maid while eating breakfast. The master is so weak, he can't even withstand this much. Grumbling. At this moment, Fiona felt a surge of intense emotions welling up inside her. It's all that bastard owner's fault? You're even feeling helpless now. Ron wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. I think you're the one who wanted to do this. I have to say, these maids are quite cute. Ron doesn't mind occasionally adding some impromptu entertainment between meals. You bastard master, you really have wild ideas? The maid is trembling because you disgust her, not because of those strange things. Fiona turned her face to the side, making a haughty expression. So now you know how much the maid hates these things, right, master? I don't like masters or anything like that. I especially hate this kind of thing. I could never like it. Ugh, you bastard master, what are you doing? At this moment, Fiona felt that everything about her, absolutely everything, was in the man's hands. When she felt this way, her mind went completely blank, and she couldn't think straight. I'll treat you the same way you treat me, that's fair. Ron is like that, he likes to reciprocate kindness and always repays the kindness of others tenfold. Feeling the wonderful sensation ripples on his fingertips, Ron's lips curled into a wide smile. No, this maid wouldn't need her master to treat me like this. At this moment, Fiona's mind was completely out of control. She only answered subconsciously, her heart already filled with intense emotions. I can't think straight. You bastard master, if you don't stop now, you're dead. She didn't know why, but she kept telling herself to resist, yet her body seemed to be under a spell, completely, utterly surrendering. This absolutely cannot go on. Fiona lay on the dining table, trying her best to remain calm. But those intense emotions were already churning inside me, completely out of control. Oville, who was sitting opposite, did not notice anything unusual at first. But seeing Fiona's expression and her slumped over the table, he understood that something must have happened. After guessing what was happening, Oville's cheeks flushed slightly. There seems to be a hidden anticipation for this. You bastard master. Fiona's last words drew the attention of all the demi-human girls present. Then I saw the woman next to the Lord, and she looked rather strange, as if she was going through something. Naive Lucia glanced at it only once before lowering her head to continue eating the delicious venison. Oville bit her pink lips, looking away shyly. She picked up a bone she had just finished eating and stuffed it into her mouth, pretending to be busy. When Shamir saw this, she understood what had happened. She swallowed hard, her gaze towards the man filled with a tender charm, as if she wanted to be treated the same way. I wish my lord would treat me like that too. Muses hadn't understood before, but after seeing his mother's expression on the cliff edge, he finally understood what was going on. My lord is so amazing, he always manages to make everyone happy. The banquet ended in this intense atmosphere. Ron patted his behind with satisfaction and left, but he wasn't patting his own behind. Of course, the most satisfied person was Fiona. Only after everyone had eaten their fill and left did her intense emotions gradually calm down. That bastard master is so easily tempted. Just a little bit and he starts making random moves on me. Lying face down on the table, looking at the ground, Fiona felt unbearably ashamed of her disheveled appearance. The demi-human girls must have seen it too, and they must know that something's wrong with them. It's all that bastard Ron's fault? Who? After calming herself down, Fiona left the restaurant, returned to her room, took a relaxing shower, and changed her maid outfit, black bodysuit, and shoes. Then put the clean clothes in a basin, ready to go outside to wash them. As soon as Jenny entered the washroom, she stood up and took the basin of clothes from Jenny, who was squatting there washing clothes with her butt sticking out. Miss Fiona, I'll wash all these clothes. After arriving in the territory, Ron assigned her laundry work. The workload was not heavy, including the demi-human girl. There were only 7 or 8 sets of clothes a day. No, no need to trouble yourself, I'll do it myself today. How could Fiona possibly let someone else wash this outfit? It would be too embarrassing if problems were discovered. Miss Fiona, please don't be so polite. Doing laundry is my job. You have many other things to do, so please leave these to me. Jenny figured the maid was probably a little embarrassed, which was why she wanted to do it herself. Of course, she guessed right, she really was embarrassed. Seeing her clothes being held in the other person's hands, Fiona felt unbearably ashamed. It's all that bastard Ron's fault? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation. Fiona, your clothes smell so good. Perhaps it was the fragrance that drew Jenny to the ground, but she inexplicably brought the soaked clothes to her nose and smelled them. It smells like lilies. Yes, Jenny, you guessed right. Well, I'll go and get busy now. Fiona froze on the spot, never expecting to encounter such an embarrassing situation. She immediately turned around, bit her pink lips tightly, and left in shame. That bastard Ron, it's all his fault? As Fiona left, Jenny, in the bathroom, looked at the faintly scented clothes and couldn't help but swallow. Although she rarely got to eat anything good, she felt it was Miss Fiona's clothes and shouldn't be touched. It was early morning, the sun wasn't too strong, and a gentle breeze was just right. Ron led Oville and Lucia to the northernmost part of the frontier, the closest point to the far north. Ahead lay an endless swamp, with no end in sight. In a moment, we will cultivate the wheat field according to the path I have planned. Here is the map, I have taught you how to read it. Along the way, Ron reminded Oville of the precautions for clearing the wheat fields and handed her the wheat field map he had drawn the day before. This way, problems are less likely to occur when clearing wheat fields. Ron's wheat field development plan is a vision that transcends time. For every 20 mu, approximately 3.3 hectares, of wheat field, there needs to be a 2-meter wide irrigation ditch. This ditch can be used for irrigating the wheat field and also for raising fish and shrimp. In addition, 2 straight avenues are needed, each capable of accommodating 4 carriages traveling side by side. This makes transporting wheat much easier during harvesting and simplifies routine pest control, weeding, and other field work. Ron intended to use this place as a granary for conquering the continent in the future, and he needed to develop at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of acres of wheat fields. The swamp is rich in aquatic plants, so we can build a super large-scale breeding farm. Hunting can satisfy the meat needs of a few hundred people, but it can't satisfy the needs of thousands or tens of thousands of people. Therefore, large-scale breeding farms are needed so that when a powerful army is built in the future, there will be no shortage of food and meat. The saying supplies must precede troops perfectly illustrates this point. Ron had an even longer-term vision. He started building up the granaries even before he had any troops. Yes, don't worry, my lord, we know what to do. Oville thought that clearing wheat fields was more complicated than clearing land. Every 10 acres required a field ridge, as well as ditches, wide roads, and a large lake for water storage. The biggest challenge is that the construction of field ridges, ditches, roads, and lake shores must be as hard as rock, which requires a lot of time. Although it was a bit tedious, she was confident that she could finish it within a day and a half. I have a lot of confidence in Oville Ron. First of all, she is intelligent, has good emotional intelligence, and is reliable. She is arguably the most worry-free of the 3 dragons. Even if something goes wrong, there's still Fiona as the supervisor. My lord, we need to pump a lot of water today, Lucia will be exhausted. Lucia is like this, when she hears that she has to do work, the whole dragon is in a bad mood. However, although she always complains, she will still do her job well. Because she didn't want to disappoint the man in front of her, and wanted to see him smile with joy. You only get venison if you work, and also, seeing Oville walk away and begin to clear the wheat field ahead, Ron moved closer to Lucia and said with a smile, if you work hard today, I can rub your tail when you come back tonight. Gumbling. Upon hearing this, Lucia seemed to have heard some incredible news. Her eyes widened, she froze on the spot, and couldn't help but swallow her dragon saliva. Tail. My lord, you've promised to massage Lucia's tail. How could I possibly refuse something like this? Seeing Lucia standing there in a daze, Ron thought she was hesitating, so he immediately reached out and grabbed her thick tail from behind. What? You don't want me to rub your tail? Ron felt that he could eat the dragon girls for the rest of his life because their tails were their weakness. No matter what happens, it will behave itself as soon as you touch its tail. Lucia, whose tail had been grabbed, immediately trembled and nodded with a charming expression. My lord, Lucia will work hard. The water dragon girl's reproductive desire was already ridiculously high, but because she was underage, she turned this desire into a voracious appetite. Since taking the potion, some of her desires have overflowed, causing Lucia to gradually start acting strangely. Now, she can hardly resist the feeling of having her tail caught. Without even thinking, I agreed. Barbecue used to be her favorite food, but that's questionable now. Maybe her tail is being stroked instead. That's good. As long as I keep working, I can keep getting my tail rubbed. Looking at the water dragon girl with her delicate and beautiful face, Ron's lips curled up into a wild smile. The dragon girl's body structure is quite unique, she has a strong physique, and her tail can't withstand being rubbed. Yes, I know. Lucia loves having her tail rubbed by the lord, so she'll work hard. Lucia felt that this reward was far more delicious than any venison, but of course, it would be even better if there was food involved. Faced with such a generous reward, Lucia began to work tirelessly. Oville was surprised. She hadn't expected Lucia to be even more energetic today than yesterday. Seeing the dragon girl so full of energy, Ron nodded in satisfaction and left the wheat field. Just then, Fiona arrived with her people. When the wheat fields were being cultivated, the task of the villagers was to catch the stranded fish and shrimp. Greetings, my lord. Lord. Upon seeing the man, the people respectfully knelt down. They used to kneel on the ground because of the oppression from those in power. But now, many of them genuinely admire and are grateful to the man before them. Because he brought hope to everyone, made hard-working people more prosperous, and opened up a path to upward mobility. As long as they work hard, their descendants will have the opportunity to become noble knights in the future. Get up, everyone. Hurry up and go fishing. If you have a good catch today, each of you will get 2 ounces of fish tonight. Ron was not a stingy person, nor was he too harsh on the people under his rule. The swamp is rich in water resources, and he plans to distribute fish every few days so that everyone can occasionally enjoy some meat and improve their sense of well-being. Distributing meat to one's people is something never heard of in other territories. In the eyes of all the nobles, serfs were only concerned with not starving to death, eating meat was out of the question, and livestock were only suitable for eating feed. The people were thrilled to hear the news. After thanking Ron profusely, they rolled up their trousers and sleeves and began fishing. Besides fish, shrimp, and crabs, they also hunt turtles, eels, and other wild game that hide in the mud and grass. Master, you've treated them fairly well. Fiona felt that although her master sometimes went too far, he was actually quite nice to people. At least they didn't treat their people like livestock. Of course. Ron smiled and then gave the instructions. I plan to build the people's houses in the north of the territory, closer to the wheat fields, so that it will be more convenient for them to go to the fields to work. At this point, he took out a blueprint. This is the housing plan for the people. Divide the houses into teams and make sure they are neat and tidy, with an acre of open space in front and behind each team. Whether they grow vegetables or do something else is up to them. Ron believed that the people were working for the territory by planting wheat, raising livestock, and growing vegetables. Only the small plot of land in front of their homes truly belongs to them, which enhances their sense of happiness and belonging. They don't feel like they're just long-term laborers within the territory, not entirely working for the Lord. Because here, they have their own little home. Having a home gives one a sense of belonging, and only then can one be considered a true subject, not livestock. That way it'll be just like a village. When Fiona saw the blueprints, a smile appeared on her lips. She thought that the people in her territory would be so excited that they wouldn't be able to sleep if they knew this news. However, even though the land has been allocated, they can only live in tents for the time being. After the wheat is planted, we will find a piece of land to build a mud-kill factory so that they can fire mud bricks and tiles themselves. In this era, most houses in rural towns were built with mud bricks and tiles, only in big cities could you see houses built with piled stones. Once we've produced enough mud bricks and tiles, the misty forest issue should be mostly resolved, and then we can start transporting timber back to build houses. Mud and tiles alone are not enough. Wood is an essential material for roof beams, doorposts, and furniture. The area outside the misty forest is extremely dangerous and the roads are impassable, so logging has to be postponed. My lord, rest assured, I will handle this matter well. Fiona nodded seriously and began to think about how to arrange this matter. Ron trusted his maid quite well, since she was still very meticulous in her work as long as he didn't have to do anything himself. By leaving this place to her, I can go to Cretan Valley with peace of mind to check on Wilson Gray's situation. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. We need to scout out the enemy's situation to avoid any unforeseen problems. On the way back to camp, I ran into Freya, who was training in the morning light. Her movements were graceful, like those of a dancer, a feast for the eyes. Does it look good? Seeing the other person walk up to her and stare at her intently, Freya frowned and spoke in a cold voice. However, their attitude was much better than it was in the morning. At least the smell of gunpowder wasn't as strong. It's all right. Do you mind if I do it? Ron licked his lips, revealing a lewd expression. He deliberately provoked the other party so that he could retaliate fiercely that night. If you don't mind having your hand broken, then I don't mind either. Freya frowned even more. She had originally wanted to maintain her good temper, but she realized that given the man's shamelessness, she probably wouldn't be able to remain calm. Shameless men deserve to be trampled underfoot. I must let him know tonight the consequences of always teasing me. Come along with me, we'll go scout out the enemy's situation in a bit. Ron's reason for bringing Freya along was simple, she was an insurance policy. If anything unexpected happened, he could just throw her out and have her hacked to pieces so she could awaken a stronger true dragon bloodline. Upon awakening her second stage bloodline, Freya will have crimson wings on her back, greatly enhancing her strength. Dealing with dozens of unranked holy knights is still a piece of cake. You're taking me with you on something this dangerous. Philia felt that this man didn't care about her feelings at all and always took her to dangerous places. If it weren't dangerous, I wouldn't have taken you with me. Ron was telling the truth. Unless there was danger, he wouldn't use his trump card, Phyllis. Chapter 111 Encounter with Wilson's Knights. All slain? A cute scene with Freya. A horse-drawn carriage came from the swamp, its rolling wheels crushing the weeds as it sped along until it reached the logging site. These farmers set off at dawn and have now filled more than 30 horse-drawn carts, ready to be sent back to their territory. Upon seeing Ron alight from the carriage, the lumberjacks bowed respectfully one by one. Ron simply inspected the area once to make sure there were no problems, then led the knights toward Croton Valley. The lumberjacks arrived early today, and they can easily make 4 round trips before dark. This way, not only can we maintain our daily needs, but we can also save a lot of wood for future use. Schwemeyer, keep a close eye on the scents coming from the valley ahead. If you detect anything amiss, report it immediately. Although we brought over 20 holy knights and top-tier combat power like Philia with us this time, it's still wise to be cautious. War is no child's play, a slight misstep can lead to utter destruction. Understood, Lord. Seeing the man looking at her with a serious expression, Shamir nodded, lifted the curtain, closed her eyes, and began to carefully distinguish the scents in the air. Freya, start sensing your surroundings. Report to me immediately if you find anything suspicious. Ron knew the Red Dragon girl's abilities, she could sense subtle movements within a 2-kilometer radius. With her around, they could find the enemy before they even noticed them. Freya knew that scouting enemy positions was a serious matter, so she didn't argue, nodded, and began to sense the movements around her. Although they were still 20 kilometers away from Clifton Valley, Ron was taking precautions just to be safe. If Wilson Gray were to also lead his knights to scout the enemy's situation and they were to run into each other, a major battle would be inevitable. Caution is the best policy, and prudence is the key to becoming a great ruler. As the convoy continued deeper into the interior, Shamir seemed to sense something and spoke with a wary expression. My lord, I have detected a strong smell of human activity about 15 kilometers ahead, on the left side of Croton Valley. That should be the location of the enemy camp. Okay, continue the investigation. Upon hearing this news, Ron nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit that having Ice Wolf Girl around was a great advantage, as she could anticipate the enemy's moves and find out their intentions in advance. My lord, there is something else I need to report. The smells in Croton Valley are so mixed that I'm not sure about another smell I'm getting, but I'm certain that there's the smell of fresh horse manure about 5 kilometers ahead. There are several hundred people in the Clifton Valley, and with the wind blowing in this direction, it's easy for the smells along the way to mix together. However, the sensitive and experienced Shamir still detected a different scent. So, the enemy might have also sent out scout knights. Ron frowned, immediately realizing this possibility. Unless Wilson Gray was mentally challenged, he would probably send knights to investigate the vicinity of the swamp within the next couple of days. This helps to determine the general situation on your side. This still needs further confirmation. Shamir wouldn't say anything she wasn't sure about, she needed strong factual evidence to make an accurate judgment. Perhaps because they might encounter enemies, her expression became more serious. All right, you can continue your investigation. Ron began to think about the possible scenarios that might occur next. If the enemy outnumbers you, it's best to avoid direct confrontation for now. If it's just a small squad of knights, we can take them out first to reduce Wilson Gray's strength. However, neither he nor the knight could take action, they would have Philia do it, thus creating the illusion of an alien attack. After all, she was an alien species, and Wilson Gray's investigation at the scene would only yield the information that she was killed by an alien race. Whether he believes it or not, the facts are there, so he won't doubt himself too much. Upon hearing this news, MSE's expression turned serious, she was worried that some danger might occur. Freya took a deep breath, closed her crimson eyes, and began to carefully sense the unusual activity ahead. With her vision closed, her perception became stronger. Gradually, she could vaguely make out some information about 2 kilometers away. As the carriage moved forward, she suddenly realized that 4 horses were galloping in this direction. Upon learning of this situation, Freya suddenly opened her eyes. 2 kilometers ahead, 4 humans on horseback are heading in this direction. Everyone immediately hide in the bushes. Ron did not hesitate at all and immediately gave the order. At his command, the knights spurred their horses and hid in the bushes nearby. Several carriages were hidden in a more secluded place. Riding through the forest at a slow pace, we covered a little over 2 kilometers, and soon we could hear the sound of horses' hooves on the ground ahead. Ron's eyes narrowed, and he spoke to Freya beside him. Since you resent humanity, now is your chance. These 4 enemies are yours. To make the fight appear as if no humans were involved, Ron did not intend to have his knights participate. With her current strength, Freya could easily handle 10 or 8 holy knights. There are only 4 holy knights in front of us, so there's even less of a problem. You are the one I hate the most. After giving the man a cold glance, Freya suddenly exerted force with her calves, and her body shot out of the bushes like a cannonball. Although she complained, she knew that this mission could not afford any mistakes. Moreover, she didn't have a good impression of knights in armor, because her father was killed by such knights. He and his companions were also captured by such knights. It's time to settle old scores and new grievances. Damn it, what is that thing? The knight running at the front had a bad feeling when he saw a crimson figure rushing out from ahead. As he gripped the saddle tightly with his legs, he released the reins and drew his long sword from his waist. His movements were smooth and fluid. From seeing the enemy to drawing his sword, it took him less than 2 seconds. Clearly, this is a seasoned knight. But Freya was faster, and the ambush point was only about 20 meters away from the enemy. with both sides rushing towards each other, the moment the knight drew his longsword. Philia's crimson figure leaped into the air, her sharp dragon claws piercing straight towards the knight's heart. Stab. The dark dragon claw first pierced the knight's hard breastplate, then sliced through his flesh and went straight to his heart. The knight, whose heart had been pierced, looked bewildered, ferocious, and somewhat lost. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth and nose. Before he could even speak, his body fell to one side. He didn't fall directly to the ground, the saddle restrained his feet, causing him to sway headfirst. Blood gushed from his heart, slid down his neck, face, and forehead, and finally dripped to the ground through his hair. The horses were startled and turned back to the way they came, galloping wildly. The knight, hanging upside down on horseback, wasn't quite dead yet. He felt the world spinning, everything around him in disarray, his vision blurring until only the faint sound of wind and the echo of hooves remained in his head. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Seeing their teammate pierced through the heart, the knights behind them drew their swords, imbuing them with holy light, and stared solemnly at the subdragon with ruby-like scales before them. It's a fully grown female subdragon. Damn it, why did this thing suddenly appear? Immature subdragons can be easily dealt with by 3 to 5 holy knights. However, the strength of adult subdragons varies greatly. They can be dealt with by 3 to 5 weak individuals, but even a dozen or so powerful holy knights may not be able to subdue them. Judging from the speed and decisiveness of the opponent's attack, this is clearly not a weak adult dragon. The remaining 3 knights panicked and huddled together, preparing to fight back. Tread tap. Faced with the charging female dragon, they had no choice but to go all out, gripping their long swords and charging forward fearlessly. This was unavoidable, because they knew all too well that the dragon race had the nature of wild beasts and were more interested in prey that could escape. Only by injuring the opponent can one have a chance to survive. Facing the rapidly slashing longsword, Freya moved like a nimble cheetah, shifting left and right to easily dodge it. Only now did she realize that the man she had been sparring with every night was not weak at all. They are at least much stronger than these humans in front of them. Stab. After dodging 2 slashes, Freya grabbed the last longsword that was slashing diagonally towards her. Clang. The longsword, gleaming with golden light, struck the dark claws, instantly sending sparks flying. How can it be? Upon seeing this, the knight's pupils widened, and he wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Before he could make any further moves, Freya gripped the sword tightly and pulled it sharply toward her. Stab. The knight had just released his longsword to save his life, but the forward momentum still caused his neck to collide with the stabbing claws. The soft armor on his neck was pierced instantly, and blood gushed out the moment the dragon claw was pulled out. His survival instinct made him cover the wound on his neck, but he couldn't stop the gushing blood from gushing out. He didn't struggle for long before collapsing to the ground. The other 2 knights, seeing this, already knew the strength of the adult female dragon in front of them, and coupled with the successive deaths of their teammates, they had lost their will to fight. He grabbed the reins and ran back. Even though they know that running away will lead to being caught and killed, it is the prey's instinct to run away when faced with danger. I can't control it at all. Damn it, why is this thing so strong? There's something strange about this adult subdragon. Wilson Gray had led a team to hunt down several subdragons, including one that was already an adult. Compared to that one, the one chasing after them now resembled a crimson demon. Stab, stab. As expected, the incredibly powerful Freya caught up with the 2 fleeing individuals. They were all cut down from their horses. Everyone expected Philia's performance, because she had shown amazing combat power when she killed the orcs last time. However, seeing it again still shocked the knight. After all, the 4 people who died now were holy knights just like them, and they were killed so easily. Not bad. After Ron emerged from the bushes, he offered a brief compliment to Philia. If it were Ovil, or anyone else, he would have praised them highly. But when faced with the short-tempered dragon, Phyllis, the words of praise that were on the tip of his tongue turned into a simple not bad. Right. Hearing the man's words, for some reason, Freya felt a strange tightness in her chest. It seems that she is somewhat concerned about why the other party is being so cold. My lord, these horses are quite nice. Shall we take them back with us? The knights couldn't resist stroking the several plump and sturdy horses they saw, thinking of taking them back and taking good care of them. No, they need to stay here. To make it appear as if these knights were killed by a foreign race, Ron instructed Philia, who was standing nearby, take out the hearts of these horses and eat them. The tribes were known for their ferocity, so it was clearly unusual for the horses to be intact. You don't need these horses. Freya knew that there were many horses in the territory, and they were usually used to pull carts when going out. Now that the supplies had been seized, they were inexplicably killed, which made her a little curious. There's no other way. I need to make it look more like an ambush by alien races. If we take these horses, it will create too many loopholes. Ron thought that if Wilson Gray wasn't mentally challenged, he would definitely suspect that the disappearance of the horses was the work of humans. Since the swamp only has one lord, the outcome is obvious, he will definitely hold me accountable for this. If that's the case, then Wilson Gray will definitely be much more cautious when facing himself in the future. So, you're afraid of being discovered by the enemy that you killed these people. Freya always manages to pinpoint the crux of the problem immediately. Your understanding is correct. Ron shrugged, making a helpless expression. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Even though Wilson Gray has already defeated 4 knights, if he wins a head-on confrontation, his side will still suffer significant losses of knights. To minimize battle losses, avoiding direct confrontation is the best approach. So ultimately, it's because you're too weak. When Freya mentioned this, her face was full of disdain. The look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a tiny, weak insect. Tonight I'll let you taste what it's like to be pinned to the ground by a weakling like me. If even acquiring 3 job illustrations isn't enough to defeat Freya, Ron feels he might as well find a block of tofu and kill himself. This arrogant little dragon has reached the point where it absolutely needs to be disciplined. We need to let her know who the master is. I'm tired of hearing that. Philia couldn't believe that the man in front of her could have undergone such a transformation in just 1 or 2 days. Even if she were to increase her strength slightly, she could still handle it. So there's nothing to be afraid of. Today I'm going to crush this shameless bastard to the ground. After saying that, Freya began to cut open the horse's chest cavity, take out its heart, and throw it towards the man while it was still hot. Eat something good to replenish my energy, so that I won't feel lethargic tonight. Her expression at that moment was extremely arrogant, and her eyes were full of mockery. Then I won't be polite. I'll make sure you're satisfied tonight. Ever since he ate deer heart last time, Ron has shown no aversion to this hot, lively heart, and immediately put it to his mouth and took a big bite. Horse blood and deer blood taste similar, but the blood tastes different. Deer blood is thicker, while horse blood is piping hot. What they have in common is that they are all delicious. Shamir, Muses, this is yours. Knowing they like to eat hearts and livers, Freya handed them those to them, then turned around and took out the heart of the last horse, putting it in her mouth to chew. Thank you. The Ice Wolf mother and daughter didn't stand on ceremony. After all, they were already quite familiar with each other. They took the steaming hot heart and liver and began to eat heartily. It tastes delicious. Ron licked his lips and gave the demi-human woman an order. You can eat as you walk a few kilometers from here toward the misty forest. The reason for this was simple. When eating the heart and liver, blood would drip onto the ground. This was done to mislead Wilson Gray and make all the evidence point to the fact that it was the work of an alien race. Understood. Shamir nodded, because she knew the reason for doing so was to confuse the enemy. After saying that, the mother and daughter ate their hearts and livers as they walked towards the misty forest. Wait a minute, think about what you would do if you killed all these humans. Ron felt that this was not enough, they needed to recreate the most realistic scene of the alien races slaughtering humans. I need you to do it according to your truest inner thoughts. As he said this, he turned his gaze to the demi-human girl in front of him. Understood, your lordship. We will act according to our truest feelings. Shermiel immediately understood the reason and nodded. Muses was no exception. After thinking for a moment, he took off a knight's helmet, put it on his head, and then rubbed the man's body thoroughly, taking away everything he liked. Shermiel then removed the 2 horse legs, thinking she could save them to eat when she got back. Although Phyllis did not answer, she took action. She took a long sword and slashed wildly at the human corpse in front of her, as if venting her emotions. After finishing, he took his long sword and swung it twice at the big tree next to him, chopping it down. Then, like a child who had just received a toy, he haphazardly cut the flowers, grass, and shrubs along the way in 2. And so, they ate horse hearts as they walked toward the misty forest. After playing with it for a while, Fulya seemed to get bored and broke the longsword in half, casually sticking it into a tree trunk. This is her most authentic self. Although she can be fierce at times, she also has a cute side. I would never have done this if it weren't to reveal my most authentic self. Perhaps she had been too casual just now, because Freya pursed her pink lips a little shyly. They took a long detour, and when they met, seeing the man's smiling eyes, Freya knew that he must be thinking something terrible. You all performed very well, and you recreated the most realistic story of alien races hunting humans. Ron thought that the best performance was by Freya, who perfectly portrayed the cruel, eccentric, and incomprehensible behavior. Put yourself in Wilson Gray's shoes. If you came to investigate and saw this scene, you would definitely think it was done by aliens. What I just did was not what I truly thought. I was simply demonstrating the behavior of a former colleague. Perhaps feeling that she had acted a bit childish, Freya couldn't help but offer an explanation. But after explaining, she regretted it, because it made her seem like she had confessed without being asked. I understand, I have a partner, I get it. You're doomed tonight. Yes, I'm going to play tonight. Chapter 112, Gaining 2 Illustrated Books, Strength Soars. Exploring Wilson Gray's territory? Anyone who has committed murder knows that disposing of the body is the most troublesome part. Ron's method of faking the scene was quite good, though it wasn't really a fake. Because those who killed these people were of a different race. It has absolutely nothing to do with Ron. Now, with the addition of Freya and the others' realistic performances, there's no trace of a flaw on set. Subsequently, in order to locate Wilson Gray's territory, Ron chose to take a long detour and arrived at a mountain range more than 10 kilometers away from Crichton Valley. Ron left the carriage with a group of knights watching from the foot of the mountain, and led the demi-human women up the mountain on foot. When Ron reached the mountainside, a series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on obtaining the Mage's Encyclopedia. Congratulations on obtaining the Shadow Assassin character profile. Shadow Assassin, Agility +2, Assassination Mastery +2, Assassin's Holy Light +2. Mage, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Magic Mastery +2, Holy Light Magic +2. Unseen, strange energies continuously flowed into Ron's body. Immediately, his bones, flesh, internal organs, and his entire body were greatly enhanced. In particular, physical flexibility, bodily agility, and reaction speed have been significantly improved. After acquiring the traits of the Shadow Assassin, Ron gained a significant understanding of assassination and the speed of his sword strikes. Ambushing and launching surprise attacks under the cover of night allows for excellent concealment, catching the enemy off guard and then delivering a fatal blow. After acquiring the characteristics of a mage, one can make the holy light bestowed upon them produce an explosive effect. In other words, if it hits an opponent, it can give the explosive characteristic, causing the wound to burst open and thus causing greater damage. Additionally, one can perform magic imprinting, a unique ability that allows one to imprint magic onto their body during battle to enhance their combat power. With the addition of the Swift Archer illustration he had previously acquired, which boosted his armor penetration and skill casting abilities, Ron's strength increased significantly. With further training and mastering these skills, your strength will only increase. Tonight's sparring match with Freya will be a chance to test my growth. Freya, who was standing to the side, frowned after noticing the man's gaze. That shameless human must be thinking something truly despicable. Tonight, I'll pin him to the ground and rub him hard. Soon, led by Ron, the group climbed to the top of the mountain, from where they could overlook the entire Clifton Valley. On the left side of the valley, a continuous stretch of white tents could be seen, along with tiny black dots the size of ants moving about. These were clearly Wilson Gray's subjects or soldiers. How many enemies are there? After all this time, Freya still doesn't know the exact strength of the enemy in the opposite valley. After all, having served under a man for the past 3 years, she wanted to understand the enemy's true strength. There were about 50 knights like the ones we just saw, and 300 or 400 ordinary knights as well. Ron did not hide anything from this matter and patiently told him what he knew. Furthermore, it's unclear whether the opponent is hiding their strength. Perhaps some unexpected situations will arise when the actual battle begins. This is what he's worried about. After all, there aren't many fools among those who can participate in this pioneering battle. They won't lay all their strength out in the open. They'll always be hiding some cards. To be on the safe side, Ron would overestimate the enemy's strength by 1 or 2 levels to assess their true combat power. That way, you won't have to worry about the other party hiding things. What? Upon hearing this news, Freya said with a helpless expression, I thought the enemy was much stronger, but it turns out they're nothing special. Seeing how cautious the man was each time, Freya thought the enemy had at least 300 or 500 powerful knights. I didn't expect only about 50 people. If it were her, she would probably take advantage of today's small victory and lead these knights to charge into the final battle. Phyllis is like this, she has a bad temper, is reckless, and basically doesn't consider the consequences of her actions. This was also the reason why, when he led Ovi and the others away from the tribe, they were arrested on the spot by the humans. War is not child's play, people will die. Ron spoke with a serious expression. My soldiers, including you, all have families and friends, so I will not let anyone be sacrificed casually. This is my responsibility as their leader. War is not something you can just do in a moment of hot-blooded enthusiasm and rush into a bloody battle with the enemy. If that's the case, even if we win, our most loyal soldiers will soon be few and far between. If it were a war to establish a nation, then we could muster our courage and fight to the death. But things are different now, it's just that we've encountered a little obstacle in the process of expansion. If you suffer heavy losses in the early stages of expansion, how can you fight the next battles and become the victor? Then you should just not participate in the war. Upon hearing these words, Felia was stunned for a moment, and inexplicably felt that the man in front of her had become much more imposing. But she couldn't help but retort. This shameless human is all talk and no action. But those are just polite words, I wonder what they really think. If I don't participate in the war, others will launch a war of aggression. Ron said with a helpless expression. Only by becoming stronger and stronger, to the point that everyone fears us, can we achieve true peace. As he said this, he extended his hand. So, Philia, are you willing to work with me for peace among all races? Ron was speaking from the heart, he wasn't actually a warmonger. However, caught in the vortex of the times, he had no choice. If he didn't fight, he would be killed. If he didn't become stronger, he would be eliminated. Only by becoming the ruler of a country, or even unifying the continent, can true peace be achieved. Don't you find it laughable that someone like you, who only knows how to enslave and force others to submit, would say such a thing? Philia felt that this man was hypocritical, forcing her and her partner to become his subordinates. Now they're saying such nonsensical things, how could anyone believe them? That was just a last resort for me, you'll understand later. Time will tell. Since Xiaolong doesn't believe it now, as time goes by and their feelings deepen, they will naturally come to know each other better. Ron felt that he was not far from becoming a dragon knight. Cheryl, thanks to you today, we have returned with a full load. After scouting the enemy's situation, Ron led the group to begin the hunt. The ice wolf mother's nose was as useful as ever, prey within a radius of dozens of kilometers had nowhere to hide. This time, we hunted 50 goats, and also more than 10 kinds of goat calves. Fortunately, the territory is rich in water and grass, so we can raise them by the lake. This is what I should do. Seeing the man's excited expression, Shamir felt very happy. For no apparent reason, I thought of the time when I saw Fiona helping out at breakfast. She couldn't resist the urge to rub the hairy feet as well. However, he felt a little embarrassed because his daughter and Freya were around, so he only dared to think about it and didn't actually do it. On the way back, Schwemeyer kept moving her feet under the table, almost touching the man's calf several times. I really want to be with my lord. The convoy quickly returned to its territory, but it was already afternoon, and the sun would set in about 2 hours. After instructing the cook on how to prepare the goat, Ron headed toward the wheatfield frontier. You like following me around that much? Perhaps wanting to check on her companions, Freya also went along to the frontier. Don't flatter yourself. I went to see Ovil and the others. Freya found this human very strange, always asking such odd questions. But you're staring at me. Ron planned to tease the short-tempered little dragon before nightfall, because after tonight, she might not be so arrogant anymore. If you have a problem with your brain, I don't mind opening your skull to take a look. I'm very good at this kind of thing. Freya stared at the man in front of her with her crimson eyes. This human's shamelessness knows no bounds. I'm quite good at tongue therapy. If you have any discomfort, I can give you a tongue therapy treatment and you'll feel better. I think you're really good at courting death. And so, the man and the dragon, bickering all the way, arrived at the reclamation area. You damn master, you didn't encounter any danger on this trip, did you? Upon seeing that familiar figure, Fiona immediately went to greet her. He spent the whole morning worried when he learned that Ron was going to explore the vicinity of Wilson Gray's territory, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Seeing the man appear before me, lively and energetic, finally put my mind at ease. We encountered 4 scout knights from Wilson Gray, but they were easily dealt with by my red dragon. As Ron spoke, he glanced at Freya beside him, a somewhat enigmatic smile on his face. Fortunately, it wasn't the enemy's main force. Master, in the future, just entrust these reconnaissance missions to others. Never take the risk yourself again. Fiona thought she wouldn't encounter any obstacles along the way, but she didn't expect to run into Wilson Gray's knights. She didn't dare to imagine how dangerous it would be if they encountered the enemy's main force. No problem, we can leave this to the evil dragon from now on. Ron thought that in the future, when it came to scouting enemy positions, he should just send Freya and her daughter Shamir directly. Next time we go hunting, let Shamir check out outside Crichton Valley to see if there are any lone groups of knights. They were originally a different race, so if they encountered Wilson Gray's small group of knights, they could simply kill them. Even if they were discovered, they wouldn't suspect them, which further confirms the fact that there are alien races lurking near the mountains. Perfect. This way, by the time the final battle comes soon, Wilson Gray's strength may be almost completely depleted. How can we always entrust such dangerous tasks to her? Fiona rolled her eyes at the man, then looked at Fulia in front of her with pity. That's why we entrusted her with the task, because it was dangerous. Ron felt that no one was more suitable than Phyllis to carry out this mission. Firstly, her strength is at most slightly inferior to his own, but dealing with a dozen or so holy knights shouldn't be a problem. Even if we fall into an ambush and are surrounded by hundreds of enemy troops, we won't panic. For her, who was on the verge of death and had awakened her bloodline, this was a bad thing that she couldn't bear to see. Having awakened a stronger bloodline, Freya can easily annihilate the knights under Wilson Gray's command. But once she becomes stronger, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. I'll be suppressed and beaten for a while. You bastard master, these demi-human women are so nice, you should treat them better. Fiona initially didn't like these dragon girls, feeling that after spending so many gold coins to buy them, they would only be constantly harassed by their master. But this view has completely changed since Over and other dragons demonstrated their amazing abilities. Sometimes I even think that buying these dragon girls was the best decision Ron ever made. You seem to be talking about me. Freya noticed that the two women's gazes were always fixed on her, and the human woman in front of her was looking at her with a pitying expression. This human must have said something really awful to make her look like that. That's right. I complained to the maid that you've been trying to seduce me with your body the whole way. Fiona said that's normal. After all, I'm so handsome. She also told me to tell you not to always covet me. Ron opened his mouth and started rambling incoherently. I'll use my fists to seduce you tonight. Philia doesn't believe a word, not even the punctuation, that men say. Although she couldn't understand what Fiona was saying, judging from her expression, her usual demeanor, and her style of doing things, she wasn't the kind of person who would say such things. My lord, Lucia is so tired. Lucia, who was busy on the edge of the field, pouted and started to act cute when she saw Ron arrive. The lord promised that as long as I work hard, he'll rub my tail every night. That way you can enjoy that feeling? Thank you for your hard work, Lucia. As Ron watched the water dragon girl sway her delicate body as she walked over, he gently patted her head. Judging from the progress of the wheat field clearing, Lucia certainly didn't slack off today. Although it is unclear exactly how many acres have been reclaimed, judging from the continuous stretches of land, it is estimated to be at least 300 or 400 acres. It was much faster than expected. Lucia wants to finish quickly so we can go back and eat barbecue. What she really wanted to say was, hurry up and finish this so I can go back and get my tail rubbed by the Lord. But with both Philia and Ovili present, she couldn't bring herself to say such a thing. If it weren't for the roast meat and Ron's promise to rub her tail, Lucia would probably have fallen asleep by now. Lord, Ovil stopped what she was doing and greeted her with a smile. Actually, she was the one who worked the hardest. After all, building the field ridges, irrigation ditches, and grain routes consumed more energy and effort. Thank you for your hard work, Ovili. Ron knew the difficulties of clearing out wheat fields and saw all her efforts. I've been thinking of taking some time these next couple of days to properly reward this hardworking and capable Earth Dragon girl. At least we need to let her release all the exhaustion in her body. No, it's not hard work. Hearing the man's words, Ovil felt a warmth in her heart, as if all her hard work throughout the day had become worthwhile. Master, they are really amazing. They have already cultivated 420 acres of wheat fields. With another 80 acres, the mission will be completed. Fiona only now realized just how outrageous these two dragon girls were. They completed a task that would take hundreds of people 10 days or more to finish in just one day. Moreover, the swamp terrain is complex, and people can easily get stuck when walking on it. Only Ovil, who can manipulate the mud, has the ability to do this. Then you should know what this means, right? Ron hadn't forgotten the promise the maid had made. There was going to be a good show tonight. Damn master, he must have been looking forward to this for a long time. Upon hearing this news, Fiona felt inexplicably flustered and gave the man a disdainful look. That bastard Ron? He just did that to me. Is he going to do it again tonight? Once you've made a promise, it's hard to go back on it. Gumbling. Thinking about this, Fiona swallowed, seemingly with a hint of anticipation for what was about to happen that night. Of course, after all, I'm planning to make you a big late-night snack tonight. Ever since he cooked yesterday, Ron has developed a strong interest in making food. I'd like to show off my skills whenever I get the chance. However, he has a rather special requirement for his customers. When they are enjoying the food he prepares, no matter what kind of cuisine it is or how big the portion is, they must eat it all without leaving a single bite. Of course, it's normal for a chef to have this kind of thought. After all, I put a lot of effort into every dish I cook, and I only feel at ease when I see the diners finish their meals with complete satisfaction. You jerk, master. Your cooking is so awful, yet you always make it for the maids. That kind of master is the most disgusting. Fiona frowned, her chin slightly raised, revealing a look of disgust. Damn Ron, I promise this will be the last time. I will never eat anything made by this guy again. You thought it was disgusting, but you still ate it for a full half hour yesterday. I bet you just love it. Ron still remembers the look of disgust on his maid's face when she finished all the food. The visual impact was so strong. You jerk, it's because your cooking is so inedible that I've been eating for so long. Fiona crossed her arms and looked at the man in front of her with disdain. This is clearly the master's fault. How can you blame yourself for it? That bastard Ron? If he says that again, I'm definitely going to bite him tonight. Let him always say things like that? Then tell me honestly what you think of what I did. It looks awful, tastes terrible, and makes you want to vomit. The pioneering wars are never peaceful, only peaceful swamps like Ron's are. The other, slightly more fertile territories had already begun fighting each other. In just a few days, several nobles have died on their way to pursue their dreams. The valley territory is not peaceful today either. The 4 knights sent out to scout out the enemy and the situation in the swamp have not yet returned by evening. Wilson Gray's orders were to patrol and return, and even if something unexpected happened, to be back in the territory before sunset. It's already evening, and the sun is not far from setting. But there has been no sign of the knights returning. My lord, they haven't returned yet. It's so late. Do you think something might have happened to them? Knight Commander Alva looked rather grim, fearing that his subordinates might be in danger. If it were just a reconnaissance mission, they should have returned long ago. It's hard to say. After all, this is a newly opened battlefield, and it's close to the Misty Forest. Anything can happen. Wilson Gray was not a reckless man. After choosing Curtin Valley as his territory, he conducted a detailed survey of the surrounding area. Moreover, he never thought that Leonard Ron was a weakling. Even if the other party was indeed weak, he would still treat him as an evenly matched opponent. Only in this way can we remain invincible. Just then, a knight in full armor, his face pale, rushed in and frantically reported. My lord, it's terrible. Snake's body has been brought back on horseback. Chapter 113 Wilson's legendary Black Witch? Ron is cursed. Lucia begins to roll in. Inside the tent at Valley Pass, Wilson Gray frowned upon hearing the news. Take me to see it. He remained relatively calm despite the death of the knights he had sent out. But I felt a surge of anger and was eager to know the specific reasons behind this incident. Yes, Lord. Led by his men, the group arrived at the scene, which was already surrounded by knights. Seeing their companion's tragic state, several of them tried to help Snake's body down. But the clever people stopped them, because they knew that at least the Lord should be allowed to see it before it was taken down. Lord. Upon seeing Wilson Gray and his entourage arrive, the knights bowed respectfully. Did only Snake's horse return? Upon seeing the corpse hanging from the horse's back, Wilson Gray's eyes turned cold, as if he wanted to vent his anger. Yes, we only saw Snake's horse return, but we didn't see Buck and the others. Upon hearing the knight's words, Wilson Gray immediately drew his longsword. Everyone, follow me on horseback and find the killer of Snake. Buck and the others are missing. Perhaps they are waiting for our rescue. I assure you all, I, Wilson Gray, will not abandon anyone. His reason for saying this was simple, to boost morale and make his subordinates feel a sense of belonging. Make them feel that they are not pawns, and that even if they encounter danger, the Lord will come to their rescue. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this news, the knights excitedly rushed back to their camp, gathered all the knights, and prepared to set off to find Buck and the others. My lord, Snake died from a penetrating wound to the chest. The enemy used some kind of sharp weapon that pierced through his armor. At this moment, a witch dressed in a black robe, after examining the body, reported. Judging from the holes left in the armor, it looks like they were caused by the claws of some kind of alien race. She is a witch of the Wilson family. She spent the first half of her life fighting alongside Gray's grandfather. Although she is over 60 years old, her skin looks as delicate as that of an 18-year-old girl. Many people who don't know her true identity mistake her for a fledgling witch. But she's actually an old witch. Heidi, come with me, I need your divination. Wilson Gray held the witch in high regard because she had held him when he was a child. Moreover, this witch was very mysterious, and even his grandfather respected her greatly, so he naturally dared not neglect her. If we weren't out in public, afraid of revealing our identities, we would only show her more respect. No problem, Heidi would be happy to serve you, Lord. The old witch, who looked 18, bent down and responded in a sweet, coquettish voice. It is good. Wilson Gray felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard the voice coming from the other person. But he couldn't show it, he could only suppress it. If the other party hadn't been a grandfather and a dark witch, he would have already struck. The knights standing nearby had no idea that this charming witch was old enough to be their grandmother. Looking at Heidi's delicate appearance, I couldn't help but want to pounce on her and kiss her passionately. If they knew the truth, they would probably vomit on the spot. After all, the beauty I've fantasized about for so long, if she turns out to be an old witch, is just too hard to accept. Although Wilson Gray acted recklessly, most nobles considered him a reckless, capricious, and easily angered man. But in reality, he was very cautious. As soon as a few knights went missing or were killed, he sent out 40 holy knights and 200 ordinary knights, leaving only a portion behind to guard against potential crises in the territory. The rest of the people, along with the Black Witch, set off towards the swamp under Wilson Gray's leadership. They rode very slowly, sending out dozens of knights ahead to scout the way. However, Wilson Gray changed his tune, telling them they absolutely had to find the missing people, alive or dead. But actually, they were afraid of being ambushed. Tread tap. Several knights rushed to the carriage and reported anxiously. My lord, we've found the bodies of Buck and the others ahead. The scene is horrific. The knights who were searching ahead were horrified by the scene. Tell someone not to disturb the scene and to take me there. Wilson Gray sensed something was amiss, that there were many suspicious points, and that it wasn't far from his territory, so he needed to investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, the knights sent out for patrols and reconnaissance might encounter danger again. Yes. The knights nodded respectfully, leaped onto their horses, and led the way. Before long, the carriage was brought to the scene of the crime, where knights had already surrounded the area. After Wilson Gray alighted from the carriage, he saw the bodies of 3 knights lying haphazardly on the ground, surrounded by blood, with most of their armor removed. One of the knights was so badly hacked that he was barely recognizable as a human, a truly gruesome sight. The horses were also gutted, and their blood soaked the flowers, grass, and mud on the ground, turning them bright red. My lord, Buck died a terrible death. He was slashed more than a dozen times and was no longer human. I really don't know who was so cruel. A knight felt a strange sadness upon seeing his companion's miserable state. Find the killer, and we'll avenge our fallen brothers. Wilson Gray appeared heartbroken, seemingly deeply concerned about the deaths of his men. These were all passed down from the elders of the Wilson family, who taught him how to win people's hearts. Your lordship is wise. The knights felt a warmth in their hearts upon hearing this answer, knowing that at least their superiors cared about them. My lord, like the previous corpse, he died from penetrating wounds to the chest or neck. The wounds are the same size and style, and were all caused by sharp claws.